What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Friday, June 20th, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, the two best words in sports, Game 7. That's right. We've got a winner-take-all Game 7 on Sunday for the NBA title after Indiana dominated Oklahoma City last night. We will recap last night's game and get the Bucks Gold Star lock for Sunday night's Game 7. We've got big Texas football news. Dia Bell winning the Elite 11 MVP. What does it mean for the future of the Texas quarterback position? We'll talk about that. We will also preview a big recruiting weekend coming up for the Longhorns as a number of top Texas targets for the class of 2026 will be grazing campus this weekend. We've got Shedeur Sanders getting 2 speeding tickets this month. We've got some bold predictions in the NFL. We got a little golf to talk about, and I need some help from the people in regards to this wedding that I am attending this weekend. So we've got a lot to dive into in the world of sports and beyond. Of course, we'll have plenty of, excuse me, my voice gives out 2 minutes into the show. That's a great way to start things. Plenty of sports, plenty of fun to dive into. Hope everyone's having a great start to their morning, and a happy Friday to each and every one of you tuned in out there. Happy Friday to you, my man. How are you this morning?
I'm doing good, man. How about yourself? How's the Empire State?
Empire State's doing all right.
Good, wonderful day yesterday. I know things will ratchet up for you. It's Friday, so when you got a wedding Saturday, you got to make sure you get all the right things, say all the right things, meet all the right people, relatives and everything else, shaking hands, making faces, the whole thing. And it sounds like it's going to be a nice weekend because it's supposed to get hot back east. I mean, record-breaking temperatures coming up back in that part of the country. So we will just have our normal 90s and no rain in sight for a while, but that's okay. It's beautiful here. It's still as green as can be. This is as green as I've seen this place in a long time, this time of the year. I mean, we're almost in July, and generally stuff is brown and burnt, and it looks fabulous outside. I mean, I don't deal with allergies that much, but it doesn't seem like a bunch of crap blowing around right now. So it must be good for the people. Not a lot of people complaining about being sick or whatever. So let's just keep it up. We can still use some rain. Other than that, man, everything's good. I woke up this morning, turned on some news, and saw that our airline, Delta Airline, for the 7th straight year is ranked number 1 in domestic travel. Number 1.
No way.
My new airline, American, who I thought should be number 1, is like 7th.
Wow.
It's like behind United.
Where did you see this?
It was on the news this morning. Delta Airline for the 7th straight year.
Man, we talked about it.
The people have voted Delta Airline. What's wrong with these people?
I don't know. We talk
The
about
world
it.
is upside down, as we see all over the place. Everything's upside down. Delta rated number 1 for the 7th straight year.
Feels like most of the people I talk to feel that Delta is the best airline we have in this country. And I don't know if they just hate you and I don't know if they hate Texas Sports Unfiltered. I don't know what the deal is, but we do not have those same experiences on Delta Airlines that seemingly everybody else does.
Yeah, and remember, I was a Delta guy for a while, and I backed away from the table. I got back on it. I went to Atlanta and said, that's it, never again. And all of a sudden, all I hear about is how great Delta is. We don't say anything good about it, but my number 1 go-to was going to be American Airline. They're ranked down at the bottom of domestic flying. I'm like, what? Right behind United? I mean, check it out. I think you may find it somewhere. It'll find you today, believe me.
How is Delta Airlines ahead of everybody else? How is anybody behind United Airlines? Haven't they been the airline with all the side panels flying off the plane in the middle of the flight?
Yeah, it's incredible.
Okay, so here we go. I think I was able to pull up this list. The best airlines in the U.S., according to a report done by the Points Guy.
Oh, the Points Guy. That's me. Give me the points.
Points Guy. What is that?
Is that the one for 7th year?
I
That's
don't know. I
Pete.
guess the guy has a big enough name to where he gets an article written about him on USA Today. I'm on usatoday.com, and that's where this story is.
Nice pictures.
The best airlines in the U.S., according to TPG's report. Not only is he the points guy, he has his own little acronym, Buck, TPG.
Nice.
Number 1, Delta Airlines.
Jeez.
Number 2, United Airlines.
Wow.
Number 2 on the list. United doesn't even let you travel with a carry-on bag for free. You got to pay for that.
No. The points guy's off.
Number 3, my favorite airline, at least it used to be. We'll see what happens with all of the new changes. Southwest Airlines. Number 4, Alaska Airlines. Do we even have that in Texas?
I mean, it goes to Seattle.
Okay, so you could take a flight from Austin to Seattle.
I think so. I think you can go to the Northwest with Alaska.
Okay, so Alaska Airlines, number 4. Hawaiian Airlines is
What?
number 5. Wags was crapping on them yesterday. They come in at number 5 on this list. Number 6, the airline that you refuse to travel for some reason, JetBlue.
Yeah, yeah.
Number 7, as you mentioned, American Airlines.
They're Mickey Mantle, number 7.
Boy, they're
and I'm
way
on
down.
that, and I'm thinking I'm on that and thinking it's good.
Yeah, it
You
feels
were
like
just on it.
the big 4, Delta, United, Southwest, and American. I kind of figured those would all come in 1 through 4, but there's a big gap between those top 3 and American Airlines. They are way down the line.
Well, we just got to keep traveling and giving it the positive ratings.
I guess so. Number 8, Allegiant Air.
Oh my God. I didn't even know they had wings on the plane.
I have never flown an Allegiant aircraft before.
I've seen them I've seen them at the tarmac, but I never see anybody get on. They just have empty planes.
I don't know anything about Allegiant except for they are the stadium sponsor for the Vegas Raiders. That's literally all I know about them. That's
Wow.
Allegiant Stadium out there in Vegas.
So
Number
they're number
9.
8 they're number 8.
They're number 8.
Okay.
We've got 2 more rounding out the top 10. Number 9, Spirit Airlines.
I've never been on one of those either.
I've taken a couple of Spirit flights, and it's one of those you kiss the ground as soon as you step off the plane.
Okay. Who's number 10?
Number 10, an airline that is often lumped in with Spirit Airlines as the worst domestic air carrier that we have, Frontier.
Wow.
Yeah, Spirit and Frontier, those are where you get the cheapest deals. You're risking your life anytime you step on board one of those aircrafts, but you do find the best deals. They do nickel and dime you, so if you don't know what you're doing, you could end up spending more money on Spirit or Frontier.
Oh, when you get on the computer and start messing with them, next thing you know, you've got a huge bill.
Well, you got a huge bill, and if you start messing with them at the airport, the next thing you know, you got a black eye.
Wow.
Because they'll start fighting you at the desk. We've seen those videos before. We've played a few of those videos before, like Spirit Airlines employees losing their mind and literally getting into physical altercations with customers because of Lord knows what.
Yeah, well, this is the traveling season now. It's weddings. It's before the 4th of July. People trying to get a little something in July. So there it is. I'm still staying American. I'm giving them every opportunity to move up the chart. And you know what? I went to Pennsylvania and I was good with it. I was fine. But still, I do have to try this JetBlue thing. I got to find out where they go to. I know they go from Austin, I believe, from Austin to Philly. But then from Philly, I either get a puddle jumper or I take the bus that's at the terminal and I sit in a wheelchair and they wheel me over to the bus. And that's okay. When I know I got plenty of time, there's nothing wrong. It's just a little hour bus ride from Philly to wherever. But when you come back, I got to get up early and get on that same bus.
So if you're curious about how these rankings were put together, here's how the points guy split this thing up. Okay?
Oh boy.
30% of his rankings were based on reliability, 25% on experience, 25% on loyalty, and the final 20% cost and reach. So those are the 4 factors.
On loyalty?
Yeah, those are the 4 factors that he looked into when compiling his list of the top 10 airline rankings in the country. And apparently he's been doing this for years, because I think you said at the start of this thing, Delta comes in at number 1 for the 7th consecutive year.
Yeah.
So he says that the pros of Delta: overall reliability and experience, which you and I have not had either of those things.
Well, I think they're what they're saying is the parts haven't been falling off the planes
Mm,
in
I,
midair. They haven't had any. I don't think they've had any doors open up.
I guess that's a pro if the plane doesn't come apart in the middle of the sky.
Yeah.
But they're consistently strong. They are on time. They give customers good experiences. Those are all of the reasons why Delta is atop the list. The biggest drawback of Delta, according to the points guy: affordability.
Oh, they're gougers, aren't they?
Well, everybody's a gouger, right?
I know. I mean, what's the difference?
And I think it just depends on where you're flying and when you're flying, right? I
Hey,
don't
I'll
know if
pay
there's
it for good service and getting on time. I'll pay extra 100 or whatever I have to pay. That's just a part of the trip. I'll save it in the hotel anyway. I know that.
Yeah, exactly. You'll stay at a motel is where you'll be staying. But yeah, United Airlines climbing up to second place, and American Airlines falling from 4th to 7th. They saw the biggest year-over-year decline in his rankings. Apparently, they've had a lot of issues with baggage. They've also had issues with wheelchairs and scooters. I don't know what that means.
I mean, that's the wheelchairs. That means they're not there waiting for people that have called or made arrangements in advance, to go from one terminal to the next. That's because guys like me who haven't called take somebody else's wheelchair.
Oh, I guess so. You just see some 4-year-old kid as soon as he gets off the plane, just grabbing the wheelchair and running away.
I got his chair and I'm gone.
I'm gone. Yeah, the old guy doesn't need it. Make him
all
walk.
you have to do is pull out a 20 and just kind of show it to them. They're like, okay, sit down. Forget that kid with no legs. I'm gone. I'm taking you.
I'm taking this. So there you go. Delta Airlines. Good find, Buck. The best airline for travel experience.
Dude, I'm still going around it. I'm not doing it. I'm not going through Atlanta, y'all. Forget about it. And try my best not to go through Charlotte either. But
I gave Delta another chance, and they did me right.
Oh, they bought you anyway. They bought you off.
Well, they didn't give me everything I was looking for, so I'm still not happy about what happened on my Nashville experience that we've talked about in detail a number of times on this show. Still not thrilled about that and the way they handled that, and I'll never fully get over that. But I have flown Delta once since then, and it was a pretty smooth experience. So
there you go. Well, get on that American airline with the crying babies.
Yeah, that was what I had flying up to New York. But look, crying babies can happen on any airline. I guess I can't hold that against American.
Yeah, because you can't throw the babies off. They're there.
Now, any airline that allows me to punt a baby off of a plane will automatically climb up to number 1 on my list.
There you go. Great. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so very much for the great job that you do. We do appreciate that. Appreciate your family sharing you with all of us, and do be safe out there.
Yes, indeed. All right. Not your typical airline story that we have on TSU. And if you missed yesterday's show, oh man, we had a pretty epic meltdown on board a Southwest Airlines flight at LaGuardia Airport earlier this week. Definitely check out yesterday's show if you missed that one. My goodness. But of course, we got to keep the people abreast of everything happening with air travel. That's what we do.
Well, yeah, it's vacation time. You're going to be traveling. You're going to be making some big decisions here in July and August, before the football season starts. You got to get those bets to Vegas. I know a bunch of you want to go. Some of you even take trips and you don't even drive to Louisiana. A lot of you will take a little quick flight down there to try to get it done. Got to find a quick trip place that hour or less. Where do you fly? I mean, I'll take a chance on anything. Probably if I got an hour flight, like from here to Dallas or whatever, I'll fly anything. Well,
really?
Maybe not anything. Sounds like Alliance, that the ones I see sitting on the tarmac that never move. I'm probably not going to take a shot at that.
Allegiant Air?
Allegiant, whatever it is.
Yeah.
I don't see any of those in the air.
Would you fly from Austin to Dallas? I feel like you've never done that before. You've had opportunities, but you always take the road trip up there.
No, when I was coaching, I did. I just jumped on, and it was generally it was Southwest. Everything was into like Loveville.
Yeah, that's Southwest's big hub.
Oh
It's
yeah.
the Love Field Airport. So yeah, I don't think I've ever flown from Austin to Dallas or Austin to Houston or Dallas to Houston or vice versa.
Yeah, but I'll say this. This is where I've had my most problems. Not just I never stayed overnight in Dallas, but that's where I have more of the mechanical problem is, oh, I'm sorry, we can't get to Austin. I know you give thoughts about renting a car or whatever. I've been delayed in Dallas airport more than any airport. And just that trip from Dallas to Austin,
Yeah.
something weird happens mechanically. And I'm like, shit, what am I going to do? I can thumb down to Austin. I'm going to stay here and leave the next day,
You're gonna put your thumb up where?
I thumb home.
You're gonna thumb
Well, if I got to
who?
carry on and I need to get on the road, I'll get myself an Uber, hit me on the highway, get me under 35, and I'll thumb that rest of the way in.
Mm.
But because you could never get a rental car, it's that one-way rental will cost you more than a flight.
That's your method of payment. You thumb somebody.
No, dude. But I would.
Get a
I
quick
would
thumb up.
if I ever got to Dallas early enough, which I never have. It's always 7 o'clock at night. Oh, the last flight, we've got some mechanical problems. I don't know what we're going to do. It's like, damn. If that would have happened to me at 8 o'clock in the morning, I'd have got some cab to I-35 there and stuck my thumb out and made it home. Because the rental car, it's like the one way. It's like it costs like $1,000. I'm like, are you kidding me? I'm going to drop it off. It's coming back this way. You're going to charge me this much to do that? I'm helping you out.
By the way, one more airline nugget. I was talking about this with somebody the other day. Turbulence is increasing in our skies.
Oh, really? Because I'm horrified of that deal. I didn't have much on my last trip. My last couple trips have been kind of smooth.
Apparently, that's climate change causing an increase in turbulence that we have in our skies right now.
I didn't need to know that.
Yeah, changes in wind patterns, particularly in the jet stream, are leading to increased wind shear, which is a change in wind speed or direction, which subsequently means more turbulence.
Well, the last place I noticed that was when I was coming back from Idaho to Austin. I had to go through Colorado to the Rockies there.
Mm-hmm.
That was not that's not a fun landing into Denver.
Ooh.
Yeah,
that's rocky.
Oh my goodness. No,
That's
thank
awesome. You. All right, so there you go. There's your airline information. We've got you covered here on
Yes,
TSU. Unfortunately, you have a little less money today if you followed the buck last night.
Yeah, but I was very careful.
If you do plan on buying plane tickets sometime soon, you don't have as much money today as you did yesterday because the Buck lost 10,000 units on Game 6 of the NBA Finals. You were on Oklahoma City -6.5. You thought the Thunder were going to close out the finals last night in downtown Indianapolis, and that wasn't close to happening as the Indiana Pacers run away and hide from OKC 108-91. The final score last night. The game wasn't even that close. I mean, the Thunder outscored the Pacers by 13 points in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, they made it. I know.
Yeah, to make it a little more respectable, Buck.
How about the OKC turning the ball over 21 times?
Yeah, it's we talked. Look, both of us picked Oklahoma City on the show yesterday, so I don't want to sit here and act like we were right with this. But I referenced the round 2 series between Oklahoma City and Denver, where Oklahoma City treated Game 6 on the road in Denver
like a big practice.
Yeah, I was like, we don't really care about this game because we know we've got a Game 7 in our back pocket at home, and we're not going to lose that one. So we don't have to go all systems go in this Game 6 on the road. Like, we'll rest up a little bit, we'll punt on this one, and we'll go win this thing at home in front of our home fans. That's exactly what Oklahoma City did last night. Like, they got off to a good start. This wasn't a blowout from the opening jump, but like as soon as Indiana went on a run kind of midway through the second quarter, you just didn't see any fight from Oklahoma City, which you don't see that in other sports. And it's one thing that just confuses the hell out of me in basketball. Like, you're one win away from a freaking championship, and you're going to just give up the way that Oklahoma City kind of gave up last night. But they, like you said, Buck, it felt like they almost treated that like a practice, like, all right, no, we know we've got another game. We know it's at home. We know how tough we are to beat in our barn. So we're good with winning this thing on Sunday
And what's
instead.
the early line look like for the game 7 there? I'm not going to like it because if it needed to be 10 or less.
Well, it is 10 or less. So game 7 will be on Sunday. This is obviously our final show before the 7th and final game of these finals. So you've got to make your pick at some point before 9 o'clock.
I'll just tell you now, I'm taking 25,000 units on OKC at home.
You don't care what the line is as long as it's under 10.
As long as it's under 10.
All right. Well, it's
9.5, and I'm good.
Well, you're getting better than that. You're getting 8.5 right
That's
now.
fine. That's fine.
You're going, what, 25,000 units?
Yes.
On Oklahoma City.
In the season.
Okay.
Hey, I'm a winner. Rob is a winner. I call him Rob. I have to call him Rob today because he wasn't disappointed. He was saying there was a smart move only going 10,000 units, but you can't change your mind. He said you had the Pacers with the points, and he said, don't be changing your mind. He's trying to tell me how to bet.
Sounds like you should have listened.
Yeah, well, I didn't, and I'm not going on this, and this is 25,000 unit play to get everybody back where they're happy.
And remember, you ended football season up 200,000 units. Right now, in these basketball and hockey playoffs, you're up 123,000 units.
Well, can we just make it 23,000 unit play?
Well, I'm trying to get you over 200, so I want you to make it a 77,000 unit play.
In the world of making bets, even in fantasy, you don't do that to yourself. You still make the people understand that you are a genius, and that's what I'm doing.
What would you rather win, $77,000 or $25,000? I'm just saying. Think about it.
I don't want to give the people nothing because they'll say you're worthless in hockey, because I got a big year coming up in football, just a huge year. So I could take that chance, but I'll just make it the 23,000 unit play so that I make you feel good for the basketball and hockey season.
All right. So if you lose, then you will still be up 100,000 units for the playoffs.
That's 2 good seasons right there back to back.
Yeah, well, good postseason. You weren't making picks during the NBA and NHL regular season.
Well, during the regular season in football, we will be in the close to 500,000 units.
Ooh, that's a bold claim right there.
Yeah, that's easy.
You're the playoff guy, Buck, because you weren't that good during the football regular season last year. You just got ridiculously hot in the college football and NFL playoffs.
Yeah, but I can make some money because there is that team called Alabama.
And that team on or against Alabama? I don't know.
Against.
And I was like, for Nick Saban, for years under Nick Saban, you would always bet on Alabama, and you would always win when you did that. But now it's a different era in Tuscaloosa. So I don't know.
There's Alabama, there's Rutgers, there's UMass. Thank you very much. Yeah, that's right.
You're going to be betting against those 3 in a parlay every weekend.
Texas State, there's the Bobcats, winner, chicken dinner.
Okay, so you're betting. I'm trying to figure this all out here. You're all over the place. Betting against Alabama, Rutgers, and UMass.
Of course, always.
But betting on Texas State.
There you go. Texas State, Penn State. I'm not quite sure what we're going to do. Do we want North Carolina to win? Do we want them to succeed? Or do we want them to totally fail? We need to keep this circus going, don't we?
I want North Carolina to start 0-3 and Bill Belichick to fire his offensive coordinator and then hire his fiance to take over. And then I want them to go 9-3. I wanted them to go on a huge winning streak with her calling the shots.
And he stays and she's up in the booth.
Yep. Yeah, she's up in the booth with the headset, not on the sideline, just calling plays for that UNC offense. And all of a sudden, they go on a huge run, and hey, maybe they sneak into the playoff.
Oh my God!
How crazy that would be.
How great would that be if they got and snuck into the playoffs, and she's still hanging out with him?
That would be something right there. And I wonder if people would be picking North Carolina to make a little bit of a run because
Big Daddy Sankey would be pissed if they're around. She gets all the headlines.
Yeah, maybe she becomes the new commissioner of college football.
Oh,
come on, man. We know she's power hungry. How about that for some power?
We got enough turmoil in college football. We don't need any more of that madness.
No, we don't need anything.
We truly need them to go away. So I'm not truly betting on North Carolina to win.
I don't know what to expect, but I will be watching. I don't know if my cousin will be betting, but my cousin and I will be watching to see
Those
how
weekly
this all.
games, oh, for sure.
Look, I'd be intrigued even if Jordan Hudson didn't exist, like the greatest NFL coach of all time, going to college in the era
Yeah.
of NIL at the age of 72. Like, can he get North Carolina to the level of the elites in this sport? I mean, there are just so many fascinating storylines surrounding that program right now.
Yeah. Oh,
And
and I
obviously, you
forgot to throw,
throw.
and I forgot to throw in my winner chicken dinner, my sleeper team, Clemson. I forgot to put them in there. There's money
Oh,
to be made there.
be betting on Clemson in the ACC.
Yeah, of
Yeah,
course. Yeah.
yeah. I think a lot of people will be following you on those Tigers this year. Okay, so 23,000 units on Oklahoma City, minus
Yes.
8.5 in Game 7. Buck, that was your first loss in a while. You had won 4 straight Gold Star locks. You had won 7 of your last 8 Gold Star locks
Yeah,
before
and I
last
switched.
night.
My problem was I switched. Remember, I thought the Pacers could with the points could at least I didn't expect them to outright win, but I felt that they were going to cover. And boy, that game 7, you said 8.5.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh, it was a lot of points. They played pretty well last night, but that was just luck.
I don't know if it was
And
luck.
and OKC not paying attention. I
It's
mean, when
just
they throw the ball away 21 times, that's what you expect from the Pacers.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it's funny because that's what the Pacers did in Game 5, right? They just turned the ball over too much, led to too many breakouts and easy buckets for the Thunder, and that's why they won that game.
And they'll
Last
D them
night,
up at home. They really play pretty good defense at home.
yeah, Oklahoma City was just sloppy. Again, they were fine in the first quarter. They got off to a great start. They had an
Oh
early
yeah, that's why
lead.
I watched, and I went to bed. I said this thing is going to be over with. They got a nice start going. It was 8-2, and they just kept on the run. I'm like, no. And then Suzanne Halliburton's brother decided he was going to play last night. Oh my calf muscle. Yeah, all right.
Yeah, well, he played well, and after making 0 shots in Game 5, he goes 5 of 12 off the bench, had 14 points. I mean, it wasn't a spectacular performance, but
Yeah, and I thought that just if he only scored 12 or 14, that wasn't going to be enough, and it was.
yeah, I mean, Indiana got great performances from a number of different players last night. Obi Toppin off the bench was actually their leading scorer with 20. TJ McConnell had another great night. I mean,
Yeah,
that
that's the
guy.
guy you have to stop because he can shoot.
Oh my God! Oklahoma City needs some voodoo dolls of T.J. McConnell to try to get him to slow down because he's been fantastic.
How did Turner play last night?
Miles Turner was pretty good. I mean, it was a balanced effort. Indiana had 6 guys in double figures. Miles Turner actually, well, he did not play well. I'm making that up. He made some good plays on defense, but he was 1 of 9 shooting with just 3 points, so he didn't do much offensively.
But he was on the boards. How many boards did he end up with?
4.
So he was just okay, huh?
Yeah, okay would be nice to describe Miles Turner looking at his stat line, but it was Obi Toppin was great, McConnell was great, Nembhard was great, Pascal Siakam had a solid day. I mean, it was, no one dominated last night. No one stuffed the stat sheet, but it was a balanced effort. And we've talked about it all the time. Role players typically play better at home.
Sure.
Indiana's role players have been much better in Indianapolis in this series. They were again last night. The Pacers bench dominated the Thunder bench. They need those guys to travel to Oklahoma City on Sunday to have a chance because I still don't think Halliburton's 100%, right? It's good to see him back out there last night, and he looked better. But he's clearly dealing with something. So I don't think he's going to go for like 40 in a Game 7. I think it's going to have to be a balanced workload for Indiana.
And that may not be enough. Again, that may not be enough at OKC. Yeah, I like it. I like the 23,000. I mean, that's a good play. They've been generally when they at home, they play really good defense. They'll get on a roll. There'll be a little bit of a comeback, but then they still start to stretch it out again.
Yeah. Well, here's what the Pacers can lean on. They've already won a road game in this series, right? Game 1 in OKC. They stole that one. So, they know they are capable of winning in that building. And Indiana's got that devil magic, man. Everyone's been talking about it all postseason long.
Yeah,
right?
the roaches, you call them roaches. Yeah, they just don't seem to go away.
No, they don't die. And they've made it all the way this far. I don't think anybody saw them making it to the finals, and now they push this Oklahoma City Thunder team to a Game 7 of the finals. And it's like, OKC, you had a chance to kill them. Did you blow it by missing that opportunity last night? we will see. I said it at the start of the series, man. This is as golden of an opportunity for a team to win a championship as we've seen in this sport in a while.
You're right.
Oklahoma City, the best team in basketball all season long. They got a very favorable path to get here, and then they're playing a 4 seed in the finals. Like, that's on paper, that's about as good as you could possibly ask for. But they've played with their food a little bit in this series, and all of a sudden, it's a game 7, and a little bit of doubt starts to creep into your mind when you get this far. So, Rick Carlisle is a championship-winning coach. Mark Daigneault in Oklahoma City, they haven't been in a spot like this before. We will see if that's enough. I mean, Oklahoma City's the better team. They've got the home court advantage. They're favored for a reason. But you wonder if Indiana gets off to a good start in Game 7 on Sunday, do the fans start to get nervous? Do the players start to get nervous? And could things
They just get
unravel?
louder there. They just get crazier in that place.
Well, they do, but if Indiana gets off to a great start and they've got the early lead, then you wonder if that great home court advantage starts to slip by the wayside a little bit.
Yeah, I think they still win. They just may not cover. That's and hey, you're not, to me, if you don't cover, you ain't winning.
No.
Come on.
Well, that's what we care about on this show, right?
That's right.
And all they care about is just winning the game and hoisting the trophy. But
who cares about that? Who wants that?
We're not money line bettors on this.
The money line is 350, by the way, I think.
You're going to take that?
I'm going to take that with my cousin, yeah. 7 game at home, only 350. Hell yeah.
It's pretty soft, man. Money lines are for virgins.
That's me.
That's what some guy told me a few years ago, and it has really resonated with me. So I don't want to be one of those.
I like that money line. Game 7 there, 350 for a hundy. That sounds like you can do two hundy. Easy 200 to pick up.
Okay. You have to bet a lot to get that. I'm not going to do all that math right now. It's Friday, and we're having fun. I'm not doing any real work here.
Just 7 bills to get $200. Who cares?
Okay. No, thank you.
That's a
pretty
flight.
Easy math, actually.
It's a Delta flight.
$200?
No, the 750.
Oh, I was gonna say, you better not lose that. Otherwise, cancel your summer vacation.
Yeah, that's the 750 trip. That you're trying to. Is there any way to get that 750 down, that flight down to 450, 475? And it's like, no.
If you're willing to
Unless you want to travel at 1 a.m. You can travel at 1 a.m. and you're the last seat in the back by the bathroom.
Yep. Or you're willing to sleep in the cargo department under the plane.
Oh God, no.
We got a deal for you in there if you want to take that.
Hey, other NBA notes before we move on. Boy, Jeannie Buss did a good job. $10 billion.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that I think that's.
She worked that. It sounded like she worked the deal.
Yeah, I think she did, and it's not even the entire team, right? She just sold a majority stake in the LA Lakers a couple of days ago for $10 billion.
Wow,
that's a lot of money right there. And look, I way more than anybody expected. Like, the last NBA team that sold was Boston, and Boston and LA. Those are the two best franchises historically in the NBA. Boston sold for $6.1 billion.
Yeah,
Lakers nearly $4 billion more than that. I don't know the exact percentages, so maybe that's a factor here too. But man, the Lakers, well done by Jeannie Buss and the Buss family, and I think she gets to keep her job, or at least she gets to keep some role with the team.
Yeah, I mean, she wants to be able to still be a part of that team. She gets $10 billion, and she gets to still have her name around there.
Yeah, the largest sale ever of a U.S. pro sports franchise. And she
learned a lot from her old man.
Oh, my God. She sold it to the guy who's the primary owner of the L.A. Dodgers, who also, has interest in a number of other sports enterprises around the world. But, she's going to remain in her position as the franchise's governor after the sale is complete.
Governor Buss, like it.
You talk about return on investments. Jerry Buss acquired the LA Lakers in 1979 for $67.5 million. 46 years later, again, they sell a majority stake of the franchise for $10 billion. Not too shabby.
Not too shabby at all.
Hey, the Mavs sold their team, and they traded Luka Doncic to the Lakers. Maybe the Lakers sell their team, and they trade Luka Doncic back to the Mavs. Everybody wins, right?
Yeah, or maybe the Mavs just sell their team again.
I wouldn't hate that either because the
Nah,
early
that's what I was thinking.
returns.
People are saying, yeah, they wouldn't hate that.
Early returns on the new Mavs ownership group is pretty bad. So if they wanted to sell the team already, then I would be on board, and I think most Mavs fans would agree with me on that. So there you go. We have big time money coming to the Bus family. Well done by Jeannie there, striking while the iron was incredibly
Absolutely.
hot. Golly, she still has her fastball, don't you think?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Not bad.
Yes, she does. She's still hanging
60.
out with Phil Jackson, or they've been done, huh?
I think they're done. I don't know who Jeannie Buss is hanging out with these
She's not with
days.
some schmuck. She's with some billionaire herself. She doesn't hang around with just millionaires.
She got married recently. Is she still married to that guy?
She
She
got
got married to
married.
somebody, yeah. Some comedian.
Some dot-com dude.
Nah, some comedian, some actor. Jay
What?
something is his name. Jay Willems at Sue Patrick. No, Jay. I'd forgotten about this. Yeah, she got married to somebody.
Jay Leno?
I don't think it's Jay Leno. Not that famous. Someone will let us know who Jeannie Buss got married to, but congrats to that guy. Oh my God.
He just got paid.
He just got paid. Look, he already knew he was marrying wealthy, but now he's marrying wealthier. Way to
Man.
go, Jay. Jay Moore. Thank you, CB.
Jay
Jay
Moore?
Moore.
Oh, that dude, that part-time actor, Jay Moore?
Part-time actor, Jay Moore.
Bad comedian, part-time actor, Jay Moore?
Yep.
I was never impressed with Jay Moore.
Wasn't he on SNL for a little bit?
I don't know if he was on that, but he was doing some movie gigs, and then he thought he was a funny guy, so he just kind of hung in there, and now he's hit it big.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, he's hitting something. All right. That's for sure. It's a great pull by him. Yeah, Jay Moore used to do a little sports radio, I think, back in the day.
Yeah.
I don't think he's still dipping his toe in the sports water anymore.
He doesn't have to.
Oh my God, you don't have to do anything. That's the dream right there. Stay at home dad with no kids hanging around.
Billionaire wife.
She gets to lounge by the pool at the mansion whenever he wants. Courtside seats to Lakers games.
That guy's picking up laundry for her.
No way. That guy's paying somebody to pick up laundry for.
That's right. She tells him to pick it up. He tells somebody else to go get it.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, I got it, honey. And he gets on the phone and
Yeah.
makes somebody else do it. Not a bad life for Jay Moore. So yeah, big sale in the NBA. The biggest sale of a U.S. professional sports franchise in history. And now you wonder, Buck. I mean, this is a stupid exercise because unfortunately, Jerry Jones is never going to sell the Dallas Cowboys.
No.
But the Dallas Cowboys are constantly viewed and graded as the most valuable sports franchise in our country. If the Lakers are selling for 10 bill, and that's not even the entire franchise selling for that much, what in the hell are the Dallas Cowboys worth right now?
Probably 15 to 20.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean,
selling the whole thing, I bet you get close to 20.
I think a majority stake. Like if the Cowboys, if Jerry Jones woke up today and was like, I want to sell a majority stake in the Cowboys, the exact same percentage that Jeannie Buss just sold for the Lakers, I want to sell that for the Cowboys. I think it'd be 15 bill, don't you?
Yeah. Yeah.
And the NFL makes more money than the NBA. The NFL is more
Yeah,
popular.
but whoever he sells it to is going to tell him, you're no longer involved, dude.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Your name is off. Here's your money. You can go around telling people whatever, but you're out of here.
Does Jerry Jones even have a price for that? Like maybe he has a price to like sell a percentage stake of the team, but he still gets to run it the way that he's been running it. Is there a number that Jerry Jones would take that says, hey, we'll give you this, but you're not involved anymore. You can't do anything. You make no decisions.
Wow.
We don't even want you at the games. Like you have to leave the Metroplex.
Hey, no radio. You would do no Tuesday radio for him?
Nothing. None of that stuff. Is there a number that exists that he would agree to?
I would think BK, in his mind, that would be 20 itself right there to get him totally away.
Not enough. I don't think he would say yes to that. Nope.
You didn't think he would say to $20 billion just to get him,
No.
you still have some ownership, but we don't want you around? That's not enough for him?
No, because this is not a money thing. I mean, obviously he makes a ton of money. He already has by owning this franchise as long as he has. This is like his fantasy team. I mean, this is like
what is
his.
that? What does he think he's going to live till he's 100?
Well, he wants to keep it in the family. I mean, he probably does, to answer your question. But then, he wants Steven to take over, and then he wants the grandkids to take over. Like, he wants
Wow.
this to be his lasting legacy. And it's like this stays in the family until the end of time. So I don't know if 20 bill, as crazy as that sounds, like I don't think Jerry would be willing to give up the power that he has with the Cowboys for that amount of money.
Wow.
I don't know if we'll ever know the true answer to that question. I'd love to give him some truth serum and see what he says. But yeah, I don't know. Cowboys value just went up a lot if they ever think about
Yeah, I
selling.
mean, for an individual, what is enough? I mean, there's some individuals enough's not enough, but I mean, once you get to 4 or 5 billion, I mean, what is enough? I mean, what are you going to do? You don't have enough time to live to spend it all, you know?
Right.
But
Yeah,
like you said, it's so that he's remembered by everybody for generations. That's what he wants.
right. That's what he cares about.
He's not. Is he caring about winning?
You tell me, Buck.
Yeah, I think I think Jerry Jones wants to win. I just think he wants it all. He wants to have every part of it. You know, he's not willing to sacrifice the little things for winning. He wants it all. He wants all the money. He wants to win at the same time. He wants to know that he's the king. You know, that he's the chief. He makes all the decisions. And if it doesn't win, this is just the way it's going to go. He wants it his way. Period.
Of course he does. Yeah, I think like he wants to win. There's no doubt he wants to win, but I think he'd rather lose his way than just win.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what's sad about it. He would rather, his way.
Yeah, I mean, look, if he really wanted to win, if that was his number one priority, he would have hired a real GM to help his team win. Like he would do what every other successful owner in sports does right
Yeah, he
now.
wants to do it his way. He wants you to think that his way is the way to do it.
Exactly. So, I mean, he's been doing the same thing. Like what other sports franchise lets a GM stick around for 30 years and run the team into the ground? It doesn't happen.
No.
You see GMs get fired after like 1 and 2 years nowadays. And the Cowboys haven't won jack you know what in 3 decades, and they're not changing anything.
No, they're not. They're
generally he wants to win.
When you're not winning, you start making changes. They don't make changes.
No, exactly.
They just go hire a coach from down the hall.
It's my way or the highway, you know, and it's always my way for Jerry Jones. That's how it's got to be.
That's why we'll be making money off the Dallas Cowboys again this season, folks.
Betting against him?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Yeah, the Cowboys are okay. I mean, they've got a good enough roster to make the playoffs this year, but do they have a good enough roster, and do they have a good enough coach to do anything if they get to the playoffs?
They have shoddy. That's all you need to know.
I know. Yeah, my answer to that would be no. Like, I don't think they're on the same level as Philadelphia or Washington or Detroit or the Rams.
They're on the level of just barely below Cincy.
Yeah, I guess. Like, different conference, I guess. You don't have to compete with them for a playoff spot.
They're similar to them.
Yeah, I think like Cincinnati's probably a wild card team. I think Dallas has a good chance to be a wild card team this year. I think Cincy's better than Dallas, if we're being perfectly honest. Like,
yeah, if you had to play them on a Sunday.
Yeah, if they played on a neutral field, I would bet on the Bengals to win.
Sure.
But yeah, it's like Dallas could sneak into the playoffs as a 6 or a 7 seed this year in the NFC, and I think they'd probably have a very short stay if they got in.
Yeah, John's right. Wanting to win and trying to win are two different things.
Everybody wants to win, but doing the things that you need to do to actually win. Actions speak louder than words, Buck. I'm coming with all the cliches and all.
You got them all this week. You got all those terms down.
Yeah, a lot of coach speak, I guess. But yeah, that's not the Cowboys bit right now, and that's why I would love Jerry Jones to pull a genie bus and sell the team.
Now we're not trying to get rid of Jerry. We're just trying him to sell out now.
Or maybe, look, Jerry Buss is dead, right? The guy who bought the team, the guy who ran the team forever, he passed away. And, it was the kid who decided to sell the majority stake in the team. So maybe we've all talked about, all right, the Cowboys can actually start winning again when Jerry dies. We're all a little bit worried about Steven because he sure feels like an apple that didn't fall very far from the tree.
I'm thinking the same thing, man. I'm thinking that guy is no.
But it's
He's not gonna make any great decisions when the old man's gone either.
Will Steven be genie bust and say, "Hey, Dad's gone. I can make a ton of money selling this thing. I'm out, and we're out."
Hey, because they're not going to ask him to stick around when they sell anything to anybody.
If they're smart, they won't.
They won't even ask him to be a season ticket holder.
No. They'll ask him to go leave, go run some other franchise into the ground, please. All right, we'll take your thoughts. Some good NBA conversation, localizing things, bringing it back to the Dallas Cowboys. Game 7, of course, of the NBA Finals coming up Sunday night, so we'll recap it on Monday. And the Buck has 23,000 units on Oklahoma City, minus 8.5 right now. So there is the Bucks pick, tail or fade accordingly. All right, we've got some Texas football to dive into. Some exciting news regarding the face of the 2026 Longhorn recruiting class. We will dive into that here in a moment. But first, how about a few sponsor shout-outs?
What a great day to head over to Sue Patrick's, folks. 5222 Burnett Road and pick up all those wonderful polos that they have there. They've got the hats, they've got the T-shirts, they've got everything. They've got the schedule glasses there, and they've got tons of them. Plus, they've got free parking. It's kind of warm back here, so you want that free parking. You want to be able to go a couple yards, and you're right there at the store, and they would love to have you there, believe me. As I said, tons of hats, Texas-themed items all over the place at Sue Patrick. Love the place. They offer free shipping on online orders over $49. As I said, free curbside pickup. Go to SuePatrick.com for more information. We love the folks over at 5222 Burnett Road, and that would be Sue Patrick.
Yes, indeed. Don't forget your Texas Softball National Championship gear.
Indeed.
They've restocked. They've got the shirts. They've got the jerseys. They've got everything you need to rep the best team in college softball. Love Sue Patrick. Also love Hurricane Hecht.
Now you're talking.
Yeah, baby. There's a new lawyer in town. When the storm hits, you call Hurricane Hecht. That's Ryan Hurricane Hecht, your go-to personal injury attorney right here in Austin. If you've been hurt in a car accident, hurt on the job, if a dog bit you, anything like that.
What happened if the lady grabbed you by the hair on a plane and you wanted to get after her?
Lady grabs you by the hair on the plane, you want to get after her, you call Hurricane Hecht. You know why?
Why's that?
Because he's going to flood your pockets with cash.
Nice.
How about that? Yeah, Hurricane
What if you're
Hecht.
the black guy and she turns around and says, "Hey, black guy, you're involved, huh?"
I don't know if that's a personal injury. I don't know if someone just says black guy. I don't know if
we do it every morning.
that might come as a bit of a shock or surprise, but I don't know if you
cash off that.
I don't know. Hey, call Hurricane Hecht. He'll answer any questions
That's right.
you have.
Find out.
He'll be there for you every step of the way. He's a proud Texan. He's a Texas grad, and he is a friend of the show and a fighter for the people. He's a super compassionate guy. I've known him for years. He's been a great friend of mine for a decade plus. He'll take care of you, but he is aggressive in the courtroom, and he's going to get the money that you deserve. Don't let the insurance companies push you around. Let Hurricane Hecht blow their case wide open. And the best part, you don't pay Hurricane Hecht unless you win. That's right. No fees unless he's able to get money in your pocket. Give him a call today, 512-938-8929, or just save that number in your phone so you've got it whenever you need it, 512-938-8929, or email him, ryan@hechtlawfirm.com, and tell him that Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you.
By the way, for I think Big John, who is on our text line, he's one of those mullet open shirts. I got a couple for Rodney, but I've got probably about 5 or 6 that are double X. So if you're a big man and you want one of these nice golf shirts, get BK, get the address of where you live. I'll send it to you, as a matter of fact. You won't have to do anything. You don't have to pick it up from anything. I'll put it in the mail and get it to you. But right. I just don't want to give these. I don't know. I don't see too many double XL, homeless dudes, that I give out shirts to and stuff. Well, it's not. But double X is just a big man. So I've got a couple of those, and, I could walk around wearing them as night shirts, but I don't want the collared night shirt. It's a nice looking shirt, but I've kept Rodney's, but I have about 5 or 6 of the others. So I think John was asking BK if he could get one of those, or somebody that wasn't around wanted to know if they could, but they're all double X's. They're not, there's no XL or mediums. I don't have all sizes. I just have double X, and they're hard to get rid of.
All right. Yeah. If you're interested in a double XL mullet open polo shirt. And these
Yes.
are nice polos. It's the moisture wicking material.
Yep. The one that
Perfect.
Rodney's wife said he looks good in. So, if she's saying that dude looks good in it,
Perfect.
it must be a good looking shirt.
Yeah, because that guy's ugly as hell. So that shirt has a lot of power if it's able to make double R look good, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so let us know. Hit us up on the Coda text line because, we don't want you putting your address out on
Yes.
YouTube or on Facebook, but on the Coda text line, only we have access to that. So if you're interested, we've got what you said, 5 or 6 of them available.
Yes.
So the first, 5 or 6 people, I don't know if we'll get that many, maybe we'll get more, but if you are interested in a 2X mullet open shirt for the 2025 mullet open, hit us up, the Coda text line 512-222-9328, and we'll pass that info to the Buck, and the Buck will pass those shirts along to you.
Oh, listen, I got the new scam out on me because they know that I get scammed pretty easily. Is some lady that's been that texted me and said, "Aren't you Ann, the saleswoman?" And then she says her name, and then she sends me a photo. It's this Asian lady, really pretty with big boobs.
Hang on.
Yeah.
That wasn't a hang on like stop. That was a hang on like, all right, now I'm interested.
Yeah. She says, I took this picture while playing golf with my bestie some time ago. Do you remember me? So she sends me this text like I'm another lady, and she goes, "Why aren't you answering me? She says, "I don't know why you don't read my messages, but didn't say anything. Are you too busy at work to take care of this?" Sounds like maybe she's having a baby or something. I hope you don't let work take too much of your time and take care of yourself. But she sent me this picture of her. Boy, she's pretty.
So, okay, was this all in the span of one day, or was this spaced out over a week,
It's
over a
spaced
month?
out over 2 days. Because I wrote back, and as my wife says, "Why do you even text back, period?"
Yeah, your wife is right.
I just said wrong person. That's all I put down is wrong. I didn't give a number. I didn't say a message, wrong person.
Mm-hmm.
And then they came back with the, "Aren't you Ann?" And I didn't even text back like, "No, I'm not Ann." I just stopped then.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, you can block that number if you want, or for the sake of show content, you can keep texting back and forth and see where
Have
this
a
thing goes.
conversation.
Just don't give out your credit card or any money or anything like that. But I am very intrigued by where this woman named Ann, this Asian woman, you said?
No, she's Brittany. That's her name.
She's
She's
Brittany,
looking
but
for Ann, the
she's
sales
looking
lady.
for Ann. Okay, so she thinks you're Ann, but she's Brittany.
Yes.
Okay, and you got a picture? She sent you a picture of her?
Yeah, she sent me a picture with golf gear on. I may even play golf with. I would think of playing golf here.
Yeah, invite her out to a round somewhere.
With the Texas Cheaters?
Yeah, tell her to come play. Hey, you and the boys have a round of golf at Lake Cliff coming up, and boom, we'd like for you to join.
This has got to be a scam. When you tell somebody the wrong number and they're still trying to contact you, something's up here.
Definitely. No, it's 100% a scam. And your wife is right. You shouldn't have responded, and now you're doing the right thing by not responding any further. They're looking for money out of you somehow, some way.
Sure?
They're looking for your address, or they're looking for something to get something.
What if this is a daughter that may have happened in college or something?
She thinks your name is Ann? What, did you go by Ann in college?
Maybe she just says daddy to me. That's all I need.
I know you have some weird college stories, but I didn't realize you went by Ann and you were a woman at one point back in your.
No, I'll send you the picture sometime. You'll get a kick out of it. I'm like, this is weird.
I was going to say, I almost want you to hold it up to the camera so the class can see,
No, the class doesn't need to see this.
You described a pretty attractive woman, so I'm pretty intrigued here.
Oh, no, she's attractive. It's just, I don't know what it's all about. I don't know. I'm not the salesperson Ann that she met a ways back.
Yeah. No, I mean, I get those scam texts all the time. I mean, I got somebody just for a random number who sent me a picture that says we are hiring.
Yeah, I got a couple of those like we're hiring that they didn't send me a picture, but we're hiring. We want you, here's how much you can make in a month.
Yeah, I get all these debt collector texts, which maybe I actually owe money, but I'm just pretending they're scams, so I'm not responding to those.
Yeah,
I don't know.
They're in high level stuff right now. I got something from the toll toll department.
The toll people. You owe like 47 states toll.
Your license is going to be revoked here shortly,
Yeah.
And my wife just tells me, don't answer that. But, I did call the Texas Department of Motor Vehicles and asked, well, I said, generally toll stuff comes in the mail. They said, yes, we don't text anybody.
Yeah, no, that's a very popular one nowadays. The someone posing as a toll company will tell you owe them money, and then they'll ask for your credit card or they'll ask for a payment, and then boom, all of a sudden you're in trouble.
Yeah, and I know I've been naive in the past about messing with stuff like that. But I'll just say this: you can get an older person. I'm just turning 70. You can get somebody in their 90s this way.
For sure. Oh, they target the old. Like, they absolutely target the old. And the older you get, the more you're going to be targeted.
Dude, they need to put those people underneath the jail. Do they ever catch these damn people? That's the thing about it. How do they keep going? What do they ever catch them?
I don't know. I don't know how much time we spend trying to catch them, but yeah, do they care about these small money scams, these small money grabs that people are trying to do, or is it just not worth police's time, the FBI's time? I don't know who even investigates stuff like this.
But they take their savings. They crush these people.
They do. Oh my God, they crush them. It's horrible to hear these stories of. Yeah, it's not just old people, but I feel like it happens more to old people where they just give their bank. People pose as their kid, Buck, and like AI is so good right now. Like these scammers can call you, and if you answer the phone and just say hello, like hello, is anybody there? They could record your voice. They could take your voice, put it into some software, and like replicate a conversation that you would have to where with your voice. They're asking for your bank account. Hey, Mom.
Yeah, but Brittany may be my child. I mean, that may be my child, so I have to be careful. She sent me the picture.
No.
She looks a little like me. Her eyes are kind of a little tight. I mean, she's Asian. There's no doubt about it. But
you're not Asian. What do you mean she looks like you? How is that? How does that look like you?
I had fun at BC. I mean, come on.
Is she full Asian or half Asian? I guess if she's Blasian, then it could be you.
Yeah, she would be too young.
We need Maury Povich on the case.
By the way, she would be too young, as a matter of fact. As I'm looking at her, she's way too young. Even if it was back in college, she'd be older looking.
Yeah. So no, it's fake. But I'm telling you, that's the technology that we have nowadays, where it can they can get someone who sounds exactly like your kid to call the mom or the dad and say, hey, I'm in a tough spot. I need money. Can you give me your bank account information, or can you wire me $100,000? And then they just like, yeah, sure. What's your bank account number? They give a fake bank account, and then boom, all of a sudden the money goes. So there you go.
Says, no, the class needs to see.
Yeah, you can't be advertising something like that and then not showing the people. What do you mean? It's disrespectful.
I get in trouble for showing?
No, shoot, some of the stuff that we show. A little higher up. Okay. So that is Brittany.
Yeah.
And you're Ann.
Yeah.
All right. Not bad.
Somebody's going to say, hey, wait a minute. That's my wife.
Yeah, that's just
everybody's working scams on the side.
Some picture somebody got on the internet for sure.
Oh, that's crazy.
That is crazy.
People, I just don't understand why people want to cheat somebody like that. That's just.
You don't understand why people want free money? What do you mean?
It's not free money. It's just you're wrecking somebody's life.
Yeah, it's free money to you.
I guess.
If you can get somebody on that, then that's better than working a job.
Nice Photoshop. No, that's not Pam Cummings.
You can get 6 figures out of one scam phone call of some 85-year-old broad.
Not me and Pam's illegitimate child. No.
Oh, is that what people are saying right now?
Yes.
Maybe it is. But Pam wasn't Asian either, so I don't think that unless you guys adopted somebody, that'd be a twist to the Bucky Godbolt story right there for sure. All right, quick shout out to centextickets.com. If you're in the market for tickets for anything, sporting events, concerts, comedy shows, festivals, you name it, you could get your seats online at centextickets.com. Don't forget to use the promo code CENTEX10 when you check out. You'll get 10% off of your ticket purchase, and you can use that code for one ticket. You can use that code if you're buying tickets for the entire family. If you could use that code for any event, anytime. Just type in Centex10 at checkout. You're going to get 10% off from our great friends at centextickets.com. All right, we got to get into this Texas football story, Buck.
Yes, sir.
The Longhorns quarterback commit for the upcoming class of 2026, Diabell, was named Elite 11 MVP yesterday. He's been out there all week long competing against some of the other top quarterbacks from across the country in the class of 2026 at the Elite 11 quarterback camp, and Diabell was named MVP yesterday. He is the first Texas Longhorn to take home that honor. That's a pretty big deal because, again, you are going up against the best of the best in your year, and they only name one of these every year, and Diabell gets that honor, and he's the first Texas quarterback to get that. And there have been some big-name Texas quarterbacks who have participated in this event in the past. Vince Young was there, Chance Mock, Garrett Gilbert, Shane Buechele, Sam Ellinger, Hudson Card, Quinn Ewers. All of those guys have been at this camp. Obviously, in previous years, none of them were ever named MVP. Diabell, the first Texas quarterback, again, to be named Elite 11 MVP.
Now, do these kids still go to like the Manning camp?
Yes, the Manning Passing Academy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's still a thing too. And Arch Manning did not go to the Elite 11 camp because, if you're curious, Arch didn't win. Is that a bad thing? What's the deal there? Arch Manning only did the Manning Passing Academy, understandably so.
Sure. What else did he need?
Yeah, exactly. But a lot of guys do both. I mean, it's just an opportunity to showcase your skills in front of some important people. And there's a lot of, premier coaches who are there. It's not just like, you're throwing the ball in front of fans. Like, no, you're actually learning and honing your craft and trying to get better. So it's a big deal to get invited to this thing, right? Only the best of the best even get invitations to Elite 11. Elite 11, it's in the name. But, to win MVP obviously means you go above and beyond. And that's what Diabell did this week in California.
That's awesome.
It's a big deal. And you've had some previous good winners of this award, like Caleb Williams won this in his final year of high school. Cade Klubnik won this in his final year of high school football, obviously at Westlake. C.J. Stroud, Tua Tagovailoa, Matt Stafford, Jameis Winston, Justin Fields.
This thing's been going on a long time.
Yeah, since 1999. Since 1999. Wow. Now, not every quarterback who has won this award has panned out as a great college quarterback or a great NFL quarterback. Like Jackson Arnold won this thing in 2022.
Yeah, that story hasn't been truly written yet, so.
Yeah, maybe he just needed to leave Oklahoma, and now he'll actually be good.
Just need to get away from the guy in a fire hose, maybe.
Yeah, he was sucking on too many fire hoses with Brent Venables, I guess, or he was spending too much time on customink.com making T-shirts. Brent Venables needs a job at Waterloo. You think our guy Adam will hire Brent Venables once he gets fired at OU?
Yeah, we need a new T-shirt.
We need a new T-shirt guy. We need a new T-shirt model or T-shirt printer. Come work for us, Brent.
No, he's getting ready to be back in the defensive coordinator business again here shortly.
Yeah, I think you're probably right there. So not all of these winners, turn out to be great, but a lot of big names, guys who turned out to be great college quarterbacks, guys who turned out to be great NFL quarterbacks have participated in this event and have been named MVP of this event. So I think it's a good thing for Texas fans. And Diabell is currently ranked as the third best QB in this class. He's also ranked as the top player in the state of Florida. He's the 13th best player overall. So a true, bona fide, legit, consensus, unanimous 5-star, whatever word you want to use. And, Texas went after him early. Texas got him to commit very early, and he has never wavered in his commitment. A lot of Florida schools have been trying to convince him to flip and stay in state. But as long as Steve Sarkisian's still coaching the University of Texas, Diabell will be ending up at the University of Texas. So
yeah, I would say.
Very, very exciting stuff right there. And you think about just the future of the Texas quarterback room. I mean, the Longhorns are in such a good spot at the most important position in the sport, right? And that's a big part of why Texas went out and hired Sark in the first place. He's known as the quarterback whisperer.
Yes.
Right? He's got a long proven track record of evaluating and developing quarterbacks into great players. Back to his time at USC and at Washington and at Alabama and obviously now at Texas. That was a big part of the appeal to Steve Sarkisian, and he's done a tremendous job bringing in talented quarterbacks, and we'll see if that development continues to go in the right direction as well.
Yeah, if
But
Jackson Arnold really becomes something special, boy, OU will catch a bunch of it.
oh my God, yeah,
If
and
that guy
at
goes to
Auburn
Auburn,
too.
which Auburn thinks they'll be better because they probably think they're going to be better every year.
And
If
Auburn's
he
not that good either.
but if he changes the fate of Auburn football, boy, will OU catch it. Will that group at OU catch it big time?
That's a great thought, right? Like, because everyone's trying to figure out like what's the magic number of games Venables needs to win to keep his job.
Yep.
Like,
I
okay,
say 8.
yeah, if Oklahoma goes 8-4, like that's a step in the right direction after 6-7. They've got a very
Sure.
tough schedule, so there'd be some quality wins in that 8
Yeah, it only
4.
gives him another year. That's all. It doesn't give him 2 years.
Well, my question would be like, what happens if Jackson Arnold goes 10-2 at Auburn this year? And he
Oh,
looks really good. Like I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think Jackson Arnold's that good. But like if he goes there and looks great and he's better than John Mateer,
wow.
and does that maybe change Oklahoma's fans' opinion
I know
of
what it
their head
does. If they
coach?
win 7, he may still be gone. And if all those
Right.
other things happen, he may be gone.
Like that's an interesting sort of side plot to the main story here. Is like if Jackson Arnold is great at Auburn, does Brent Venables catch a little more heat? What happens if OU wins a
He's not
national?
going to do that at Auburn, is he? I mean, I've watched that kid. I've been looking at him, and there was such a high hopes for him. He's not that good. I mean, even when you see him when he looks like he's going to be okay, he doesn't look okay.
Fair question. Sooner Cowboys. What happens if OU wins a national championship? Well, you turn off your Xbox and go to bed. Sooner Cowboys. That would be my answer to that question.
Quit playing games, will you?
Quit playing games, would you? And John, wonders about Dillon Gabriel. Look, Dillon Gabriel was very good at Oklahoma for
Yes,
his
he
1 year
was.
there. He was better at Oregon. Oregon had more talent around him. I think that was a part of Gabriel looking good. But yeah, Jackson Arnold looked horrible. Dillon Gabriel, they won 10 games with that dude. They beat Texas that year. So
Yes.
Dillon Gabriel was a very good find by Venables, and he had a great year in Norman. If Jackson Arnold, who got benched like multiple times for OU, looks like a future first-round pick at
Wow.
Auburn, then that's an indictment against the T-shirt model, I think. So, but for Texas bringing things back to Austin, I mean, just you look at the future of the quarterback room, right? You've got Arch Manning as your starter this year. We think there's a very good chance Arch Manning is the starter next year in 2026. You've got, Trey Owens and KJ Lacey waiting in the wing. You'll have Dia Bell on campus as well. Like Steve Sarkisian has created just a pipeline of really good quarterbacks. And the way things are, look, odds are someone's going to transfer at some point. It's a minor miracle that nobody really, Malik Murphy left the program, I guess, but, Texas has still been able to keep a really good lineage of quarterbacks, waiting in the wings at Texas. That's a great position to be in, where you're bringing in a top flight QB in every single recruiting cycle. So even if you miss on one guy, you're going to miss on somebody. You're not going to bring in, like, these high school recruiting services are never perfect. Coaches' evals are never perfect. Some guy you bring in just isn't going to be as good as you think he is.
Yes.
Well, the good news is there's a guy in the class before and the guy in the class after that you feel really good about, who probably is going to turn into something pretty good.
Well, you've been in a situation where you don't have to have that dynamic freshman that comes out of high school and has to start and really boost up your team as a freshman. He gets to mature a little bit. He gets to sit around and look at your offense for a year or two and then be ready to play. Texas hadn't had to all of a sudden bring a guy in, as a freshman. He's got to play now. We got to get him in there. We can't be in the SEC, or we can't be in the Big 12 where we need a freshman to come in and do it immediately. They haven't been under the gun like that, which has been great. And it doesn't look like they're going to be under for them about the next 6-7 years.
That's a great point, Buck. Like, look at Michigan, right? Another blue blood, big conference program.
They have to have some guy that they paid a bunch of money to come in and start.
Yeah, like they paid Bryce Underwood $10 million, and he's probably your week 1 starter for Michigan this year as a freshman.
Dude, that guy has to be good.
I know. It's crazy. You're paying him that much, but you'd love to give him time to develop, right? Like sit and learn from somebody and just learn the playbook and all of those things. But Michigan doesn't have that luxury. Texas right now does. So even if Arch Manning does leave after this year, even if he is one and done as a starter,
right,
Trey Owens will be going into his third year in 2026, and KJ Lacey will be going into his second year in 2026. So you've got guys who, just like Arch Manning going into his third year. It's his first year as a starter, but third year with the program. You got guys who already know the playbook, know what is expected from them in the Steve Sarkisian offense,
know the
their
players,
teammates.
know the team, know the coaches.
Yeah, that's a healthy situation to be in. And that's why it's so important to recruit the quarterback position. And it's so important to bring in one guy that you feel good about every single year, so you're not having to rely on the transfer portal to go get it. Obviously, Sark had to do that to get Quinn. That was early in the program. He was still trying to figure things out. He was taking over with what Tom Herman had left him. I don't think Sark ever wants to use the portal for a quarterback if he doesn't have to.
Yeah, and that's I think you can do it that way. You can start to build your future like that if you're at places like say like SMU. They had that freshman that got all that playing time. They're going to have quarterbacks that want to come there because they feel like that guy won't be there, but they get a chance to learn from a guy like that. But when you're pushed into the point of you got to get a high school kid to come in there and be the guy immediately. Now, did Klubnik, did he start as a freshman? Did he have to come in there behind all that? See, he got pushed in pretty early. I mean, he could have been a better player if he had a chance to really sit for 2 years, probably.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's the case with everybody, right? Like,
sure, it should be. I mean, at that position, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, sometimes true freshmen can come in and just be great right off the bat. Like Trevor Lawrence.
Who's like who has Vince Young, unbelievable athletic ability that just can make it happen when things break down and the mental part starts to fade away. I mean, his athletic ability can get you away where he can take off down the field for 30 yards,
Yeah, but I mean, VY didn't start his first year at Texas, Like
yeah, but those are the type of players I said that may be able to come in and really do something for your program.
Sure. I think the best trying to think who's the best like true freshman quarterback the sport has seen. I mean, Trevor Lawrence was awesome as a true freshman at Clemson.
Yes, he was.
He was one of those dudes where it's like, oh yeah. I mean, people are talking about that guy like, oh, if he could go pro after his freshman year, he's going to be the first overall pick in the draft. He was that good. But yeah, more often than not, I mean, there have been redshirt freshmen who have won the Heisman at quarterback and who have won national championships. But it's super rare that a guy literally can just come straight from the high school ranks, even in the early enrollee era of college football that we have now.
I agree. There hadn't been a lot of that.
No. So, yeah, you want to give your guys some time to figure things out. And, yeah, I mean, Texas.
Bryce Young was one.
Of that. Did Bryce Young start as a true freshman?
I think maybe a redshirt freshman where he got on the field, and he was an exceptional player.
Yeah, like Johnny Football, redshirt freshman, won the Heisman. Like that, still incredibly impressive, no doubt. To do that in your first year as a starter is ridiculous. But again, he at least had a year to learn the system, learn his teammates, see what the college game looks like.
Absolutely.
So that's the fact that Arch is going into his third year, right? He's had 2 years to do those kind of things. And then, Trey Owens will have 2 to 3 years, and KJ Lacey will have 2 years. And it's just, that's the sign. There are plenty of signs to point to. Yeah, plenty of signs to point to that, here's why Texas is a healthy program. Again, the most important position in the sport, being able to develop guys instead of rushing them in and throwing them into the fire the minute they step foot on your campus. That's big time. That's what you want right there.
Oh, yeah, there's no doubt. I like that. I like that system. That's a great way to make sure that your most important position gets a chance to mature with the rest of the team, not just offense, but people get to know that person because they put a lot of faith in that dude.
Yeah, and here's how Texas can kind of reap the benefits of Dia Bell winning the Elite 11 MVP. Dia Bell will actually be at Texas this weekend. Like, he's already committed, but he's just coming on an official visit because he can. But he's also going to be doing some peer recruiting this weekend too. And that's a nice selling point. Like, hey, all of these other quarterbacks in this class, they're pretty good, but I just competed against them for a week, and they said I was better than all of them. So don't you guys want to play with me? Don't you want me as your quarterback?
This is a big, obviously it's a big weekend.
Yeah.
Getting towards the end of June.
Yeah, it is. I mean, this is the last big official visit weekend that Texas has. I think there are 19 players expected to be on campus this weekend, all for the class of 2026. Well, guys going into their final years of high school football. It's some big names that Texas is going after. So to have, I think there are 4 or 5 current Texas commits who will be in town this weekend, but to have the face of your class, to have that quarterback, I mean, we saw what the Arch Manning effect was. I don't think Diabell's going to have that type of impact because his last name isn't Manning. But like once Arch Manning committed to Texas, all of these guys started flocking to Texas. It's like, oh yeah, I want to be on that guy's team. I don't want to have to be going up against that dude.
Yeah,
I
if
want
I'm
to
a
be
young wide receiver and I see that, who else is coming here?
Yeah, running back, offensive lineman. Hell, if you're on defense, I don't want to have to play defense against Manning. He's going to make me look bad if he's anything like his uncles.
Sure.
So, like, that's big. So, to get Diabell here, like last year, Texas had KJ Lacey, their quarterback commit, on campus for the final big official visit weekend of the summer. And, I mean, Texas got Jamie French, Kalik Lockett, and Nick Townsend to commit following that weekend. So you get the quarterback here, you get him doing a little peer recruiting, like that can make a big impact in your overall class.
No doubt.
And Diabell, again, winning Elite 11 MVP. That's a pretty cool badge of honor for him, but I think something that is really going to benefit Texas on the recruiting trail in this class as well. So there you go. Congrats to Diabell. By the way, son of Raja Bell, Buck. I know we've talked about this before, but longtime NBA pest.
Yep.
Raja Bell. That guy was a fiery competitor, and that guy was willing to do whatever it took to win. Any Spurs fan knows that. So
this kid, what's his size? How big is this dude? He sounds like a big dude.
That's a good genes right there for Diabell. I think he's 6'2", 6'3".
Okay.
I'm going to double check and make sure I'm right on that one. Yeah, listed at 6'2 and a half, 215. So pretty well built right now.
Absolutely.
And again, still has 1 year left of high school ball, but 5-star consensus, 5-star player, the 3rd-ranked quarterback in the state. And anytime you're the top-ranked player in the state of Florida, Buck, think about all the talent that comes out of the Sunshine State every year.
Yeah, that means the Sunshine State teams are still going to be all over you. Yeah, every day, all day.
Well, who do you want to learn?
Recruiters are going to come in there. They're not stopping.
Who do you want to learn the quarterback position from? Mike Norvell, Mario Cristobal, Billy Napier, or Steve Sarkisian?
Yeah, none of the other dudes. No thanks. I'm going to pass on that.
Like Norvell's on a pretty hot seat. Napier's on a scorching hot seat. Cristobal better figure it out at some point soon. Otherwise, he will be on a hot seat.
Yes.
Then you got a guy who's gotten 2 straight contract extensions because he's doing such a good job. And
no, none of those other guys. Those other guys, you're right. They're on hot. Some of them are on hot seats from game 1.
Sure. So I think there's look, obviously there's a chance that one of those Florida schools just tries to drop a bag on Diabell, but maybe the good news for Texas is, well, his dad was a longtime NBA player, so money is not in serious need for them. At least you would think. Hopefully Raja Bell's done well with his money, but that I'm sure Texas, maybe they're doing something in NIL for Diabell, but more of it is, hey, where can I get developed? Where can I win? And how do I turn into a really good NFL quarterback at some point down the line?
No doubt.
That's what I think Texas can offer way more than any of those Florida schools, at least at this moment in time. All right, we'll take your thoughts. Dakota text line 512-222-9328. Number of you texting in about the Mullet Open shirts. So thank you for your text. We will respond to those after the show. But it looks like we got 3, 4, maybe even 5 folks responding, looking for those Mullet Open shirts.
That's good. Now, I'll be glad to just send them off. Big
time stuff. Thank you for offering that one, Buck. All right, we got plenty more to get to. We got to talk a little golf. Scotty Scheffler in the lead after the first round of the Travelers Championship. Also, Jordan Spieth did something for the first time in his career yesterday. We've got to talk about that. We've got some random stuff. And again, I'm going to need some help from the people about what I need to wear to this wedding that I am going to this weekend, because I'm very confused by the invitation. So we got to get your help.
Please don't tell me it's semi-formal.
I wish it was semi-formal, because I would actually know what to wear if it was semi-formal. This is a new type of attire that I've never heard of before.
Shorts?
It doesn't
with
say
black
shorts.
Socks?
If it said shorts and black socks, I would know exactly what to wear. I wouldn't need anybody's help.
Yeah, because you've been seen in 6th Street with shorts and black socks.
I think I have rocked the shorts and black socks look before.
Nice.
I don't know if you wear slides with those. What kind of shoes do you wear at an event with that attire?
Wow, that's going to be interesting. I can't wait for you to ask that, because I've been at those, formal only weddings where everybody shows up. Nobody's wearing a bow tie. Everybody's got a tie on. And they call that. I said, that's not formal attire. That's just regular wedding attire.
Right.
They can't make a decision. Well, let me
Always.
tell folks about my back and how my back is feeling today. I got a little workout in there yesterday. And folks, I'm in my chair today. Man, my relaxed back chair feels absolutely great. And if you've got problems with your thoracic, lumbar areas, shoulders, hips, please go to our friends at Relax the Back. You will find something, an accessory there that's going to make you feel absolutely great. And then I guarantee you this, if you have back problems, they have something there for you, whether it's a zero gravity recliner, Tempur-Pedic pillows, mattresses, but they've got something that's going to ease your pain. 2 great locations in Bee Caves at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin, a few people up north at the Gateway Shopping Center right across from Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And now a word from our great friends out at Covert Bee Cave.
It's really a family experience. I walked in the showroom today and everybody greeted me by name. How are you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Yes, sir. Love the Covert family. If you're in the market for a pre or new owned car, truck, or SUV, go see our great friends at Covert Bee Cave. And if you are in the market for a TV upgrade,
oh yeah,
call our friends at AV Consultations, the best in the business. They've been hooking up Central Texas since 1988, and they can hook you up as well. If you're looking for that home theater room that you've always wanted, if you want that man cave, you're building a new home, you got a new office coming, you want a couple of big screens so you can watch all of the sports while you're working, quote unquote working, AV Consultations can do that for you. If you want a patio TV setup, right, in your backyard so you can enjoy some of this warm weather that we've got here in Central Texas, AV Consultations can make it happen for you. All of the TVs, the great surround sound, all of the badass Sonos equipment you can get. They do whole home lighting. They do surveillance. They do everything. Call AV Consultations. They've hooked up a bunch of the TSU staff with the home TV setups of our dreams. They can do the same for you. Just give them a call, 512-255-8678. Once again, that's 255-8678, or find them online at avconsultations.com.
I want to thank Mike McCall and all his diligent work out here for what we did in putting in glass and then screen windows. I mean, this is a little difficult situation when you have all screens and then you want glass put in and they got to reframe it and you live in a wind tunnel. Believe me, it's difficult. But boy, these guys have come back, BK, until it's done just the way Mama wanted it to be done, because that's what's most important is when you have something done, whether it's your bathroom or your kitchen and a remodel, Mama's going to say, this is how I want it done, and this is just the way, and they did it just the way she wanted it to be done. So I can't be happier with the work of Mike McCall and his staff. So I appreciate what they've done. McCall Custom Homes.
Yeah, McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. If you're trying to do something like the Buck, or if you have a kitchen that needs upgrading, a bathroom that you want remodeled, they'll do it all for you. McCall Custom Homes, and they've been doing it in Central Texas for 40 years, so they know what they are doing, and they will take care of you. We trust our places to McCall Custom Homes, and you should too. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com, or you can reach out to Mike directly, 512-633-9580. All right, Buck. Scotty Scheffler, pretty good start to his.
Oh, yeah, I watched yesterday. I watched a little bit of that.
There we go. Yeah, he won this event last year, trying to go back-to-back, and he's off to a great start. How about an 8-under 62 for Scotty Scheffler out at the Travelers? He was tied with Austin Eckroat, an 8-under par. You ever heard of that guy?
I've heard. Yeah, he's been in and out. He'll be done by today.
Okay, yeah, Scotty Scheffler tees off at, I believe, 9:35 Central Time, so shortly after we get off the air.
See who Scotty was playing with?
No.
I think he was playing with J.J. Spawn.
Oh, nice.
J.J. looked like he had lost a few pounds over the week.
You think so?
Yeah, he was ready to go. I was trying to check out. He's just a stout little short guy.
why is J.J. Spawn playing? I mean, good for him for playing, but
I mean, like you, wouldn't you be taking off a couple of weeks?
I was going to say, man, I just won $4 million last weekend. I'm going to enjoy myself and spend a little bit of that. No?
He was not on his putting game yesterday. He was a bit off, I'll say.
Yeah, J.J. Spawn is in a tie for 61st place right now. He shot 3 over.
Yeah.
He's 11 back of the leaders. I mean, you got to scroll towards the very bottom of the leaderboard to find J.J.
You
Spawn's
think he's
name.
very interested in this week?
No, that's why I'm surprised he's even playing this week. But, maybe he'll be done after today, so he'll get to enjoy the weekend.
That's true.
Interesting. You think he's lost some weight? Maybe when you cry as much as he did last week, you shed a few lbs.
Guy's a winner, man.
Come on, no. He earned those tears last weekend. That guy spent a lot of time to get to that spot, and
oh yeah,
that was a cool moment to see at the U.S. Open. But Scotty Scheffler off to a great start again, tied for the lead right now after round one. You've got a lot of big names in contention. Again, we've only played one round here, but Rory McIlroy, Keegan Bradley, and Wyndham Clark are all tied for third right now, 2 shots back of the lead. Cam Young is in the mix. Patrick Cantlay is in the mix. Jason Day, Tommy Fleetwood, Victor Hovland. All of those dudes are in the top 10. So, we kind of talked about the U.S. Open last week. Not a lot of household names were in contention when we got the Sunday afternoon. Obviously, this is not nearly as big of an event, the Travelers Championship, but it's shaping up to be at least a pretty entertaining weekend if you are a fan of the big-name players.
Man, why can't Cam Young win? I mean, that guy can hit the ball a mile. He's got a nice maybe his putting or his approach shots seems to get him in trouble. He doesn't get close to the pin often enough, I don't believe.
He's in the mix. He's 3 shots back of the leaders right now. He shot 5 under yesterday, so he's gotten close. He's finished top 3 in 2 major championships.
Right.
He hasn't won on the PGA Tour yet. He's got a couple of Korn Ferry wins. He's got a couple of DP World Tour wins, but just pulled up his Wikipedia page, and he has yet to win a PGA Tour event. So he's been knocking on the door a little bit. He finished second at the British Open last year. Of course, the British Open is our final major coming up in July. So we'll see if Cam Young can get over that hump and win something. But,
I heard Jordan Spieth screaming about whether it was his back or something. Every swing, he said, every one of my swings, it hurts. He's talking about how his body was hurting him.
Yeah, for the first time in Jordan Spieth's professional career, he withdrew from a tournament. Never done that
after yesterday.
He didn't even make it through.
Did he finish? He didn't make it through. After that one hole, he packed his bags, I guess.
Yeah, he was 5 over through 12, but he was in obvious pain, and I did see a clip of him screaming after a drive.
He screamed after a second shot.
Yeah, he said he woke up with neck pain yesterday. He got treatment, so he tried. He thought he could give it a go, but he said just as his day progressed, and again, he didn't even make it through the full day.
I have to talk to him about relax the back, maybe.
Maybe. You got to get them a partnership. I like that bit right there.
There you go.
How much do you think it costs to sponsor Jordan Spieth these days? Not as much as it was.
He's playing, not as much as it was 8 years ago.
I was going to say, he might be able to get a good deal. We got to talk to Jason and his crew at Relax the Back, see if we can get something in the works there.
Oh, yeah.
But, not great. First time he's ever had to withdraw. And then Jordan Spieth said after the round, he's never had to withdraw in his life. Like college, high school, growing up, he's never had to
That means you're hurt. That means you are hurting.
So, that means he's hurting. And he was okay at the U.S. Open. He finished in the top 30. Fine weekend for him. But we'll see. Hopefully he's back by the British Open. Again, July 17th is when that starts. So he's got close to a month to get whatever is ailing him back on track.
Kind of young for a back problem. Zalatoris, I remember when he tweaked his back where it seemed like just a little tweak. Next thing you know, that dude was having surgery and he hadn't been the same.
And Jordan Spieth had surgery on his hand or his wrist this offseason. So this one, again, this is different. You don't know if it's related to the hand issues he had, but shoulder, neck. I think that's what they're saying more than back, but either way, not ideal for the lifetime Longhorns. So I was hoping Jordan Spieth could build off of, once again, a pretty decent performance at the U.S. Open, but trending in the wrong direction, and you will not see him the rest of the weekend. So hopefully Scotty Scheffler can hold on and he's representing Texas at the top of the leaderboard right now. All right, Buck, here's where I need the people's help here.
Okay.
And here's where I need your help about this wedding.
I'm a wedding veteran. You know me. You'll see me at the reception. You know, you may have a hard time seeing me at the church, but I make the receptions for a few minutes.
Oh, you don't do the ceremony? You just show up for the party, huh?
Yeah, it's not my wedding.
You know, it's interesting. As a guy who doesn't drink, like a big part of the reception is you get the open bar. Now, the food's not always that good. You usually can get a better meal somewhere else. I don't know how much dancing you're doing these days.
I like to communicate with the people. I'm not,
Okay.
you know, the ceremonies, you know, it's like, you know, and then they stretch them out, and, you know, the groom or the bride's uncle's got to say something, and, you know, somebody's got to give, and they're not supposed to be giving eulogies, but hell, you might as well be giving one. It's a wedding. So, you know, you're on your way. You're one step in that grave. So that's how that works.
Maybe you're 2 steps in.
Yeah. Oh, you're going with the 2-step in?
Maybe 2 steps in. Yeah, I don't know if that will be uttered at any of these speeches.
Give me the clothes. What are we looking for?
So, okay, so, you know, it's a typical wedding, right? You've got the actual wedding on Saturday, but you've got a rehearsal dinner on Friday, right?
Sure.
And you've got attires to both of those events. So
What?
tomorrow's, oh, yeah. Yeah, rehearsal dinner? You can't just show
Rehearsal
up.
dinner, a collared shirt. I mean, that's a nice collared shirt. And I don't mean a polo like for golf, a real collared shirt. That should be it.
Well, we'll get to that in a second.
Uh-oh.
Tomorrow's attire is black tie. You know what that is? You're wearing a tux.
Yes. Yeah, they're telling you, yes.
That's great. Like, thank you. That's very easy, very explainable. Everybody knows what that one means. So I've got the tux.
Formal wedding.
Formal, you can call it formal if you want. You can call it black tie. Either of those, they mean the same thing.
I guess if you call it black tie, that's it. That's a tuxedo, period.
Yeah, there's black tie optional, which is a thing now. And that is like they're giving you the option. It's either you wear a black suit with a black necktie or you wear a tuxedo. But, you know, black tie is just you're wearing a tux. Everybody's wearing a tux. The ladies are wearing nice, long gowns or dresses. That's the bit, okay? So that I understand. Tomorrow's easy. Got the tux ready to go. But after the show is over today, I have to go get an outfit for tonight because I don't know what I'm supposed to wear. A little screen share coming for the people of the invitation for the rehearsal dinner tonight. And here is the attire. Like, you care to, number one, read?
Does that say summer chic?
Is that what that second word is?
Yeah, chic. Yeah, summer chic.
What is chic?
Means that you can get away with wearing a pair of white pants. You know, like, you see how Sark was dressed like a band director the other day? With
You're
white
telling me
pants, that's kind of summer chic.
I need to go get like a band director's hat and one of those little conducting wands.
Or if you're the drum major, a big baton so that when you run out onto the field and do your splits and stuff. Summer chic is, that means you can wear a lot of light. That's light blue. You know what I'm saying? If you're like, for me, I get away with just gray most of the time, like a gray suit.
What is chic, though? Like, what is that word even? Where does that come from? It's the
That means
language of origin.
Yeah. Chic la freak. I mean, you can go and wear some, it's just light clothing. You'll get away with it. You can't. And summer chic means still, BK. You can go without. You don't need a tie. You need a sports jacket with a collar, though. You can't. No t-shirt under a jacket. Collared shirt with a sports jacket.
Well, CB says white shorts, a shirt, shoes, and no socks.
No, that's not.
I can't do that.
That's not chic. That's not chic in New York.
Why is that not chic? That sounds pretty chic to me.
No,
I don't know
that
what that
sounds
word
like
means.
racetrack. That's get the daily racing form with that. That's what they wear at the track there.
Oh, at the horse track?
Yeah, no.
Okay. The other CB says socks and sandals. Can I roll that?
Dude, that's not chic either. You're not coming in there with sandals, which I saw a lot of that thanks to you on my last flight with dudes in their sandals. And I'm in. You can wear flips.
See, now I don't know if the people are messing with me and they want me to make a fool of myself at this wedding, or if this is legitimately.
You don't come anywhere near anybody's rehearsal dinner or anything with flip-flops on. That's not chic. That's beach. And that's Martha's Vineyard. I'll see you at the beach.
Okay. Yeah, it's not a beach event tonight. It's not a beach event tomorrow night either. So flip-flops are off the table.
No, hey, collared shirt, open, no tie necessary.
Open like what? Like 4 buttons? What do
Yeah,
we?
you can go 2 to 3 buttons on that.
What
with
about like a
sport
little?
coat.
What a little crop top action? What if I go with like the Zeke Elliott crop top, where I'm rolling up the bottom of the shirt and showing a little abs?
No. That way you can take if you got a jacket, BK, you can take the jacket off with a collared shirt. You'll be able to get away with that.
Okay, so like a lighter jacket.
Sure.
I got to wear pants, right?
You got to wear pants. No,
What
no flip flops.
What kind of shoes? Sneakers?
No, this is not a sneaker event. You still got to wear.
It's
your
summertime, though. It's summertime.
No,
Won't
this
you
is not-
wear?
No, chic has nothing to do with sneakers. You don't show up with sneakers. You're not a basketball coach on the sideline with a suit and a pair of sneakers. No.
Well,
You're in New York. It's summer chic is almost formal attire for the event, except for no tie necessary. Collared shirt. That's
so
all.
what's the summer part of it then? It doesn't sound very summer here. You're focused on the chic, but the summer, doesn't that mean like it's the summertime?
No shorts. No shorts are not allowed.
Can I pop the shirt off? It's summertime. It's hot out there. Maybe there's water
No.
nearby.
No, you can. Hey, if you have to roll up the sleeve, you can roll up the sleeves after the jacket's off. At the rehearsal dinner, you can roll up your sleeves. That's okay.
You're telling
But
me I'm allowed to go jacket off in public tonight?
Yeah, you can go jacket off if you got a collared shirt. You can't go jacket off if you're wearing a tee.
So those are the
a
rules.
mock tee or something. No.
Okay, jacket off if you have a collared shirt underneath, but
Yes.
you can't jacket off if you are wearing a t-shirt under there.
And you can't wear a t-shirt anyway. That's not chic at all. You're not coming up there. You're not one of the backdoor boys. You don't
What
get
about
a chance.
the backdoor boys?
Or Backstreet or whatever they are.
Happy Pride to everybody out there.
You don't get a chance to wear. You got to have a collared shirt on. Collared shirt takes care of a lot of things.
Well, okay, can it be a short sleeve collared shirt?
I don't wear short sleeve. No,
Okay.
get a long sleeve so you can roll them up later on. So if you spill some, you can wipe your mouth with it.
What about bow tie with summer shorts?
No. Pee Wee Herman, you're not showing up with bow tie and summer. No.
Nike
Unless
slides
you're
and
on
high
the island.
socks?
You're on the island?
Not on the island. Nope.
Okay, well then no. You're not
Can't do
island dressing. This is not island gear. You're not on
Okay.
Long Island. You're not at Hampton Beach. No.
All right, so we're going with a light sport coat,
Yes. Collared shirt.
some blue jeans.
No, you're not showing up. Jeans is not. No,
Okay.
that's not summer chic.
Swimsuit.
No, you're not. That's definitely not it. No.
That's summertime. I'll do. Okay, how about this? Mullet is like business in the front, party in the back.
Yeah.
What if for me, I'm like chic up top, but summer down low?
No, they're not going.
I've got like
you're
the
not-
suit jacket, the white shirt, but then
Too
I've
many
got
relatives
the bathing.
around. They don't want to see you sporting any shorts at the wedding
Oh,
or at the
it's,
rehearsal dinner.
I don't need to practice eating. I know how to do it. All right, I got it figured out.
You know about the fork and the left side and all that stuff?
Yeah, I'll just tell them I also know what summer means, and this is what I wear in the summertime.
No, you can't do that to people in New York. They're not going to buy into that. I said, unless you're a Cape Codder or a Long Island or Hampton Beach kind of guy, you got to show up. You got to show up with collared shirt, nice little light jacket. Jacket can come off later during when the eat-a-thon starts. And I have no problem with that. I know people that are so uncomfortable and they want to keep that jacket on. I'm like, why you got the jacket on? You got a nice shirt on, dude. You're not there with big stains on your, you're going to get stains after you get done eating. But I like people that pretend that they are cool enough to eat with like a jacket on.
Yeah, I don't get that bit. Even
I don't get that bit either.
suit jacket, tux jacket, like no,
Yeah.
put it on the back of your chair. Like that's what
Yeah,
you're
that's what the
supposed
back
to
of
do.
the chair is for.
Right. I see all these people eating with their jackets on. I'm like, what the?
I see people at weddings that start dancing and they got their jacket, they got the full regalia on. I'm like, take that jacket off and let it loose a little bit.
Right. Yeah, it's the party time. All the serious stuff is over. Loosen up a little bit.
What are you doing for wedding day? What are you doing for wedding day? Is that you going black tie into
Yeah,
that?
black tie tomorrow. Again, that one I've got. I've got the tux here, but I didn't know what summer Chick-fil-A was or whatever the hell it is. I didn't know what that required, but I think I've got a pretty good grasp. I'm surprised.
go.
You know your stuff,
I
wedding
know my
guy.
stuff when it comes to, I know my stuff, those summer weddings. It's just, And like I said, collared shirt always works.
Collared shirt.
Even it doesn't matter. Even if you're in Austin or whatever it is, I'm not that mock turtle, that mock neck thing. Just wear a nice collared shirt. You can get a nice collared shirt. And I'm not talking about one you played golf in. I'm talking about red, white, blue,
what about
whatever.
Remember when Tiger Woods would rock the blade collar?
I wasn't very happy about that. He was supposed to have a collared shirt. You can't go to the country club. That Tiger changed that though.
Tiger changed that. Well, now he's got more of his own brand, right? Didn't he kind of break away from Nike to start his own thing?
He did.
Okay, here's a little screen share of the blade collar shirts. Can't rock this tonight?
No, hell no.
Come on, man. It's a collar.
You need a collared shirt. Hey, and somebody's trying to talk you into dress up like Miami Vice. No, you can't. That's beach attire. Miami Vice deal. Now you can show up with that gray suit that what's his name, or Tubbs in Miami Vice, but you have to have a collared shirt with that. You can't rock that round neck look.
What if it's just the suit jacket and the pants, but no shirt underneath?
Yeah, go ahead and rock that and see how far you get.
But I keep the jacket on all night, so
your girl's parents will have something to say to her about you, or forget it. They're going to say it directly at you.
If they're listening to this show right now, they definitely will at 9 o'clock.
They may say something to you after the show about it. Here's what you better not show up in.
Yeah, exactly. All right.
I like gray suits. I'm a gray suit guy.
Gray suit.
Different gray suit. I've got a really nice blue suit that's light blue, almost like not Carolina blue, but kind of sky blue that I wear with brown shoes though. And it looks good, but I've never actually I put it on, but I've never actually worn it anywhere. And see, in Austin, there's no place for you to dress like that. Even in the summertime, I very seldom rock a suit unless it's a wedding.
I feel like gray though, like the light blue makes sense. That feels perfect for the summer, but is it if it's a light gray, almost a tan, you can get away with it, but like a darker gray in the summer, doesn't that feel?
No, I don't mess with dark gray. I have light gray stuff. I rocked, the last big wedding I went to where it was dress up. I saw there was a guy who wore a white suit, white everything, to another dude's wedding, and I'm like, dude, you don't show up in white. Only one supposed to be in all white is the bride, correct?
Correct.
Well, the dude showed up in a white suit.
Oh my God! Yeah, I've seen like maybe a guy will wear a white jacket up there.
No, this was pants and jacket. I was like, man, it just doesn't seem right. For some reason, I think the bride should only be the only one in white.
I think you're right. Yeah, it's the bride's day, right? If you wear white, you're taking attention away from the bride. It's her day.
Yeah, this is a very known quarterback to play in the NFL. So
he wanted everyone to know who he was, huh?
I guess. I mean, if you wear a white suit, no matter what it is, you're asking somebody to look at you, and that's not the look at you day.
No, that's not the look at you day. That's a bad bit right there from whatever guy that was.
Now, for Austin area, to me, sports coat, blue jacket with khakis is kind of, if you're going out, to dinner around here, that's good. If you want to be semi looking good and you go to a nice restaurant here, I mean, I'm not talking about going to gyms, but wearing a jacket with some khakis, that's always kind of cool. But that's for me, that's kind of preppy. And I don't dress preppy. I've never done that. Even growing up, I had enough preppy dressing because I went to Catholic school and had to wear, pants, blue pants, white shirt. I had to wear a tie like all my life from like grade school through high school. You had to show up with khakis on and a tie.
That's brutal.
And you should have seen the way I made those knots sometime. It looked like I was trying to hang myself, or I'd come with a big, huge front knot. Dude, but I had to wear khakis. But at my high school, I had to wear a tie every day. You couldn't take that thing off. I mean, if you got caught with that off, some priest or nun would grab you by the neck and, where's your tie at? I mean, it was all day. If you were in that school, that tie had to be on. It was crazy.
I see why you didn't take a desk job then.
Oh,
you're like, if I was forced to wear a tie every day growing up. I would do anything possible to not wear a tie as an adult.
Dude, in Catholic school, the girls had to wear the same kind of deal. They had to wear this little, and not little skirt, and it had to be down there. It had to be below the kneecaps. Now, once they got to about 12th grade, they started hiking that bad boy up.
There you go.
But they had to wear that same, and it was just a Scott. It looked like a kilt kind of color. That same color every day. You saw that.
It's gross. Someone on the Coda text line says summer cheek means pants in the holes with the back showing cheeks.
No, not chic.
Is it summer cheek, not chic? Is it? There's a C and not an S. Maybe it's summer cheek.
No, this is not Austin 6th Street attire.
Could show a little cheek. I think the people would like that, right?
Dude, you'd be in trouble. You'd be in so much trouble. There's nothing like being the bad guy at a wedding, or the one is. Why is he? The whisper is he with her? Why is he here? Why? Who invited that guy?
That's another good segue. Like, what are the worst things you could do at a wedding? Like, not your wedding, just like you're a guest attending somebody else's wedding as a friend or an extended family member or whatever. Like, what's the worst?
Do it on The Office. Switch letters for gifts. When they all put the gifts there, you just take somebody else's and put yours there.
It's a good bit right there.
It's a good bit.
Yeah, I don't know if that's bad. I mean, what is it? The Allstate commercial where the guy's like leaning back in his chair trying to watch the game, and he ends up pulling down the entire overhang at the wedding dinner. You do something like that, that's bad. What, getting too drunk, like being sloppy drunk out on the dance floor, you're spilling drinks, you're doing that, that's a problem.
Yeah, I never got drunk really, open bar. I never when I was drinking, I never just, I was a controlled drunk at weddings because by that time I had to drive and I didn't have a bunch of drinks. I just don't stay at them till the very end. You see me for a few seconds, then all of a sudden the guy's like disappeared. Ask Zay how that is.
Oh, that happened?
Oh, I just went. I hadn't met Zay's mom, so I knew his dad. I was there, and I was at the church. I went in, but at the reception, I stood in the line. I met a bunch of people. I slid out of the line, met Zay's mom. Then I was gone.
Nice. Well,
because I don't need to stick around for the first dance and all that other craziness. I'm out. That means I've already spent enough. If I went to the church, I gave you my time.
So they didn't. But they got food for you. They bought you a plate of food.
Where Zay said, "Hey, you owe me this amount of money." I'm like, "What?" He goes, "No, your name was on there. That was a plate." I said, "Okay, I'll give you the money later."
I'm on Zay. Yeah, like you said, you were going to be there, and that means they spent money. I was there.
I saw the dad. I saw the most important. I never met his mom, so I made sure. She knew who I was.
That doesn't cost you anything. If you just walk into the church, you can just do that. You can RSVP no and do that. But what costs them the money is the plate at the table.
The plate at the table. They should have had Pokey Joe's or something instead then.
Ooh, all right. Well, did you even look at what they had? Was that the issue? You saw the spread and you're like, yeah, it's not.
No. I was in the spread line, actually. That's what I'm saying. I just had a plate in my hand, didn't put anything on it. Then I got to where his mom was and said hello to her, put the plate down, and then casually moonwalked out the side gate and was gone.
Did you tell him goodbye or did you go Irish?
Oh no. I had already seen he and his wife, and I had said, hey, thanks, this is really nice and all that stuff. I didn't say the word goodbye. I don't do goodbyes. I just kind of poof.
No, the Irish goodbye is at the
that
wedding.
Was me.
That's the right move. Like, if you're leaving a wedding early.
Yes.
Don't tell the bride and groom goodbye unless you're at the bar with them or you're in a quiet area. Like if they're on the dance floor and you literally stop them dancing to go say goodbye while they're having a good time like that. Do people do that? I see it happen all the time.
Really? They stop the dance because
they want to say oh, congrats. I love you guys. Thanks for having me. They think they're being nice. They're saying goodbye and thank you. But really, they are just being incredibly disrespectful and rude. It happens all the time. All the time. It will happen tomorrow.
I realize that. No, I'm gone. I told you I don't first dance. I'm gone before then.
Yeah, that's fair. I respect that. Worst things you could do. I just pulled up a quick list on Google here. Worst things you can do at a wedding: arrive late. If you just walk into the middle of the ceremony.
Oh yeah, that's at anything. No, I don't like to be late.
I've done that once.
Or did you just kind of, and you couldn't even creep in?
It was the maddest I've ever been at my girlfriend. And it wasn't her fault either. It was like my buddy was in the wedding, so he had to be there earlier. So his girlfriend and my girlfriend are friends. Like, we're all friends, whatever. We all get along great. But we were like, okay, well, the three of us will go together. He's already there. You can't go early. The three of us will go early. And she was late, meaning my girlfriend was late, meaning I was late. And yeah, like everybody was standing up. We let the bride walk down the aisle. And while she's walking down, while people are standing up, we literally, like, everybody saw us sneak through.
Oh my
to go
goodness.
get some seats. Yeah, it was horrible. So I can speak to that one. You show up late to a ceremony,
that sounds like that's not good.
People don't forget that. Wearing white if you're not the bride, that's on the list. Getting overly intoxicated, we talked about that one.
Yeah.
Here's a good one. I don't think I've seen this in person, but maybe it's happened. Bringing an uninvited guest.
Ooh.
Like you don't have a +1, or you RSVP and say, no, I'm coming alone. And then all of a sudden, oh, hey, here's my new girlfriend. She's coming.
Yeah, that would be embarrassing. That should be embarrassing to you if you ever did that to somebody.
Oh, it's horrible. It's like, yeah, because again, they have all of these seating arrangements and a certain amount of food and a certain amount of this, that, and the other. Or they plan for months to make sure that they've got all of that figured out. And if you show up with just a random person on the day of the wedding, that's a huge issue right there. I'm going to be at the top of the list.
Wow.
Being disrespectful to the couple or the venue staff and making a scene that takes attention away from other people.
Yeah, you don't want to take attention away from the bride. Forget the groom. That ain't his day anyway. It never is.
Yeah, that's the girl showing up in a white dress to somebody else's wedding.
Yeah, or a dude showing up in a white suit. That was remarkable to me because I had never seen that before.
Yeah,
I said it just doesn't look right.
That's a bad bit right there. No, that's not right. There's nothing right about that. So there you go. I don't know how we got there, but thank you for the help, Buck. Now
yeah,
I think
man.
I know. I think I know what summer
Don't listen to these mugs here. They don't know. Show up in flip-flops. And you're right, BK. That whole deal even on a plane is gross. And at airport is terrible.
Flip-flops on a plane?
Yeah, because here I am struggling, sitting in a wheelchair being pushed around. I got my Skechers on or whatever, and I'm trying to walk. These guys are flopping around, moving 100 miles an hour with their flop, 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 flop. It's not a good look.
No.
And I don't like it on a plane. I don't like to see people's feet.
It's like almost grosser for the person wearing the flip-flops than it is the other people, because it's your feet that have to touch the airport floor and then the airplane floor, and that's nasty. But yeah, I don't want to
down with the kids riding their own luggage there, because that's going to be my next bit. I'm going to give me a carry-on that scooters down, and I can take my legs and just scooter down like a little hobby horse. I like that new bit with kids. I saw enough of those. They almost ran me over. That's all right.
Instead of getting pushed around in a wheelchair, you want to wheel yourself sitting on top of your own suitcase?
Yeah, I'd like to do that through an airport.
Okay.
People are pretty good. They move out of the way.
It's not a bad bit. Yeah, I don't know. I like to walk at the airport because I'm going to be sitting on a plane for like 3 hours. So I like walking around and standing up.
Have you ever been at a wedding with your ex that was there, ex-girl? No, it can't be ex-wife for you. It had to be. You ever show up with? Really?
Yeah, I mean, I've never had the girl I'm dating now is like the only serious relationship I've ever had. So I've never had the point where it's like so bad or so awkward where like I couldn't talk to that person. So has that happened to you? You show up at a wedding when the ex-wife or a serious ex was there?
Yes, not a serious ex, but one that I did some stuff with, you know?
Yeah, I've had that happen before, like just girls in my past who are, sometimes they're like in my same circle or in a similar circle.
Yeah, but once again, I'm not there long enough. And what I do is I drive, I don't go with people to stuff like that. I drive my own car. I'm gone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm the person that I drive myself because I like to go. Remember, I was single for 15 years. After my first marriage, I was by myself for 15 years. So I'm used to coming and going when I'm ready. I don't want to look to somebody and say, oh no, let's go about 15 more minutes. No. When I say I'm ready to go, I'm gone.
Well, that's the best part of being alone. You're on your own time.
There you go.
You do whatever you want, whenever you want, right?
You've been doing it for quite a while.
That's a perk for sure.
But you ain't doing it no more.
Don't be like Shedeur Sanders, though, when you drive away from these. What's going
What
on
is
with that
up with
dude?
that?
2 speeding tickets in 1 month? I mean, they're speeding tickets, right? I don't want to make it sound like this guy's a horrible person because he's getting speeding tickets. That we've all gotten at least one in our lives. But, man, you're trying to, like, prove that you're a good leader. You're trying to win a quarterback competition. You're trying to prove to everybody that they were wrong for passing up on you for the first 4 rounds of an NFL draft.
Yeah, but I've not gone to the excessive speed that dude was going anytime.
Yeah, he got popped 2 days ago. We talked about him getting popped for going 101 in a 60. And then once that story went viral, someone did some more research and we found out that earlier this month, I mean, it's twice in the span of 2 weeks. Earlier this month, this guy got stopped for going 91 in a 65.
Yeah, that's just dangerous. I mean, that's just careless. That's reckless stuff right there.
Yeah. So it's just, again, it's speeding tickets. There are plenty of professional athletes who have committed much more heinous crimes than that, but it's not the headlines I think that Shedeur Sanders should be looking for.
No, you don't want that. You don't want that from the organization, period.
No, you don't. You don't. It's a bad bit right there. All right, we've got. We'll wrap it up with some more fun. It is a Friday, after all. We're having a good time here on TSU. In a moment, we've got the happiest employees.
Oh, yeah, we didn't get that yesterday. Oh, nice.
Chain restaurants in America. We've got the top 10 and we've got the bottom 5, the happiest and least happy employees of the big chain restaurants around our country. But before we get to that list, Buck, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
So our friends over at 34 Wine and Spirits, 4601 Southwest Parkway. Folks, if you're having that big party for 4th of July, call on those guys to come and deliver to you. They are a wholesale distributor. They can get their alcohol to you. But you do want to go by the store and check out some of the great bottles of wine that they have, all the liquors, all the waters that they have. They've got all kinds of liquids available just for you. It's at 4601 Southwest Parkway, right at the end of the Southwest Parkway before you hit Mopac. And as I said, a wholesale distributor throughout Travis County. They've been doing a fantastic job. And there you'll find the best beer in the world, Altstadt Beer, and all their varieties of flavors at 34 Wine and Spirits for sure.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Stock up on your Altstadt beer this weekend. It's the best beer that you can find in the world. And we're lucky enough to have it in the great state of Texas. Should have brought some Altstadt beer up here this weekend. That'd be good.
There you go.
That would have been nice, but excited to go home at the end of this weekend and get me some Altstadt beer. They've got a bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. The lager, the Kolsch, the light beer, the Hefeweizen, the Peach Radler, something for every palate out there. And the best part, every Altstadt is brewed without unnecessary additives, preservatives, sugars, anything like that. So you can feel good about what you're putting into your system, but maybe more importantly, you can actually enjoy what you're putting into your system. It's the best beer that there is. So get you some, and of course, whatever you have going on this weekend, make sure you're enjoying your Altstadt responsibly. It is the official beer of BK. It should be the official beer of you as well. It's Altstadt beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Oh, here, it didn't take long as I was talking. A phone call in. Oh, this is Heather with some mobile deal that they want me to give them a call back. Heather.
Oh, you got another scam text?
Yeah.
Different number?
No, it's different. This is a different.
Okay. Yeah,
Says, it's a message for Michael. My name is Heather. I'm calling with the Walnut Mobile Team.
Walnut?
Yeah, if not these nuts, walnuts. If you can please return my phone call, and she gives the number, we would greatly appreciate it. Or there's always the scam where they call me about funeral arrangements. And they always say, hey, listen, I don't know if you made plans for your funeral, but we can bury you for free. Yeah, I always feel bad. I do the military deal. Said I have military. I'm going to be buried for free, and then they don't leave me alone. Or the person that calls me or sends me a text and says or calls BK, and I answer, and they said, you told me to call you back. I'm like, huh?
Yeah, ignore that stuff, man. If it's a number you don't have, you don't need to be responding to it.
Well, that's my wife says that, but I have people that will call me that have gotten my number, but I don't know their number. It's not in my contacts. She says just don't answer those. I'm like, wait a minute. There's some people I I may want to speak to that I just don't have, somebody else told them to call me.
Well, my thought on that is, and this isn't 100% accurate, but if it's somebody who really needs to get a hold of you, they will leave a voicemail or they will send you a text after they call.
Okay.
So, like, it's annoying because I get a lot of calls from random people too. I mean, we all do, and it's like we want to answer. It could be something important or somebody important, but if they really need to get a hold of you, they will find a way to get a hold of you.
They will most likely text you,
Yeah,
and you'll figure out who it is.
Exactly.
But I'm not calling Heather from Walnut Mobile. What the hell is Walnut Mobile?
I don't know. You should have sent her the video of these nuts in return. I've got a new mobile service for you. It's called These Nuts Mobile.
I don't know if I would love to be playing games with those people, but I think that's the stuff that gets to be a problem if you play games with them.
Yeah. You can get into trouble with that. All right, my computer is freaking out, but it sounds like you can still hear me, and I think everyone can still see me. I'm still visible.
You're there.
Okay. Yeah, this is my computer freaking out. If you want to bring on the guys, or actually the guys can bring themselves on, Double R and Wags, because I want them to be a part of this survey and get their thoughts on the happiest and unhappiest chain restaurants in America.
Survey says.
So we will I'm going to let y'all guess first. We'll start at the top. We'll start with the happiest employees amongst chain restaurants in America. Y'all have a guess on who could be in the top 10?
I'm going to say Chick-fil-A's in there.
That's good. Good,
right there.
Good answer. I think that's consensuous.
Yes.
Chick-fil-A number one.
They're always happy. They
love it
there. A good day. They bless me and the whole works. I like it.
My pleasure. It's always their pleasure.
My pleasure.
Chick-fil-A.
Yeah. Okay.
That's what they have to say. Otherwise, I think they get murdered. I think those are the rules.
Well, something happens to them if they don't do the right thing.
Congratulations, murderer.
Yeah. Oh, you're swimming with the fishies if you don't say my pleasure.
There it is.
Every time you take an order. So I'm a little surprised. Chick-fil-A is on this list, but they come in at number 10.
Wow.
Wow.
They're not as high as, I would have picked them at, in the top 2 or 3, but they are number 10 on this list. So I will say this. Y'all can keep guessing, but a little disclaimer. Not all of these 10 are in Texas. These are chain restaurants, but some of them are not in our area. So I'll let you guess a few more, and then we'll get to some of the other ones and then some of the worst as well.
What about
Any other
Burger
guesses?
King?
Burger King is not in the top or the bottom 10.
Hey, how about In-N-Out? In-N-Out. I think they're
that's your winner, Double R. In-N-Out, 91%.
That's number 1?
91%. So that they base this off of the percentage of employees that would recommend their job or company to a friend.
In-N-Out Burger's number 1.
I believe
is the burger any good?
I'm a big fan of In-N-Out. I think
it's delicious. It's not bad.
But I had a good buddy who worked there in high school, and he loved it. Like, they pay well, they treat you well, they give you a lot of days off. Like, I've heard from somebody who worked there, like, that is the best fast food restaurant there is to work at.
I know my girl who shoots the gun. What restaurant was she working? What fast food chain was she working with? The one with the gun?
Jack in the Crack.
Yeah, Jack in the Crack. Indeed.
Oh yeah, they seem to be happy there.
Yeah.
Dairy Queen actually pays their employees like $18 an hour. I know this one over here at the Littlefield or whatever it's called here.
The Mayfield one.
What Mayfield? Thank you, Double R. What in the hell does In-N-Out pay?
I don't know. Probably around there, maybe a little more than that.
Bucky's
I think
paid a lot.
Like, think about, like, in high school back in my day.
That's a lot of money for a high school. Well, I don't know that. What's inflation now, though, right?
Yeah, I think my friend was making like $15 an hour in high school, and I had buddies who worked at like Wendy's who were making basically minimum wage. So it was like double minimum wage that the In-N-Out guys were making. So that's pretty good.
Hey, what about Subway?
I don't see Subway on the list. I mean, they're in the middle.
Brother.
They're not at the top. They're not at the bottom. Jared. That was Jared's line to those little kids, right? That's what he meant. That's what he meant by fresh. Like, he wanted young meat.
These nuts.
Is Whataburger on there?
Whataburger's not on here.
Huh. Sure as hell McDonald's isn't on there.
Checkers on there?
Ooh, no. All right, I'll give y'all the top 10.
Okay.
Top 10. Okay, number 1 is In-N-Out.
Okay.
Number 2, Raising Cane's.
Oh yeah, kind of a
They're
hip,
all over. Yes,
hip spot. Yeah.
Number 3, Dutch Bros Coffee.
I've seen the new one around here. Yeah,
You got a couple of those. Number 4, Chewy's,
I can see that.
Chewy's.
Tex-Mex restaurant.
hard
It's a
work.
chain.
Yeah.
Number 5, the next 4 I don't think we have in Texas. Pete's Coffee and Tea, Caribou
What?
Tea, Lazy Dog, and Portillo's. That's 5 through 8. Number
never
9
been
is
any of those.
yeah, I never heard of those.
How
Number
many
9,
how many tea shops were in there?
at least 2 of them. Number
Cool.
9 is Longhorn Steakhouse.
Okay.
And
What
then
about the
number 10 is-
Roadhouse?
That's not fast food. Yeah.
No, I
They
didn't
don't
say
wanna
fast
clean all
food. I
those
said
nuts.
Oh,
chains.
chain. Okay.
Yeah. Number 10 is Chick-fil-A. So those are your top 10. Now we got our bottom 6 here, guys. I want to see if y'all could guess the worst places to work in terms of chain restaurants in the U.S. of A. Any guesses?
Worse?
I
McDonald's.
gotta say McDonald's has got to be there, right?
No, I don't think so. I mean, we crap on McDonald's except for the fillet of fish because we all know how good that is. But I think
fresh.
their
Anything my
employees-
wife eats.
their employees are pretty happy. I don't think they're at the bottom.
They're
What
not
about
at the
the
bottom.
Olive Garden? The Olive Garden.
Good guess, but no, not at the
Wow.
bottom.
Hmm.
So
Taco Bell.
Pizza
Oh, they're
Hut?
happy. They get all
Thank-
that great food at Taco
thank-
Bell. They're
thank
Waffle,
God.
Waffle House can't be there because of the fact that after you get out of prison, you got a job.
That's true. That's nice. It's a nice perk. Maybe
Yeah.
people are guessing, but I legitimately, my screen is black right now, so I have no idea if anybody's
Oh.
guessed anything.
Damn.
All right, we'll go. We'll go
Wendy's
6.
is Wendy's there?
Wendy's is not there either. No,
Burger King.
no. A lot of interesting ones. All right, so we'll go 6 to 1. So 1 is the worst of the worst. 6 is the 6th worst.
Okay.
Sonic is number 6.
Oh, yeah. That was
Yeah, I don't like to skate. If you can't
Yeah.
skate,
I
Yeah.
don't even think they make you skate anymore at Sonic.
no, they
Like,
don't. I've not seen anybody skate since the first year I came here 30
Yeah, I
years
think
ago.
you can
Was
walk
that
now.
the bit? They used to be on roller skates?
They used
Oh,
to be
yeah.
on roller skates. Yeah.
You had to be. Yep. And they would, they would fall face forward and spill all of
I
your
guess
food
it
and
makes
drink.
sense. Sonic, they're
Remember when they hung the
moving
tray on the
fast.
window, Buck? When
Oh
you
yeah,
roll the
I,
window?
yes.
So Sonic
I'm
is
like, I did that a couple times, and I'm like, I'm never going to this place again. I haven't been to Sonic in 15 years.
Yeah. Yeah.
They got a
I don't care how
Bojangles
hungry I
on
am
that
for a
list.
burger. I won't go there. I'm afraid of that because for the first year I came here, I saw this girl who couldn't skate come rolling up to me and slamming in my door, and I'm like, no, I'm not doing this anymore.
Oh man. You remember that Chevy Chase movie where they hung the tray on the window and the window broke?
That was National Lampoon's Vacation, the first one, right? First
I think that's
Vacation.
what it was.
But nothing better than happened to me when I was in Dripping when the girl did the Dairy Queen when they flipped it upside down. And she
the blizzard?
went upside down and it came
it
out on
came
the
out?
side. And it came out. And I said, so where do we go from here? I said to her, so where do we go from here?
God.
I'll get you a new one, hon.
Yeah, she got me a new one. I couldn't stop laughing because she was so cool. She couldn't wait to get that thing and go like this, but it was too liquidy. It didn't have enough thickness in it. And it went pow. It made a little pop sound when it hit the ground. I was like, oh my God, what if that thing would have come in my window? I'd have been so pissed.
Good thing I didn't eat that one. My
You
God.
had
my
to,
God,
you
that
had
was
to
a-
shoot
that
her
was-
like
That
like
bit that they
Jackie
do,
Box.
that bit that they do at Dairy Queen is the funniest. But even better is if that thing, you got to hope, guys, that when they do it, it falls out because that's better
What
than
is-
anything.
What is that bit though? Do they hang it upside down because
You get
it's
it
thick?
free. You get it free if they do it, and like if it falls out, it's supposed to be free. I think.
I think that's the way. But let's just try to show you the thickness of that damn thing, you know? With all
yeah,
the,
come
with all
get
the
my thick
prunes and
blizzard.
shit that I get in it, it is just so funny. I couldn't stop laughing. I was almost falling. I almost made the car hit another car.
That
We
is
got
hilarious.
a Popeyes in the chat, BK. Is Popeyes one of them?
No, it's a great guess, but surprisingly, Popeyes is not there. I mean, look, Popeyes lets its employees get away with anything, right? Those people work so slow, and I guess it's okay, it's accepted. So maybe that's a perk if you work there. Number 5. Can y'all still hear me and see me?
Yeah,
by the
we
way,
got
Yeah,
you.
yeah.
okay, good. Number 5, Dunkin' Donuts.
What? This is
Why
a
would that be a
travesty.
happy place?
I don't know.
Oh,
You do deal with some disgruntled employees, or
Yeah,
disgruntled
Wags, I agree
people.
with you. I don't. I'm a Krispy Kreme. I don't go to Dunkin'
Yeah.
Donuts. I'm
a Dunkin' guy.
Yeah.
You do get some assholes coming up in there like that people don't want to deal with. So
There you go.
Before they've had their coffee, right? They're pissed
Right,
in the morning
right.
and they're
Yep.
in a
Right.
bad mood.
and it's a East Coast thing, man. East Coasters are to the point, man. A to B, real quick. Just get the hell out of my way and give me my coffee, guy.
Yep.
That's
Yeah.
the East Coast, man.
Number 4, I know we have these in Texas, not super popular, but number 4, Smash Burger.
I've seen one down here.
Okay. Number
It's even
3.
called- it's out of business now for what it's worth, but
Oh, there you go. Number 3,
service.
Fogo de Chao.
I've never heard of that.
That's that place you go and you just eat endless meat.
Yeah, it's a Brazilian steakhouse, and they give you like a little card at your table.
Yeah.
And it's one side's green, one side's red. If the side's green, they keep walking around giving you meat.
Yeah.
If the side's red, then that means you don't want eating.
What's
That's like
the
the whole.
price for that?
It's pretty expensive, I think.
Expensive.
Hell, I love the place that used to, when I first got here, you pull up the white flag when you
I was going to
surrender.
say it's a fancy ponchos. Remember ponchos?
Ponchos was awesome.
Raise
That
the flag.
place, everybody was happy in there. The people that worked there were happy. I don't know if
Yeah.
they're so happy that ICE is around these days, but that place was that place was going on. I went in there and I raised that white flag, but they kept that stuff coming, man. That was great.
Yeah.
I surrender. I can't eat any more of this, but I
Yes.
ate a lot in there.
Similar bit. It's instead of a white flag, yeah, you flip your card red over
Yeah.
to the red side, I guess. Number 2 is Payway.
Ooh, I love that place.
Payway.
Again,
Yeah,
this is employees.
that's
This is not customers. This is
Hey,
all
wait, isn't that where you buy
employees.
shoes from?
That's what I like. That's pay last. That's pay last.
Payless.
Never mind.
Okay.
That's where I was at too, Bucky. I thought
that's
that's
where you
what
get your shoes for the wedding.
It's
Yeah, go to
it's
Payless.
Oriental food. No offense to the
Yeah,
Oriental.
no disrespect to the Orientals, but what we call Jap food is what we have at Payway. That's what Bill Parcells would say. And number 1, Hardee's / Carl's Jr.
Oh,
What? Charlotte? What? Charlotte? They're
I know you've
not a
been
fan
there
of
to one
Charlotte.
those.
Alabama. Yeah, Hardee's.
I'm
That's good stuff.
surprised. I'm surprised y'all didn't mention that because that's not the highest of quality of food or restaurant in the
Oh,
What are
world.
you
no.
talking about? Have you
Oh,
seen the
man.
burgers that Charlotte brings out? Those things are quality beef right there, man.
Oh my god!
Hey, they had
Man.
great commercials like a decade ago. They just had a bunch of hot chicks in bikinis, like spilling burger juice
Charlotte
on them. as
McKinney
they're-
is her name. I will never forget it. Look it up, gentlemen.
Yeah.
Charlotte
Man.
McKinney, burger lady, Charlotte McKinney.
I like some
But-
Hardee's, man. When I go to
Yeah.
Pensacola, it's like Hardee's every day, maybe twice. Yeah, yeah, good
It's
stuff.
okay.
None of them have my place that I've never been to. The Silver or whatever it is for seafood. What is it called?
Long
Long
John
John
Silver's?
Long John Silver. I never
Silver.
had a Long John Silver.
No,
man.
it's not in the I mean, I don't think you're missing out. I wouldn't be advising people to eat fast food, seafood. That just
No,
feels
it's
like a
good.
recipe for
It's good.
disaster.
Is it good, Ron? It is.
Those
Rodney,
fish
you
fillets
sit
are
there
really
and suck
good,
down
man.
government cheese.
And
You
hush
don't get
puppies.
to tell anybody it's
Hush
good.
puppies.
Can I get good hush puppies there?
They got good hush puppies. They got
They
Nice.
do have good hush puppies. I'll give them that. But
do.
yeah, but Wags brings
I'll
up a
take
good
6
point.
orders of hush puppies, please.
Wags brings up a good point, Buck. Do you want to be taking your dining advice from a guy who enjoys eating government cheese?
No, I
Hey,
gotta
come
be
on
careful
now.
of that.
Come on. Hey, BK, I don't know if you can see your screen or not, but I found your summer chic outfit. I heard you
Ooh.
guys talking about that. I
Yeah.
got it. I don't know if you'll be able to see it, but Bucky, I know you will. Right there.
Oh yeah, it's Borat with the banana hammock. BK.
Oh, that is great. That's
He's
showing
also
plenty
wearing
of
his
cheek.
summer sweater.
I
it
told you,
looks like,
BK,
too.
that's good for a Long Island or Martha's Vineyard look. You can get away with that.
Yeah.
That is showing plenty of cheek right there. I
Tell
don't
him,
know if
Rodney, he's got
that's,
to go collared shirt. Collared shirt, you can get away with anything.
That's right. Collar shirt. He needs one of those. He needs a mullet open shirt. Shit, he
Yeah,
go
he
rolling
does.
up in there.
I've kept 2 of them for you, buddy.
Heck yeah, man.
There we go. All right,
Right.
I just pulled it up on YouTube and was able to see the Borat look. Thank you,
That's you.
thank you for that.
Don't forget to pull up Charlotte McKinney.
I will. That's what I'm going to do right now, boys. That's it.
All right. Listen, boys, have a great weekend and y'all be safe.
You too, boys.
BK, when you get a
too.
chance, send me those names and I'll get those shirts out to them.
Will do. If you guys could remove us from the show today, that would
gotcha.
that
Absolutely.
would be
Go ahead,
great.
Wag.
Appreciate y'all.
Y'all be
Take care,
good.
man.
Bucky just left, and there goes BK, man. Have a great day, guys. There they go. Here we are. Welcome to the edition of Chaos Theory on Texas Sports Unfiltered. We are the chaotic crew. My name is Wags. That is my co-host and partner in crime, Double R. You can find us on our socials. I'm on Brand X/Twitter at NotTheFakeWags. Excuse me. At NotTheFakeWags, and then on Instaface at the Wagner Wire. My co-host is at the Rodney R on Brand X/Instaface, and then the _ Rodney R on Instaface. So you guys make sure you hit us up on that code text line 512-222-9328. Those are the lottery numbers. Again, 512-222-9328. If you were out and about, if you were mobile, hit us up on that line. Smash that subscribe button if you hadn't done so already. Get your badges piled up in here for this YouTube chat channel, and then get a part of the conversation. Happy Friday, amigo. How are you? Welcome back, dude.
Man, it is Friday. Thank you. And thank you again. Sorry about all of that debacle the other night. I was about to be like Wyndham Clark at the golf tournament the other day. I was about to like put my fist through a wall or something. I was so freaking pissed off at that mess. But thanks to Smash for jumping in there. But I wanted to ask you something. So I heard this yesterday on the radio when I was driving home along the lines of food right here.
Hold on, man. I just fucking spilled something.
Oh, look out.
I'm sorry, man. As soon as I went to reach over for this other computer, I spilled
Oh,
this shit.
man. If you spill liquid, Dave Williams was there at your studio, he would tear you apart. But you guys can jump in on this because it's a restaurant food type question where I saw that a TikToker or one of those influencers like is raising a bunch of hell because so the whole thing is like adults ordering off of the kids menu. And I totally get where people are trying to eat less, but apparently like a TikToker or something to that effect tried to order something off of a kid's menu for her kid. And they were like, you can't order off the kid's menu. And it's like, it's for my kid. And they wouldn't let her order.
Was the kid present? Was the kid at the table?
This may have been like a phone in, yeah, like a takeout thing that she was trying to order, but it's like the kid can't talk on the phone or whatever the case is.
Hold on, let
So
me
now here's the big
try
question.
and
Can adults eat off of the kids menu?
So she called it in, and they wouldn't allow her to order it, even though
it's for her kid.
Why didn't she just? Never mind.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I love the world we live in.
Yeah, over the phone. It was over the phone.
Yeah, over the phone. Like, okay.
Yeah. She quote, nothing about this makes sense to me. A mom named Elizabeth who goes by Female Flounder.
Right? You're saying she's an influencer?
Yeah, her name is Female Flounder on TikTok.
Sounds like she's trying to get more influences.
Yeah.
Sounds like she's trying to get more people to follow her so that she can influence. This doesn't sound like this sounds like a hoax, honestly, Rodney.
I can tell you that
somebody's going to tell you that they can't order from an adult menu. Okay, so hang up the phone and go call another place. Why are we overcomplicating our lives these days?
Here's my other
just
thought.
For what? Just for a couple of clicks? Is that what she's trying to do? She's just trying to get some people to, I guess, pity her. That way they can, or she's playing the victim now.
She just wants to be on TSU.
People to follow her and get more influencers. That's if I'm the detective here at the scene, I'm cracking the case wide open because that's what I think's going down.
But apparently there have been other instances at restaurants where folks want to order off of the kids menu for themselves, and of course, obviously, you're going to say, okay, well, I'm not a big eater, but the restaurant or whatever will come back and say, well, you're trying to be cheap. Which, if I'm in business, I don't care what you order as long as you're buying something. But I'll go to Whataburger, for example, and I'll get a junior burger. I guess you go that route.
Why? Well, hold on. Can I ask you? Well, I'm not trying. I just got to know, why do you get a junior burger?
Usually, Wags, that's when it's really, really late. When it's like midnight, 1 o'clock. I'm after a gig or something. I'm going back home. I don't want to try to eat a full size because then I get like I had.
You're a better man than I am, man. I'm smashing a damn a honey butter chicken biscuit and give me a bob on a burger or a bob on a bun or whatever.
Yeah But it's like, I don't know if it's such a big deal for an adult to order. I get the whole thing to where it's like, okay, maybe the regular meal is $12, you order it off of the kids meal, it's $6.99. The restaurant's like, wait a minute here, but I don't think you can discriminate against your customers. Do you put up a sign you can't order off the kids menu? I had a buddy that used to go to McDonald's and he would order a senior coffee. And this was
And
a 30
meal. Would he get a kid's meal too?
No, it's usually in the morning. He'd go get a senior coffee through the drive-through. And if they ever asked him senior coffee, the guy was like in his mid-30s. He'd say it's for my grandma. And they'd be like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
He's just a cheap ass.
That's just a weird bit, like denying someone food or denying someone, a children's menu item because they're an adult. That's just wild. That's restricting someone to the menu, right? Like you're not gonna cook a grilled cheese or a hot dog for somebody because they don't, they're over a certain age. They're over the age of 12. They passed that height on the line to ride, and you're not gonna give them the grilled cheese. It's just weird. Imagine ordering a kid's meal at McDonald's or someplace else, right? And someone telling you no, you can't order that for your kid. You're gonna force your kid to eat like a prime rib or something like that. Right. Rodney, you really taking that phone call? No, you're hanging it up and you're calling some other place, right? Yeah, that's exactly what's gonna happen. This influencer is only doing. I'm assuming that she's doing it for. Or she or he, what'd you say? She?
It's a she, yeah.
She. Yeah. I'm assuming she's doing it just to go viral or try to go viral and play the victim and get more influence or be able to get more followers that way so she can build her brand up. And that's what this society's built on these days. They play the victim so that they can get more spotlight and media, man. That's what everybody's doing, playing the victim.
And apparently it's working.
Thank you for putting me down a rabbit hole on a Friday.
No, that's what I was hoping you were going to say. I mean, because this lady wound up on Good Morning Today or whichever it was on NBC, and just But the question does arise. I've never been to a restaurant. I have seen people. I know people that actually will go and eat a Happy Meal. They order a Happy Meal. Adults, grown ass people that order a Happy Meal for themselves because they don't eat a lot or whatever.
I ordered a double cheeseburger. Isn't that a Happy Meal item? A double cheeseburger?
Yeah,
no, I only order one item at McDonald's, right? I get a double cheese. I get a double cheeseburger and a shake usually, but
yeah. Well,
I don't mess around with the fries.
Well, what used to be my go-to at the McDonald's is I would actually go and I would get 2 of the regular hamburgers, the little cheap ones, and 2 of the cheeseburgers. So I'd eat 4 of them. It was a total of 4, but I liked those. I liked those little bitty ones because it was just meat, pickle, special sauce, and the bun, and maybe a side of fries.
We have had a lot of fast food talk on this chat channel today here. I'm going through the comments here. This is a good one to get us started off here. Can we imagine an alternate universe where Mike Tomlin is gambling his coaching legacy on the final years of Aaron Rodgers? That comes in from Hunter this morning. This will be. Imagine a world where Aaron Rodgers could make the first losing season for Mike Tomlin. Mike Tomlin's putting it all on the line here for Aaron Rodgers? I don't think so, amigo. Where are you at with this one? You think Tomlin actually gets his winning season, or does Aaron Rodgers make this thing a debacle and kind of flame this thing out in Pittsburgh, and it just kind of goes awry?
I fully think that there's not going to be a losing season. I mean, I think if anything, they'll break even. I mean, just kind of because of the division, to be honest with you. I mean, you got Baltimore's there, but that's going to be a tough get. But I really think
you can't ever count Cincinnati out, man.
But man, they're stepping all over themselves. They can't.
But their offense is the best offense in the league.
Yeah, but still, they manage ways to just not be able to get to the potential that they have. And again, that's all to bad organization and different things. I'm telling you, this will be Tomlin's last year, whether it's on his own accord. I don't think that the organization will escort him out or ask him to leave. I think he quits. I think he's like, I'm done after dealing with this wacko.
You think it's just going to be too much?
I think he's already there.
The relationship's just going to. You think Aaron Rodgers is going to run Mike Tomlin out of Pittsburgh?
I think that's where Mike Tomlin finally says, I'm not dealing with this shit anymore. I'm going to take a year off.
Don't you think Mike Tomlin would kind of just cut the cord and be like, you know what? I'm the head coach of this damn thing. This is my baby here. Aaron Rodgers, we'll see you later.
I think he'll try that. I think that they'll have that discussion. But the other part of it is there does seem to be really good mutual respect between the two. And we've seen these diva athletes that come in, and for whatever reason, it's somebody that they hold in high regard, which he should hold Mike Tomlin to high regard. And somehow they make it work. I really think that they're not going to have a losing season. They might get to the playoffs and lose like they have been doing, but I think this relationship's going to work a little bit better. But I think Mike Tomlin is right on the verge, just between everything of the conversations about should he be back or whatever the case. I think he's on the verge of burnout. And I think this is going to be the one that goes and puts out the flame, and he's just going to have to get away for a little bit.
I'm going to go the other way with you. I'm going to say that this re-galvanizes or reinvigorates Tomlin's career, right? Having to deal with this diva. Sure, it's going to be a headache, but if the rapport is as good as you're reporting, to where these two guys have a mutual respect for each other, it could allow maybe a potential growth situation or a good transitional situation for Mike Tomlin here. I don't know exactly if it's going to be Tomlin's year or last year in Pittsburgh. I'd like to think that the Rooneys, based off who they are, and that Pittsburgh has had 3 coaches over the past 150 years, it seems. It seems like Tomlin isn't going anywhere unless what you say he wants to step down and step away from the throne. Who would want to do that, though? That's my honest question. Like, who would actually want to leave that? Once you're at that podium, it's your podium until you acquiesce and give it away, right? Or until you're fired, essentially. But in Pittsburgh, usually it's a retirement ceremony. It's for the head coaching spot. It's it's winning. It's a lot of success. It's parade. It's retirement, and there you go. It's on to the next succession plan, which is usually promote from within. That's what Pittsburgh does. Tomlin was promoted from within. I don't think that we're in the potential to see a losing season for Pittsburgh. And even if that does go that way, or if it's trending that way, I do think you see a knee-jerk reaction. Aaron Rodgers is yoked. If he is the reason why they're losing, right? If it's bad quarterback play, which is kind of what was plaguing the Steelers last year, right? Their defense was there. We know their defense was there, but their quarterback play was a little bit subpar in that division, okay? If that is the case, I would not be surprised if they do go to the rookie Will Howard. Trubisky's not the way. You know that, right? But if you're balancing your season up and down and you're flirting with potential a 500 season or maybe a losing record for the first time in your life, why not say, you know what, screw it. Let's just let it go. Let's see what this rebuild can actually be here, and maybe force Rooney to make a move, for whether it's pulling the trigger on you and saying you're gone, or pulling the trigger on Aaron Rodgers.
And that really is the biggest question, because the Rodgers deal is a 1-year deal. So this is kind of
exactly, it's a rental. Yeah. And I think somebody said it already. I hope we don't even see, or Eddie G says he hopes you don't even see the full season of Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah. But the whole situation is, to me, where I think this will be a better test for Aaron Rodgers.
Vikings DC, appreciate you. Thank you.
But because he's in a better spot to where I think this is something that if Aaron Rodgers is still, obviously he's not MVP Aaron Rodgers anymore, at least we think. But I think he's in a spot right now that's going to be better suited for him to be successful.
Rodney, he doesn't have the ability to move around in the pocket. That's what, or at least just what I saw last year, right? I can't let the last game of the season fool me, because everything we saw last year was awful. It was uncharacteristic of Aaron Rodgers. It was like he lost his tools.
Yeah, but if you look at his stats, I mean, obviously, again, it wasn't MVP Aaron Rodgers, but he had good stats. I think with Pickens gone, and this is where I really knew, like we talked about, this is where I knew that Aaron Rodgers was coming, because you get Pickens out, you get rid of one distraction, you ship him off to another distraction.
Well, as soon as DK was in there, I knew Pickens was gone. They're not going to keep both of those guys in there.
So it's like this is an opportunity for Rodgers to rebound. The whole thing is with the 1-year deal and with the quarterback situation, and when it comes to Mike Tomlin, and this is where we had the conversation with Flacco, to where it's like, it's like people are pushing where Flacco needs to be the groomer to teach all these young kids to be quarterback. And Flacco's like, that's not my job. I'm here to play football. I'm here to be the quarterback. That's where Aaron Rodgers is going to come in. And it's not his job to groom Will Howard. But
he ain't going to Will groom Howard. If he's going to give the same treatment that he's given everybody else.
Yeah, but apparently those two have already connected from some of the stuff that I've read, where it's like Will Howard's like, hey man, I'd love some tutelage or whatever, and Aaron Rodgers seems receptive. But I do think
Aaron Rodgers has got to see the writing on the wall too, right? Like you this is one of your last tours, buddy. Like, are you gonna go out and be the dickhead that everybody thinks you are, or are you gonna actually try and rekindle your brand here before you get out there and I don't know, try and salvage some of it and be like a mentor of a young quarterback, right? That's what I would like to leave behind. I wouldn't want to be a dickhead. Like, your job's going to get taken. Your time is up. You've had 20 years in the damn league, buddy.
Yep. And that's where I think for Aaron Rodgers, I don't know how motivated he is kind of with redemption and shit. I would think that that's a big part for him. But you can think that if Aaron Rodgers can come in and he can salvage and kind of rebuild that Pittsburgh offense with him at the helm, you can get to the playoffs and win a playoff game. That's where I think for Aaron Rodgers, the standard for Pittsburgh this year is just win a playoff game. Obviously you want to win.
You think that's Aaron Rodgers' standard going at, if this is his last year, you think just win one game is his standard?
More for the franchise, because that's where the franchise steps on their dick all the time. It's like you get to the playoffs, you have a winning season, but yet you can't win a freaking playoff game since 2017 or whenever that was. It's like if he goes and wins them a playoff game, he's exciting the fan base. But then what do you do next? Does Tomlin hang around? That's where I think Tomlin would be more inclined to hang around. And if Rodgers, like I talk about motivation, where if you're the guy that kind of takes a storied franchise, the Pittsburgh Steelers, to the place they haven't been able to get, setting the bar low, winning a playoff game, you've done what you're there to do. Then do you bring him back? I mean, I don't know. Then you go through this again because he's got to go to the dark room, figure out, look up at the stars, do whatever he does to figure out if he wants to come back. Same old song and dance that he always
Aaron Rodgers accepting the fact that he's the bridge and not the guy.
Can he do that? Can he do that? I doubt it.
That is the real struggle of the season right here. It's not winning the championship. It's can Aaron Rodgers acquiesce and just be the bridge and not the guy.
Yeah. And that's why selfishly I wanted Rodgers, to go to the Vikings, to be in that same spot that Brett Favre was in, to where you're like in this loaded arsenal. You got every bullet in your chamber that you need, and you go out and still at the end, somebody sneaks up and gets you. That's the way I wanted Aaron Rodgers' season to end. I just don't think he has that in Pittsburgh. But I seriously think that we are at the end of Mike Tomlin.
I think he could play 2 more years in Minnesota, honestly.
I think so too. I think you go to a situation like
Cincinnati,
that.
I mean, I don't know Cincinnati. I think I want to say that Minnesota's line is better than Cincinnati's based off of how many sacks that Joe Burrow had last year. I'd like to think that Minnesota's line's a little bit better than Cincinnati, but still, Rodgers, regardless of either hypothetical, would have to be mobile, and that's where he's kind of faltered a little bit, right? Mm-hmm. Like the arm is still there. He does, like, he's got some zip in the arm. That's for sure. But what made Rodgers so special was his ability to scramble and then just kill you with his legs too. He doesn't have that. Like the Superman, or not the Superman, but the championship belt hasn't been on his body in a while. Like, he's relinquished that a long time ago.
Yeah. And, now he's got a bad limb, he's got a bad, coming through injury and all that. I mean, none of that is there. And it really is. That's one of those guys where you go back, and he put the dagger in my team so many different times, to where it's like you go back and you watch the plays that he made, and it's like, damn, that Aaron Rodgers, I mean, like it or not, I mean, the dude has been great. But coming into this situation, and for Mike Tomlin, it's a pivotal year here to how bad Tomlin is going to want to stick around depending on what happens here, because it's either going to be very successful or it's going to be a failure. And if Rodgers gets hurt, early in the season, then that's where Tomlin's really going to be. Well, that's a gamble that didn't pay off. That was a lot of bullshit for nothing. 1-year deal, Wag.
The damn the kit and caboodle is all riding on Aaron Rodgers here for Mike Tomlin.
That's the thing. You were putting your future. You were putting the franchise
all in the damn pot here
in
for
a 40-year-old, 41, 40.
No pun intended here. Ike says Cincinnati. Yes. I was just drawing a hypothetical of the two best offenses, right? Like if Aaron Rodgers went to Cincinnati, I think with the wide receivers there, he could probably prolong his career a little bit, and that's kind of where I was going with Minnesota too. Like if Aaron Rodgers went to either of those two teams, just with the arsenal of weapons that they have, I think it could prolong Aaron Rodgers' career a couple years maybe. But without those legs, he doesn't have what made him AR-12.
Yeah, and you seriously know that with him going into Pittsburgh, it is that I am here to win games. I am here to do what
it's got to be business, right? It's got to be all business.
Yeah,
I would think like no shenanigans, no antics. Like this is your final tour, bro.
Yeah. And that's where I think that Tomlin, being the disciplinarian and that very, immense amount of respect that is there between the two of them, maybe that is what calms a bunch of this stuff down. And for him to go in and take this spot, whether it was his first, second, third, fourth choice, whatever it was, this is an opportunity for him to kind of resurrect and prolong his career. For Tomlin, it's an opportunity to win a playoff game and maybe make a run. So, but that's a loaded AFC. That's what we come down to. And there's a lot of comers in that. We talk about Denver and all the different teams. There's a lot of people that are on the come in that division, where I think that Pittsburgh's kind of sitting stagnant right there. They're either going to sink like a rock in a fishbowl, or they're going to take a couple of steps forward. I don't know. We'll find out.
I don't think Cleveland's going to be there yet. I think they're going to be struggling with their offense. Cleveland's defense is clearly there. They're one of the best defenses in the league. They just need their offense to kind of balance it out. It's the same. It's the opposite with Cincinnati. Like Cincinnati's defense is somewhat there every now and then, but injuries have plagued them. Cincinnati's offense is clearly one of the tops. If they can kind of piece that together, then the North can be a daunting and killer place, right? Because we know what we know what Baltimore and Pittsburgh can bring you, right? On any given Sunday, they can whoop your ass. So, it's going to be wild. AFC North, usually the league of the black and blue, but going to be led with the black and gold here with Aaron Rodgers and Mike Tomlin here.
And this is where, when it comes to Cincinnati, when you talk about the different things, you've got the rookie that could opt out because he left camp. The guy took off, and there's a loophole in the, I guess in the, I don't know, collective bargaining agreement with if he leaves or whatever, he can become eligible for the draft again, and just entirely the whole draft process of being drafted by the Bengals doesn't even happen. You got Trey Hendrickson. Are they going to sign this guy? Because
I think he gets signed.
I hope he does. And that's where Cincinnati, if you can, or the Bengals, if you can just put your entire process together, I think you can be pretty damn good. Because Burrow in that offense, man, they're great. They're great, but you got to keep it intact, and that's where Cincinnati seems to get in their own way sometimes, Wags, and that's
kind of like the Chargers here. All right, amigo, where we want to go next?
How about we go to Covert Bee Cave? Let's go out to the beautiful Bee Cave,
Kingdom of Chariots.
Yeah, here's some testimonials from some great Covert Bee Cave customer.
They treat you like family. My husband and I have bought several vehicles from the Coverts over the years, and it's always just been easy and effortless.
By the time we walk into the dealership, paperwork's ready and we're ready to buy.
I walked in, literally signed a couple of things, and I was 10 minutes in and out.
They just take care of everything.
I personally feel like people took care of me. I feel like as they're taking care of me, if they take care of other people that I know, it's just that much of a plus.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
That's right. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Go see those great folks this weekend. Like we always say, check it out at covertbeecave.com. Check the inventory, make your way out there and go see those great folks. You'll be glad you got together. Also, friends, there's a new lawyer in town. When that storm hits, you call Hurricane Hecht. We've been talking about him for a couple of weeks right here on Chaos Theory. That's Ryan Hurricane Hecht, your go-to personal injury attorney right here in the ATX. A proud Texas Longhorn fighting for fellow Texans. He's not just a lawyer. He's a friend, and he's a Longhorn through and through, and he brings that same fire and pride to the courtroom. If you're injured on the job, if you're injured in a car accident, if a dog bite, one of these different deals, it's going to require a personal injury attorney. don't jump on and check out these guys that are on the morning news all the time, guys on top of cars and rolling up in, Lamborghinis and SUVs and all this. You're not going to deal with those folks. You're going to deal with somebody on their staff, some intern that's going to kind of take you in, and then you're just kind of shoved off to somebody on the staff. Call Hurricane Hecht. He's been fighting for justice and big results for over a decade. And here's the best thing about it, friends. A lot of these personal injury attorneys, you're going to have a retainer fee and this, that, and the other. With Hurricane Hecht, you don't pay unless you win. That's right, friends. No fees unless Ryan Hurricane Hecht gets you money in your pocket. Aggressive in the courtroom, compassionate with clients. Austin-based, Texas proud, supporting local sports, local businesses like Texas Sports Unfiltered, and local families. A friend of the show, a fighter for the people. Don't let those insurance companies bully you around. When you get that spam risk phone call, it's that insurance company. Hey, we want to make you a great offer. No. Don't do that. Let Hurricane Hecht blow their case wide open. Call Ryan today at 512-938-8929. You can also email him, ryan@hechtlawfirm.com. That's Ryan at HECHT lawfirm.com. Ryan Hurricane Hecht. When the storm hits, you call the hurricane.
That's what I'm talking about. Did you watch any baseball? You been watching any baseball?
No, what I watched last night was what was supposed to be a basketball game.
Oh, yeah. All right. Yeah. Yeah,
I did watch
twice now,
Series.
man, where the Pacers have been 6.5 dogs, and they've come out and just shellacked the Thunder here. Halliburton, get right game. Welcome back, kind of, I guess, off of nursing that calf injury that he had. Fantastic last night. McConnell and spell of him as well. Just didn't look like they had any breathing room. They, being the Oklahoma City Thunder, didn't have any breathing room. And Rodney, this thing was essentially over before halftime, amigo. This was almost, they did close it down to 19 though, but it was 20 some points before halftime, and kind of just Halliburton being able to play downhill. I talk about this all the time. Whenever you have a guard that's playing downhill, it unlocks everything for you, right? You saw that last night happen to fruition. It came to fruition. It also gives the confidence of everybody too, right? When your star player is playing at an electric level and is playing outside, with the lights out of the gym, everybody else is going to contribute off of that and just kind of play off of those superpowers that Halliburton had last night. And also, I don't want to, get all crazy and high and mighty on the Pacers here. That was a shitty game by the Thunder, right?
Terrible.
We're just absolutely out of it. Maybe towards the second period, I thought they were kind of just laying up and accepting the fact that, all right, try not to get anybody hurt and play for Game 7. Once you saw that Game 6 was kind of running away from you. I know that's kind of a cop-out type of vibe, but when I went back and rewatched it, that's kind of what I saw coming out of the second half. It's almost like they just, rolled up the white surrender flag and be like, all right, cool. We'll see you in Oklahoma City on Sunday. That's kind of what it felt like to me. It was over before halftime. Third quarter was when it was really done with.
Yeah.
It was great game by the Pacers. Fantastic. If they play like that in Oklahoma City, it'll be the biggest disappointment of the season for the Oklahoma City Thunder, because to me, I think they're the better team. And again, I don't want to take anything away from what Indiana and Carlisle and company is doing out there, but this roster, from the top to bottom, I think Oklahoma City is just loaded. They're going to be right back here, next year too. They'll probably have to contend with Minnesota or whomever, but they're the stalwarts of the West. They will be absolutely back. It is shocking to see this not even a gentlemanly sweep. We say that, right? Not even a gentlemanly sweep, knowing how well Indiana and just how close Indiana has been the last couple of years too. That's just how much I think about Oklahoma City. I think they're that great of a team. It would be a complete disappointment if they lose, which is a realistic conversation now.
It really seems possible now. And you had to know, because that was a lot of the conversation that I saw leading into this game. Is Halliburton going to play? Maybe the Pacers should have rested him the game before, where it wasn't a closeout situation. That way you had him more healthy last night. You knew that guy was going to play. You knew that guy was going to be on the court.
Yeah, you have to prep for that. Come on, there's no way in hell that Oklahoma City did not prep for a no Tyrese Halliburton game.
Yeah, and that really looked like at a lot of times it was a 31-point lead at one point in game
Toppin
6.
too. Like I keep saying McConnell, right? But the combination of McConnell and Toppin with the twos, platooning the twos.
Yeah.
I don't know if Oklahoma City has an answer for it. And Caruso's fantastic too, but he's been rolling with the ones.
Yeah.
Or no, he's like first. I would say Caruso's first man in. I think I can't remember last night. I think Caruso's first man in, or he's been the first man in, but still, without that, like I would think that you'd need Caruso on the floor the same time that McConnell's on the floor, because that's the same type of energy that you get from both players, right? Both of them are 50-50 ball players, and they get, when I say 50-50 ball players, they get after the 50-50 balls that are on the floor, and they usually win those battles, right? If you don't have Caruso on the floor to kind of counter McConnell or vice versa, I think you're doing yourself a disservice, or you're putting your team in a worse position than what it could have been.
And I think that this in and of itself, what we saw last night proves how vital and how imperative Rick Carlisle is to,
or just having a bench, right?
Yeah, to this entire series, because as the question had been for the last 3 days or whatever it's been, is Halliburton going to play? Can he? Do you want to risk the farm, for one game? It could be hurt worse with a calf strain. And what is Carlisle doing? He's finding out different ways to draw up his rotations that came out and may very well indeed win them an NBA championship. It's going to be, a raucous environment in Oklahoma City. I mean, that's, obviously home court advantage or whatever. But Wags, they came out and flat ass knocked them out. That was a Mike Tyson punch to the face last night. 91 points for the Thunder, man. I think that's the lowest they scored all freaking year.
That's a good pool. I'm not sure. I gotta look up that stat.
That may be I know it's definitely in the playoffs the lowest that they've scored. But I think when you come out and you totally dismantled them, and SGA 7-8 turnovers, whatever he had, I mean, off night, whatever, did he not give a damn? I would think that. I get the whole want to win at home or whatever, but
he had eight. That was very uncharacteristic by SGA, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't want to give everything to the Pacers, because Oklahoma played awful. They played terrible.
They did. They did. And
and we can't expect that this is the same type of output that they have on Sunday. It's just not. There won't be a differential of 10 points in, let alone 19. It's, whatever lines generated, 4.5, 3.5, it'll probably be in favor of Oklahoma City for sure. But it will be single digits. There will be free throws to kind of, take out the game. I don't think the game will be dribbled out on Sunday for sure. It'll be very close. It won't be like what we saw the past 2 nights or the past 2 games.
And that's where this series has been so great to watch, because obviously you had the game 1, you had the thriller right there, but then you had, Oklahoma City just really asserting themselves and blowing Indiana out of the water, a couple of different times, I guess. And you've had back and forth. And then here, I expected Indiana to win last night. I really did. I knew Hallie was going to play. I knew all that was going to happen. I just didn't think it was going to be in this dominating fashion to where, and Oklahoma City, the one thing that I'm noticing, Oklahoma City doesn't have that Indiana tenacity where they can push back the way the Pacers have been able to do. And I think a lot of that is the youth. And I think the golden nugget in all of this is Rick Carlisle. And I'm curious to see what he comes up with for game 7, because that tricky Ricky is going to come up with something that is totally going to kind of flabbergast Oklahoma City. What it is, I don't know. I guess we'll find out Sunday.
I'd like to see a little bit more from Miles Turner too. I think he had a little bit of an off night in the big win for the Pacers. Also, they didn't really need that much of Miles Turner last night. But yeah, the platoon the combo of McConnell and Toppin running that second squad, or the second unit, that's pretty legit. But also, like, here's the stat line too that kind of crushes the night for Oklahoma City. 8 of 30 from the perimeter, right? Only 26. That's just uncharacteristic from Oklahoma City. That's just not what they do. Like, usually they're a pretty efficient team from outside the arc there. But seems like Oklahoma City is playing like a team that feels like they're always next year. They're always there next year, or it's always theirs next year. The Pacers are taking this as victory or death.
I totally agree with that. I am spotted because you know with Oklahoma City, those dudes that team's going to be around for a while. But the whole thing with Indiana, you don't know if you get to be in this spot again. And I think that was the whole thing with Halliburton.
Well, we say that though, but Indiana's been back. Like Indiana's been here at the conference finals the past 2 years. Right?
That's a great point.
Like they've been knocking on the doorstep too, taking down the Philistines, hitting the Philistines with the head. Not to use a biblical reference, but they've been David, slaying Goliath.
Yeah, they seem to really excel in that role, right? To where it's like that they thrive.
Yeah, they play
in
it well. They embrace it well.
Yeah, because without Halliburton, or the possibility of no Halliburton, they were already counted out. I think a lot of people were like, "Well, the trophy's over there already," Oklahoma City. But for Indiana, you don't know. I mean, because Boston, New York. I mean, you name the teams in the East that of relevance that people are going to be, when the odds come out once the finals are done of who's going to win the NBA championship, even if Indiana does, Wags, I don't think that Indiana is going to be at the top of the heap. So they are playing like this is their last lifeline right here. This is where you got to go out and you got to take advantage of this. And this goes back to, this is Rick Carlisle telling these guys, we don't know if we're going to be in this spot again. And they're going out and they're beating these young guys up. And Game 7, dude. Magical words.
That's right. The sexiest words in sports. Game 7. Game 7.
Game 7.
All right, amigo, where do we want to go next? Anything else?
One quick WNBA thing. Did you see Sophie Cunningham's fine?
$400.
$400. Yeah.
$400.
Yeah.
Somebody else got fined for pulling hair, and it was only like $7 or $12 or something like that. Real slap.
Are you serious?
Yeah, just BS. But also, bad night for Caitlin Clark last night too. Wasn't able to hit a three or collect on a three there. Sometimes people have shitty nights. That's what it comes down to, man.
Hey,
you can be the best player in the world and still have an off night.
It happens to the best of them. Friends, McCall Custom Homes. That is your one-spot source to go to. If you're looking to remodel that kitchen, that bathroom, that bedroom, whatever you're looking to do in outdoor patio space, looking to add a second story to your crib right now, or if you're looking for a new home, you check them out right now, McCall Custom Homes, atx.com. They will take care of you. You're going to have that on-site consultation with Mike and his team, and I'm telling you, as a McCall Custom Homes, I sit here and gab about Mike and them all the time. I can tell you it's personal satisfaction. That is just great what they do, from the initial consultation to here's the plan to the trades coming in, dealing with the trades. A lot of times trades come in and do different things. They're in and out the door, whatever. Not the folks with McCall Custom Homes. They're going to come in and tell you, hey, here's what we're going to do. Here's how we're going to do it. We'd like you to come take a look once it's done. That's where I was so impressed when they were here at our house. They'd come in. I knew what they were going to go do. They're like, hey, Ronnie, come here. Come take a look at this. Tell me what you think. Tell me if I need to change anything. I'm like, you guys are the pro. You do what you do. I'm going to give you the thumbs up because I know it's going to be right. McCall Custom Homes, atx.com. Free estimates right now if you're a TSU listener or viewer. 512-633-9580. Call or text our man Mike. They'll make their way out there. Tell them what you're wanting to do. They'll give you their input. You come together, you collaborate, and you come up with a plan. 512-633-9580. Be sure and mention Texas Sports Unfiltered, McCall Custom Homes, atx.com. For over 40 years, McCall Custom Homes, we build value into your home.
Do you collaborate and listen?
Stop. Collaborate.
I was going to say, are you back with a brand new invention?
See, you go that far back, I'll jump on. I'll know what you're saying.
Oh yeah, all right. That's sometimes I throw them out there to see if anybody's paying attention. Somebody hit me back with it yesterday in the chat channel. I threw something out there, and I threw a line from the Griswolds, National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. Somebody heard it. Not many people out there hear the one-liners or the little eggs I put out there, but when you find them, boys, we make them the golden eggs. We appreciate y'all.
A lot of times Wags says stuff and it'll go over my head, and I think Wags knows because he's like, dude, do you know what that's from? And I'm like, oh, hell yeah. I seriously have no clue. But right there, I knew what you were doing there. Robert Van Winkle stuff. Good stuff. And yes, I have watched baseball, and I'm ready for some LSU, Coastal Carolina. I'm going for Coastal. Sorry.
That's where I'm at too, bro. I absolutely, I'm going with Coastal Carolina. I know that we're kind of supposed to do the SEC thing, but nah, man, I want to see I want to see Coastal Carolina repeat not repeat this thing, but kind of recapture this thing from 2016, man.
Yeah. I think it's really that whole thing right there to where I'm more of like when SMU was in the football playoff last year, even though I knew that they totally shouldn't have been, whatever, it was a great story, but I'm like, I want SMU to do well, but a state of Texas team. Now it's really hard for me to say I want A&M to do well. I don't have this bitter hatred for them, but that's a rival, I mean, Oklahoma, I'd never want them to do well. I don't, but if it's like Baylor, I'm like, come on, Baylor. UTSA this past in the baseball thing, like it'd be great if they could make a run. Tech, I don't know. University of Houston, I'm like, yeah, I hope they win the NCAA college basketball championship. But I don't know. I like the Coastal Carolina story. I just like it more gooder.
That's where I think me having the Orioles blood in me too, and just like small market clubs, like I just root for the smaller guy, right? Like I root for David instead of Goliath. Usually I say that, but we're Texas Longhorn fans, who's basically the Goliath of Goliaths in terms of revenue that's made or generated for college sports. Be that as it may, I like to root for the mid-market teams or the smaller teams, the smaller clubs. I kind of drew this kind of parallel to, the West Coast dirtbags from Long Beach, right? Like maybe Coastal Carolina is kind of building their brand like that. They'll be the East Coast dirtbags of some sort, like somebody, pundits will be able to kind of relate to them that way, being the stalwarts on the East Coast or the small little school on the East Coast that can absolutely knock you around. That's kind of like how Long Beach, state is there on the West Coast, right? They're known for their decent ball club. I do want to see a really good game. That's a cop-out take, right? I honestly don't care who wins. I'm pulling for Carolina, but I just ultimately want to see one of the best, College World Series that I've seen in a while, which I think we're going to get because, again, we kind of talked about this, you and I, even with Texas out of it, it has been a very entertaining tournament. It's been one of the best tournaments that I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, and what I really hope for this, because I know Coastal Carolina's blazing coming into this thing. Was it like 27 straight?
27 in a row.
27 in a row. I truly hope, because back to this whole momentum thing that I have ingrained in my mind, I hope they win game one. Because I think if Coastal Carolina wins game one and maybe drops game two, it concerns me if LSU comes out and takes them to the woodshed in game number one, that all of that momentum, all of that confidence, everything that Coastal Carolina's built, the Chanticleers, is that what they're called?
Chants, yeah.
Yeah. So
they just call them the Chants.
The Chants. It just concerns me that if they lose game one, and then you come out and you're going to the second guy in the pitching rotation and so forth, and the bullpen gets kind of jazzed up a little bit in game one, that then you get swept. Because ultimately for me, this is going to be a great series. If we're talking about on Monday, we're previewing the 6:00 game on Monday. So I'm hoping that with all the momentum, with everything that's come in for the Chants, that they're able to win game one. I think if they win game one, we got a series. I think if they drop game one off of all of that they've brought into the tournament, then we might be in trouble. Again, that's
over under on this is 8.5.
Whew. Wow.
I think we're going to see more runs than that.
I think so too. And I truly
LSU
think
money line right now, LSU minus 165.
Wow. And I truly think, to be Debbie Download right here, I think that for the whole concept of NIL and, pay to play, all of these different things, I think this may be one of the last times with this NIL era that we have an opportunity like this for David to come slay Goliath. Because I think we're in a different environment right now where we're going to see the cream and the money and all of that rise to the top. Baseball seems to be different, where you have these teams that do it more often than most sports.
I think we kind of talked about this yesterday. I think it's the format. I think it's the structure of the tournament, right?
Yeah.
It eliminates the luck factor, right? It squeezes the luck factor out completely. Sure, I guess you can have a pitcher that's just absolutely off his game, and then you get shellacked and you're knocked around. But the double elimination format allows you to kind of recoup and kind of realign and get right. And if you have the studs, if you have 3 really good pitchers and you falter on day one, you should be able to get through, that weekend tournament or at least the region that you're in, to the super regional and then to the World Series. If you have the studs to go, and not just maybe like 1 or 2 people that can kind of carry you a little bit. That's what it does too. It eliminates the carry factor. Like you have to have all the Joes there. Like we're not slapping Coastal Carolina in the face or giving them backhanded compliments, because we know everybody that gets to this stature in Omaha absolutely deserves to be there. Like they've 27 in a row. Like you've proven your way there. There's no reason to even think about, they're not going to show up for LSU. Now watch, it'll be like a 7-1 game or some shit like that tonight. So,
well, and that's where I get concerned that if that does happen, that it's Katie bar the door, that it's over. But what's cool about teams like Coastal Carolina, like UTSA too, I mean, we saw it firsthand 3 different times this year, for crying out loud. But it's like with those smaller mid-majors, whatever you want to call them, Sun Belt, in this case, to where you have these teams that are built, but your number 2, your number 3 guys on the pitching staff, they're really, really good, but for whatever reason, they're not at LSU, Stanford, Texas, Arkansas.
There's a lot of players to cover and not enough scouts.
That's right? The thing. That's the thing where baseball is so different, to where it's a very small amount of college baseball. Oh, my battery's dying on my camera. I'll go get that back on.
Hopefully the guys get in soon.
It's a very small amount of slots that are available there, and these smaller teams, they're able to fill it with really, really good stuff. Let me go charge my battery.
That's all right. Be good. I'm going to tell you about Texas. One of the main sponsors on Texas Sports Unfiltered. I'm going to tell you about audiovisual consultations. 512-255-8678. That's the number. That's the lottery numbers that we have there for Texas Sports or for audiovisual consultations. Make sure you guys hit them up. And also go to the website at avconsultations.com. They've been setting the standard over the past 35 years in audiovisual automation. Make sure you guys go to their website and see the gallery of projects that they've done over the past, since 1988 that they've been in business. So make sure you guys go see all that. And then hell, maybe you want the 2 TVs put together, the 3 TVs put together, or 4 of them, man. It's all deadly. 512-255-8678. It's avconsultations.com.
Heck yeah, man.
We've got to give a shout out to the obligatory shout out for Tom McKay and his crew.
Right now on the big screen, I'm watching the women's LPGA championship happening in Frisco. I thought about hanging around Dallas and going to watch this over in Frisco, but I had to get back. And then, of course, you got the Travelers going on this weekend. So lots of different college baseball. When's the finals? Game 7, Sunday night. There's lots. Did you guys talk about,
man? Yeah, and also I saw that you had the Lakers, huh?
Yeah.
The Bus family selling.
How about
that? Not really selling out, but selling the organization. Who are they selling to? I didn't see this.
It's a dude from the Dodgers. It's a $10 million deal. Mark Walter.
I'm kidding. I absolutely saw this. Yes.
Oh, okay.
So again, some hope, right? And a lot of people were thinking, it could be a little bit of a rocky situation going from one ownership to the next ownership. But apparently LeBron and company are on board with Walters. A young, vibrant owner there coming in and kind of, giving a little bit more buzz, no pun intended, to the Lakers here. And maybe this is something that they need. It's the Lakers have been in the Bus family since the 70s, right?
1979.
79. Yeah. Okay. So it basically 80s, but 79. Yeah. Good run. Some so they weren't there for like the Showtime. Oh no, they were there for the Showtime Lakers.
Yeah.
They were there for Magic and the Showtime Lakers.
I think they drafted Irvin Johnson in 79 or 80, and that's when those things started happening. And I had forgotten.
I think it was 79. I think Magic was there in 79 for Michigan State. And then when was Bird at Indiana State?
That same season.
Same years, right? 79 and 79?
Because 80, I think 1980 was the year when Magic came in for Kareem and played center. And that's kind of when the Showtime and everything really kicked off. And, of course, I think it was Jack Kent Cook that had owned the Lakers prior to that. And, of course, very successful. But I think what this is going to do more, it's going to be interesting to me to watch with the ownership group here with Mark Walter, is where with the Dodgers.
Bobby Chaffee brings up a good nugget too. Walters is in on the F1 Cadillac team too, right?
That's true. That's true. So you think about all the different investments right there. What I'm going to be curious to watch right here for because in the NBA it's a little bit different. Where with the Dodgers, what they do, Wags, is you go out and buy the farm. They go out and throw all kinds of money around, which apparently they have it if they're paying $10 billion right here. But to make that move it's totally different. And you have to think, because I was thinking about this, because remember the Celtics sold majority ownership. Obviously Mark Cuban went in, and he's still a part of that, like Jeannie Buss is going to be right now. But the whole thing is, do you think some of these NBA owners, they're coming to the realization of, I can build a great team, but I can't freaking keep it together? And
it's hard. It's hard to make it as easy to keep it as the hard shit. We talk about it all the time, man.
That's the fucked up part, right? It's like you can build this super team and you can go to amazing places, and in a year and a half, it's gone.
And also, too, like let me expand on that a little bit too, right? I think people, they don't realize what they have when they have it, right? You don't realize what you're building. You're not seeing the macro picture here, right? You're too busy focused on the micro, and the micro is usually you, okay? The macro being the team, right? If you can stay there and you can just, it's not about staying in perfection for 10 years or for a tenure, right? Like, sure, you're going to have ups and downs, and you're going to have you're going to be you're going to have disapprovals of moves being made or whatever, but still, don't let it piss you off to the point to where you can't actually have a professional career, right? Stay there. Don't make it about you all the time, and actually focus on the macro of the team element.
Yeah.
We tend to see that, or we don't tend to see that this day and age, right? So people are they're so bought in on instant gratification that they throw away something that could potentially be a developmental championship, but if it's not getting what they want right away, or they're not getting that instant immediate impact, they leave and try and go for greener pastures, when ultimately it's still just green. All right. Yeah. It's just a different shade of green. What you're kind of doing yourself a disservice, because you're breaking off the known that and you're trying to go to an unknown.
Yeah,
that's my take.
I think the biggest thing with the change, and again, Jeannie Buss still a part of this, the governor, whatever that is. I think that's like what Cuban was supposed to be in Dallas. That unfortunately didn't work out well for the Mavericks fans. But I think what we're going to see with the Lakers is we're going to see a mindset change to where they're going to do business like the Dodgers do. Not that there was anything wrong with what the Buss family was doing, but they were very ingrained and kind of, like I talk about Jerry Jones, it's a family-run business. Now you're going out, you're going to put executives in place that are going to do, this is business. This is very much business. And I think that with this new group, they're going to come in and bring a lot of that, the new ideas, the new business part that may have been missing in the Lakers. And Wags, when this went down, through all of my anger the other night, Wednesday night, whenever that was.
For? I missed that. I'm trying to look that up right now. I missed what
10 billion with a B as in bitch. That's a bitchin' price. 10 billion. I went on Twitter.
Well, I know that's a lot of money, right? And and of course we're thinking about, man, that's what the Buss family got. My first thought is,
you can buy a lot of chicken McNuggets with that.
Sure, but I mean, like, how do you have a return on that investment of 10 billion? Are you're investing 10 billion in the Lakers, thinking that organization is going to make money off of 10 billion? You're buying it for 10 billion. You're expecting more back than 10 billion?
Yeah. And then you got to spend. You're going to have to spend.
Right. That's a lot of money.
That's a lot of damn money. It's like, somebody asked me for $100. I'm like, shit, I'll see what I can scrape up, man. Let me go see if I can find that.
You're investing in 10 billion and expecting to get at least that sum back, right? Like, man, that's the line you're at. You're going in at 10 billion. Holy shit. And I'm over here stressing about a pool in my backyard.
I think the Celtics was like 6 million, 6.3. Dallas was 3 point something billion. It's like for a basketball team,
that's I mean, it is the Lakers, guys. It is the Lakers.
Yeah,
right?
It's like, man, let's bring in Nick Harris here.
I guess my point is, are you buying in at a good time right now? Is this a
Well,
really good time to get a return on your investment?
I think it is. And Nick, I have to tell you, so I went on Twitter Wednesday night or Thursday morning, whatever it was, when I first saw that this went down. And I'm like, look here, Jerry Jones, if you want to one-up the Bus family, sell the Cowboys right now and get more money than they did.
Yeah, you talk about return on investment. If so, the Lakers, the Bus family bought the Lakers back in 1979 for $67.5 million. They just sold it for $10 billion. If they were to get the same return on investment, the Walter family, in however many years that is, what is that, like 50? I don't know. They would be selling for $1.5 trillion.
That's correct. Like that money's not there. It's just not
absolutely
there.
not. Absolutely not. But they could make some bees off this, just a couple Billy, nothing crazy.
Man, a lot of
Jordan, what's on the show, guys?
We're gonna cover a few different topics today. We're gonna be kind of bouncing around. Will and I have already done a fair amount of recruiting, like official visit preview, so we'll still do some of that, but we'll be bouncing around today.
Nice.
Y'all would be proud because if you remember on Monday, I had mentioned that I have been indoctrinated into the horse racing scene.
Yeah,
I am
playing the ponies.
I'm tagging Jordan along tonight. We're going back out there, and we're gonna get Jordan on the.
Where are y'all going?
Lone Star Park, Grand Prairie.
Lone Star Park.
Nice. You gonna get Jordan the stat book?
Yep, we're gonna get the whole program. We're gonna be going crazy. We're gonna win some bees. We're trying to buy the Lakers.
Well, make sure Jordan's allowed back in his house tonight. Okay,
we'll do.
Well, so start off
softly. I'm
softly.
sleeping there, so
Yeah, start off softly. Buy the UFL team first in Arlington, and then kind of work yourself up. I didn't know the UFL headquarters were over there, right by Cowboy Stadium. I did not know that. I saw it a couple days ago.
Yeah, in fact, all of the teams in the UFL actually practice in Arlington and Mansfield during the season, and they only fly to the stadium for where they play for home games. So, like the Michigan Panthers, they only go to Detroit when they're playing a home game. Everything else essentially located.
Wait, time out. So are these dudes just in the fall just practicing in Newsom Stadium in Mansfield? Where are they practicing?
Yeah, Newsom Stadium is one of them. South Lake Dragon Stadium is another one. Globe Life Park is
They need funding, Jordan.
Wait, hold up. And their season goes when?
Their season's in the spring. It goes from like late February / early March until mid-June.
So they're just stealing field time from these high school programs during spring ball?
I wouldn't say they're stealing it. I'm sure they're paying for it, but
but I just didn't know this was a thing. I mean, I'm kind of
these UFL players are walking on the field. This is our field now.
Yeah,
I know. It's just like
reparations. What is it?
Like
See, we
Riley
need to send
Dodd.
Wags to try out. Wags, you need to go try out for the UFL.
Nah.
Shit, Garrett Gilbert played in it for a minute. You might be able to do it.
I mean, I was being Allstate Maryland does not even compute to the same year. I say this all the time. Being Allstate in Maryland and Rod Babers was all district. Okay, in Texas the same year. Where did Rod Babers end up? Where did I end up? There's a difference between Texas ball and Maryland ball, boys.
Wags, I gotta ask you.
Last time I looked, y'all are both doing radio, so I think it worked out.
There you go. I think you did. Yeah, good call.
Wag, what
Don't let him
position
intimidate
were
you like that.
And
Wags.
what high school did you go to?
I went to Brunswick High School, and I also went to Baltimore Polytechnic High School.
Which one did you finish at?
At Brunswick High School.
Brunswick High School, Baltimore. I'm about to look
No. Brunswick High School, Maryland.
Okay. Is it
1999? Inside linebacker and nose guard. I also played fullback and guard.
Damn, Wags, you're on the notable alumni.
In the wing. No, I'm not.
I'm playing. Sorry.
No. My picture was up there in the Hall of Fame for a while, but then 50 years later they put some new student athletes up there. So
man, I'm on the Lockhart High School notable alumni. It was like all-time alternative school recipient attendee. They got me on the wall there.
So that was the one embarrassing thing is when I went back. We went back the one year and I was trying to show my son. I was just like, yeah, wait till you go in these halls. Wait till you see, your old man up in here, and all my superlatives.
It wasn't nothing, huh?
There wasn't a fucking thing. It was gone, bro. It was ancient.
He saw a dude cleaning the hallway, and he's like, "Is that you, Dad?"
By the way, kind of lame. My high school could never. I know Nick's could never as well, and I'm sure Lockhart has some cool alumni. The only 3 people listed on the Wikipedia for Brunswick: John B. Funk, member of the Maryland House of Delegates, and Maryland Senate, Secretary of State of
There's
Maryland.
a senator I feel like that graduated every high school.
Brooke Grossman, member of the Maryland House of Delegates, and Joseph B. Payne, who died in 1968, a member of the Maryland House of Delegates.
Didn't
and
you
that
go
is
to Lake
everyone
You
on
went
the
to Lake
notable
Travis,
alumni.
didn't you? I thought you went to Lake Travis.
Yeah.
No, he's talking about my school, man.
Oh, your school. I thought
about my school, Rodney.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So another little note, like Brunswick is on the same. It's basically a mile from Burkittsville, Maryland, and that is where the Blair Witch movie went down. The Blair Witch Project.
Gotcha.
It was in those woods, so that's kind of gave it a little bit of notoriety. But no, it's a locomotive in a CSX town, a train town. That's kind of on the river there, it fed into Baltimore, just like a county city outside of Baltimore. That was a train town. That's
Comment says Wags missed his calling in the House of Delegates. You sure did, Wags.
Hey, man, I do have a government degree.
On brand.
So from the University of Texas. So there we go.
There we go.
There it is.
All right, boys.
All right.
What's
Good,
up?
boys.
Just doing a little bit all over the place. Going, talk some pro ball and some college World Series, shit like that.
Shit like that.
All right, it's all deadly, man, as I like to say.
Right on,
See
boys.
you, fellas.
Y'all
All
be good.
See you Monday.
We'll see you. Well, welcome into the Lone Star Playbook. I'm Jordan Scruggs. That is Nick Harris. And today we have a few different things we're going to discuss, but where do we want to start? Do you want to do your college baseball World Series talk, or what are we thinking?
Hey, man, we may as well start with the disappointment that is Arkansas baseball, the snake-bitten tragedy that is Arkansas baseball. Did you happen to see what happened to Arkansas?
I did not. I didn't even watch the finals last night. I was
Well, the finals didn't happen last night, so. Oh, you mean the NBA finals?
Yeah.
Oh, my bad. I thought you were talking about college World Series.
I was like, wait,
good news. They weren't last night.
Yeah, no. I was writing an official visit preview, and I don't know. I take way too long on some of these stories, and like I look up and it's been 4 hours and I'm at 3,500 words, which is just unnecessary. But I don't know. That's my writing style. That's how I work. So I was doing that most of the evening. Didn't watch the NBA finals. But hey, how did the Razorbacks fall apart? I'd love to hear this.
Yeah, so you do know that their baseball program is quite snake-bitten. Like every time they get to Omaha, they just have some weird, crazy shit that does not go their way, and they lose somehow. For context, and this is just
like they're losing balls in the light and stuff.
Basically, so back in this was 2019, they were in the finals against Oregon State. They were up 3-2, top of the ninth inning, and there was a 2 outs. And there was a pop up behind first base. If they catch it, they win the national championship. It's over. And they have 3 guys over there, and it falls right in between them. Base hit the next at bat, a double the next at bat. Oregon State takes the lead, wins that game, and then wins game 3 and wins the national championship. And there's many other instances of Arkansas just falling on its face when it gets to Omaha, or even in the supers as well. Last year in the regional, they got beat by a 4 seed. They got beat by Southeast Missouri State. But going into 2018, thank you, CP. I knew he'd be on top of it. But going back to a couple nights ago, they are up 5-3 against LSU in the bottom of the ninth, and there are runners on first and second. There's a routine, I wouldn't say fly ball, but I would say a line drive ball to left field. Should have been easily caught for the 3rd out, and they move on to a winner-take-all game, which would have been last night. The left fielder slips, and it hits his ass, and it ricochets all the way to the wall. Both runs score, and then the next at-bat, a single up the middle that goes right off the second baseman's glove, and LSU wins the game. And just another example of Arkansas being snake bit once again.
Does anyone, CB, we need you to do some research. When is the last conference title or national championship Arkansas won? Like, what sport was it in?
Probably track.
Because, I mean,
It would probably be women's track, and this would have been like 2020.
Yeah, like in my lifetime, Arkansas has not been like remotely challenging for the national title in football. Like the last time, I don't even remember it because I was young, but like the McFadden, Bobby Petrino days when I was, too young to remember that or pay attention. Like that's the last time Arkansas was relevant on a national scale in football. I don't know what to say about baseball. I know in basketball they hired Calipari, and before that, I know they had a pretty decent coach, and they were getting a bunch of recruits in. They had Anthony Black, Jordan Walsh, and stuff. But like they never actually did anything in the tournament. They never won the conference in basketball either, did they?
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, if we're talking, here we go. Patrick saying 2024 women's track outdoor. They've won a few women's track national championships in the last 5 or so years. But CB, if we're talking about the main power sports or the revenue sharing sports, if we will, basketball in 1994.
Got it. Sorry, I'm trying to get text quotes from a kid right now.
That's my favorite. That's just my favorite thing to do.
But it's also like, the response times sometimes aren't good. So like, I'm just going to send them right now while we're on the show. But yeah, sorry. Can you fill for a second?
Yeah, we'll talk about the.
I can't do two things at once. Sorry.
We'll talk about the College World Series finals right quick. In 1964 football, a young man by the name of Jerry Jones was on that 1964 team. Just to throw that out there. So was Jimmy Johnson. Jimmy Johnson was also on the 1964 football team.
When I was at the Arkansas game in, I think it was November last year, Texas, Arkansas, Jerry Jones just pops out of nowhere and the crowd's going crazy. And I'm like, I totally forgot he went here. And then like
the only crowd that would ever cheer for him.
And like 5 minutes later, Hulk Hogan walked out and the crowd was like 10 times as loud. And it was like the most boring game ever at the time. It was like the second quarter and Arkansas couldn't score a point. Meanwhile, on the other side, like Quinn Ewers in Texas couldn't figure out how to move up the field on a 3-high safety look.
Yeah, that was tough.
Yeah, if Texas doesn't have Matt Golden, they're screwed. They don't win that game, and I don't know. Seasons looked at a little differently, in my opinion.
Yeah,
but I don't know. But who's your pick to win it all? College World Series.
I gotta take Coastal. Coastal Carolina rolling into the College World Series final, as CB said, on a 26-game winning streak. It's the longest winning streak ever entering the College World Series finals. Man, I talked about it right after the selection show a few weeks back before the regional started. I mean, Coastal shouldn't have even been a 13 seed to begin with. They should have been a top 8 seed. They played that well in a really good baseball conference in the Sun Belt. They should have gotten a little bit more respect than they did by the committee, and now they're making the committee pay for it. And granted, they're gonna give home field advantage to LSU because LSU will have the advantage there. But I think in Game 2. With their guy Morrison on the mound. He's 12-0 on the season, just a lights-out pitcher. I think he ends up giving them a really big win in Game 2. Whether they win or lose Game 1, I think it helps propel them into winning the national championship.
Awesome.
For the second time in 9 years. Something that very few programs can say.
Wowza. Hey, you got a scouting report on Marvin Overshown's son, who he named Texas?
Really? He named him Texas. I missed
that. You didn't see that?
I missed that.
Bro, he named the kid Texas. I mean, there's no way he doesn't end up going by Tex, but it's like, God, this is some ARP stuff right here. You know?
That's some East Texas shit right there, man. Wow. I had no idea. I had no idea he named his son Texas. That is.
You were probably like, oh, CB forgot a few words on this. No, he didn't.
No, I thought he was just saying like, hey, what's the scouting report on Overshown these days? You know?
Yeah, no.
Well, he's hurt, so.
But, hey, speaking of scouting reports, kind of, Texas could be potentially adding another difference maker to the D-line class tomorrow.
Okay.
Rodney Cleveland, top 247 lineman out of the state of Alabama, goes to Birmingham.
Alabama.
Parker High School in Birmingham. Was actually committed to Bama at one point in the fall, and then I think was like, hey, Nick Saban isn't here anymore. Let me look elsewhere. And hey, he
just
looked elsewhere. Sorry?
He figured that out after he committed?
I mean, I don't know what went through his head. He's committed to Bama for like a month and a half. But Texas, UNC, Georgia, Florida, Auburn, Tennessee, they're the ones in this thing. I think Florida State might be a logo on the graphic, but he's not going there. Texas and Florida are the ones to know about. He's committing tomorrow. We expect it to be Texas as of right now, but like with how things have gone this summer, last summer, and the summer before, I'm not discounting anything, especially due to the fact that this is the number 5 defensive lineman in the country who comes from the state of Alabama. And as it's been well documented, 90% of the interior defensive line recruits, at least the top ones, NIL is deciding where they go. So as of last night, as of this morning, I think it's Texas. Horns 24/7, we feel confident, or not. I want to say super confident, more confident than we've been at other times, like than the DJ Sanders situation last year. But, like, we're not discounting how this thing works. He could still end up at Florida. If I had a gun to my head, I'd pick Texas. But, I mean, anything is possible in this day and age of recruiting. And also, hey, Texas, if they do land him tomorrow like we expect, they got to hold on to him. Keep him from visiting other schools. Keep him locked in because number 5 defensive lineman in the country, they are coveted, as Texas showed last year. Flipping Josiah Sharma, flipping Myron Charles after the Michigan game, and then getting Justice Terry on signing day. They also brought in a few other top-tier defensive linemen throughout the season that they didn't get. Like, schools are very aggressive for these guys because there are very few actual difference makers. And the thing that makes Rodney Cleveland one of the better difference makers, I should say, is he can play early. Like, this is a kid who can play year 1 at Texas if it came to it. I would say, I mean, he's obviously ranked higher than everyone they signed last year at D-line besides Justice Terry. But he can play year 1 and play earlier than a Josiah Sharma could, than a Myron Charles could. And I'm not saying he's a level of player, a level of prospect, or has the same ceiling as Justice Terry, but they would probably, if he ended up at Texas, Rodney Cleveland would have comparable freshman year snap count or, whatever that Justice Terry is expected to have this season. So really fun player. The scouting report's pretty fun. Quick twitch, explosive interior D lineman that shows the ability to constantly win first step quickness and power at the point of attack. Possesses a collegiate-ready frame. North of 300 pounds that should open transition to the collegiate game with ease. Plays predominantly in an on-front at Parker High School, displaying the ability to play multiple positions on the D-line, including nose tackle. Plays with outstanding force in the interior, exhibiting the ability to take on and defeat double teams in the run game while also demonstrating a unique ability to generate pass rush, as evidenced by his 5.5 sacks as a junior. High floor prospect that projects as an immediate start or as an impact starter at the Power 4 level, possessing the frame and physical ability to provide immediate value on Saturdays.
Are we talking more 1 tech or 3 tech here, do you think? Or is it kind of a get on campus and figure it out?
I think it's kind of a get on campus and figure it out. The other 2 bodies in the D-line class, Dylan Behrman, he's like strictly knows he's never going to play outside the guards, just strictly between the guards and up on the center, I guess. And then Corey Wells, he's more of like a, 3, 4, even maybe a 5. I mean, he's a 6'5", 300-pound kid with some nice length that can hold more weight, but he's super raw. So what I think would end up happening is Texas, they're locked in with Behrman at, playing in the nose, playing in the A-gap specifically pretty much every snap. And then Corey Wells, it's kind of, hey, he can do a lot of things. We'll figure it out later. And then, they're hunting for kind of that 3 tech, like you said. And I think that's what Rodney Cleveland would be, maybe what Kendall Gervil would be. And it's also interesting because they're in a great spot for Jamarian Carlton. We think they'll land him. And for a long time, I won't lie, I had some heated discussions with our scouting team about why he's ranked as a defensive line prospect and not an edge prospect. Because for the large majority of this recruitment, he's been 6'4.5" and about 230 pounds, 240 pounds with like an 85-inch wingspan and 36.5-inch arms, huge hands. Like every box that it comes to projecting a future NFL edge or D lineman, Jamarian Carlton checks. But now, since it's his first offseason where he's not playing an AAU schedule because he's a big basketball player, he added a lot of weight, and he's now up to – he was 259 when I talked to the Temple staff about 2 weeks ago, so 260. And man, I love covering kids in the Temple program. And
yeah, they're
whenever
always
that coach told me, hey, he's up to 260, I was like, damn, y'all got him to 260. And he's like, we didn't do shit. That's all God-given ability.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah. So really like Carlton. The point I'm trying to say, though, he is 6'4.5", 260 right now. Can he hang on the edge long term? Yes, he has the explosive number, like metrics and other things to where he can play edge either side. But he also is 6'4.5", 260 right now with plus length and can probably hold up to 300 pounds. Now, I don't know how that's going to work on his frame, but I think he could do it. So you also have to factor that in. Like, he could end up playing pretty much every position outside of the guard or outside of the A-gap on the D-line if you were to go to Texas, just because there's so much, like, different things you can do with his body. It's very similar to Lance Jackson this past cycle, how he was probably about 240 most of his high school career and then got up to 260 around his senior year. Texas keeping him at edge, but he also kind of has like the similar body type to Carlton where they can grow into being an actual interior D lineman. And for a long time, Jackson was actually ranked as an interior D lineman before they eventually moved him to edge as a senior. And I'm talking about 24/7 scouting team. But I would say Jackson, he has broader shoulders, a wider base. His body type fits better in the interior than Carlton's does, but I mean, they both could do it. And I mean, I think it only speaks to the level of prospect, level of player that Texas is consistently recruiting, that you can have these defensive front seven chess pieces that can do so many different things. Because, hey, that makes the job so if you have guys like Lance Jackson and potentially Jameer Carlton where they can do 4 different things on the D-line, then Justice Terry only has to do one thing. And he focuses on only that one thing, or the different players. So I don't know if there's a school recruiting, I would say front 7, but Texas is definitely behind on linebacker recruiting. So I'll say D-line, which is D-line's has edge. I don't know if there's a school recruiting that better than Texas is right now.
Which is a healthy change from the Bo Davis era.
Oh, yeah. And one thing, I've talked about this a lot, man. Bo Davis got a lot of flack for, recruiting the guys he brought in because – outside of Alex January and Melvin Hills, there isn't a single guy Bo Davis signed that's still in the program. And I don't know, what to expect from Melvin Hills with the other guys they're now bringing in. I think Alex January is going to play and be an impact player, but I mean, Hills is still probably at least a year away. So with Davis, though, what I was trying to say, 90% of D-line recruiting is forking up the money, and Texas is not doing that for Bo Davis. I don't know why that was happening. But I do think eventually once Kenny Baker came in and what happened last summer when Sharma went to Oregon and Myron Charles went to Florida State after Texas was expecting to get those guys, that's when I think some conversations happen with either the Texas One Fund or the Brass, and they're like, hey, if we're going to get to the types of body types and athletes we want on the D-line, we're going to need to start forking it up like we have been for these other positions. So I definitely think Bo Davis got a little bit more flack than he should have. But also, I mean, hey, some coaches are like that. They might not be good recruiters, but they're great developers, and that's what Bo Davis is. Very few of them, like Tashard Choice, are great recruiters and great developers. That's why Tashard Choice got hired into the NFL after only working in college for like 5-6 years, whatever it's been. So, I don't know. I mean, he's in the NFL now. He doesn't have to recruit anymore. Bo Davis doesn't. But
he might be. He might be recruiting some guys over here pretty soon. Wouldn't surprise me.
Maybe. But some other stuff. How about, the boy, Diabell, taking on Elite 11
yes,
MVP.
Sir. Yes, sir.
First, for those who don't know, first ever Texas quarterback commit to win the Elite 11 MVP. Not the first to compete there. Guys like Hudson Card, Sam Ellinger, I think Casey Thompson also was there. Malik Murphy. Even Quinn, he competed at the COVID year when he was in South Lake. He's the first one to win it. Diabell is. And he didn't go through this week 100%. For those who don't know, he suffered some leg injury towards the end of his junior season. I believe it wasn't ACL, but it was something with –
it was lower leg.
Yeah, something with like ligaments or tissue, something like that. He got tightrope surgery. I do know that. And told folks to check in day. I'm not 100%, but I'm going to give him my all. Woo-de-woo. hey, he went out there and won the whole thing. So shout out to him. The Elite 11 obviously doesn't predict success. When I was when I was writing the Elite 11 story for him, him winning it, because he entered the day number 1 in the rankings for Elite 11. So it was kind of like, all right, or he entered the day number 2. But we heard from people there he's probably going to win it about an hour and a half before they announced it. So I went and got the story ready. I'm going through past Elite 11 MVP winners because it's gone on since 99.
Yeah.
And I'm like trying to think, like, who are these other notable names I can throw in here? And I'm like, Matt Stafford, Jameis Winston, CJ Stroud, right? I'm not putting Rhett Bomar in there, Like, there's also names in there like I've never heard of. And there's also I don't know what was going on early. And I mean, still to this day, like evaluating and scouting quarterbacks, it's not a perfect science. NFL teams, their job is to do that, and they fuck it up every year. But the early days of Elite 11, it would be like 16, 20 names, and there would have been only one guy that got drafted. Yeah. And like the rest of it just says undrafted. So I thought that was interesting. But hey, the last 5 winners, last year, Keelan Russell won it. He's at Alabama. The year before, Julian Sain won it. He was at Alabama for like a week before he went to Ohio State. The year before was Jackson Arnold, who went to Oklahoma. He's now at Auburn. The year before that was Klubnik, who has been at Clemson the whole time. And the year before that was Caleb Williams, who obviously went number 1 overall, plays for the Chicago Bears. So it seems like they got more accurate, I guess, with it meaning something. But I don't know. Diabell being the Elite 11 MVP, first Longhorn to ever do it. So
I'll tell you what, when they were doing the 7-on-7 tournament yesterday, I think it was the 3rd touchdown pass that he had. Tom Loy posted it on his Twitter. He fit that one on a tightrope on a dime. I mean, it was really impressive in the back of the end zone. And I don't know, man. He's got that Raja Bell ability to just kind of see the field a little bit. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun watching him. He's also grown. He looks more mature physically than he did when he wrapped up his senior season.
Yeah, he definitely does.
Or not senior season, junior season. My bad.
You can also see it in a lot of these photos. I was noticing it yesterday. Like his body, he's cut. A lot of, I don't want to call it baby fat because he was never fat or overweight, but he's lost some weight, and is physically developing quite well. There's I'm trying to find this photo from last spring I took of him, where his face, you can just see, he matured and there's less weight on his face too.
He had a baby face for a long time, and now he's starting to outgrow the baby face.
Yeah, damn. Where is this photo? Damn, I haven't seen. There it is. Playing for Hellstar. I haven't seen Diaz since this day, actually, in person. So
yeah,
we'll see. But hey, showing up to the Texas official visit with that hardware. He's on campus this weekend. Still currently the highest ranked recruit in the class. Nice, CB. I had no idea. Fun fact: Chance Mock played in the inaugural Elite 11 finals in '99. Shout out to him. But Diabell, hey, on a flight from Los Angeles down to Texas, going right into the OV. We'll be recruiting a lot of different prospects. Was actually talking with 24/7 Sports several times throughout the week. Went on record saying, hey, Texas has a commitment. It's coming soon. Stay tuned, Also said he's recruiting several other targets. Felix Ojo, Malachi Lee, Jalen Lott, Caden Finley, Xavier Crowell. So, he's doing what he can to bring in more talent around him in Austin. I would highly doubt it, CB. The Elite 11 chain is real. But yeah, did you ever get out to the Elite 11, the finals?
I did when Malik Murphy was in it. That was that would have been in 2021, summer of 2021.
Interesting.
Yes, it was Quinn Ewers, Malik Murphy. So Malik Willis showed up to do like a pro day workout, and he was just ass. And I looked around and I was like, this guy's supposed to go in the first round next year. And what do you know? Gosh, who else was in that class?
Was that at South Lake?
No, it was in Manhattan Beach where they hold it now in Los Angeles.
But didn't Quinn also compete in the South Lake one? Was Klubnik not in that one?
That was a Elite 11 regional.
I thought they did the finals in South Lake the COVID year.
Not that I'm aware of.
Oh, well, anyway, sorry. Go ahead.
They maybe did, and if they did, I wasn't there. But who else was there? Cade was there that year. Gosh, I'm blanking on who. Connor Wigman was there that year. There was some good talent that year.
Drew Aller
was there.
That was the 22 cycle. But no, a lot of duds on the pass to be Elite 11 MVP. So hopefully Diabell.
Ian Salter, sorry.
Changes that. K-Salt, shout out the boy. Hoping he balls out of Colorado this year.
He's about to win a Big 12 championship.
I would love for him to win the Big 12 and like just have a great season, so that then discourse can start. Can we retire this dude's number now?
Yeah, exactly.
You know, he's like if he wins the Big 12 championship and has better stats than Shedeur, which is very possible.
Yeah.
Like, what's going to happen?
Yeah.
You know,
it's gonna be tough to have better stats than Shedeur because Shedeur was just so accurate. He was deadly accurate. I think he was over 70%. I think he had like 4 interceptions last year. I don't see K-Salt living up to that. But from a rushing perspective and being able to pick up stuff with his feet and potentially winning a Big 12 championship, the conversation would start, and I would start it.
Yeah. Yeah, hey, he'll be throwing piss missiles to the boy Draylon Miller. Shout out
Damn
Silsby.
right. Damn
Shout
right.
out Silsby.
With no one on the offensive line except for Jordan Seaton. I think he's like the only one back. Everyone else at the portal.
Yeah, well, Dion didn't want to give his freshman All-American center a scholarship, so he went to Tech.
Right.
By the way, talk to someone in the building out there. I don't know what their facility's called. Apparently, he's not starting.
It doesn't surprise me because he sucks. The kid blows.
Oh, that was perfect. I double tapped Y and just lobbed it up to you. I knew it was coming.
You really did.
Man, one day when Cash Cleveland is done playing, we'll share some stories. I know you guys.
Why? We don't need to wait till he's done playing. All right, I'm done.
All right, well, you're the one with them, so you know you're the Rockwall Heath alum too, my friend.
I am indeed.
Technically, he's not since he went to IMG. So
technically, indeed, yeah. His whole family went to Heath, though, and he did for a little bit. But fascinating family. I'll say this: the one thing that always just kind of like it puts that family in a complete nutshell is when he made his debut at Colorado and he's on the field. His entire family is back in Heath on their back patio. On their big screen TV, because they're like multimillionaires, on their big screen TV, they have the Texas game playing, and they're playing like Mississippi State. It's like the arch game where it's like 38-10 at this point. And they have the Colorado game on their phone. They're like, hey, our boy's about to play. And they're like all huddled around the phone, and they all have Texas shirts on. They did not give a fuck about that Colorado game that day. Like they must have gotten a text from somebody in the stands like, hey, your boy's about to come in. I know you're not here like the rest of the parents, but your son is about to check into the game.
Jeez. Hey, trying to think of Texas walk-ons whose parents I've met.
Taft?
Never met his parents. Michael Taft's parents would never do that.
No, absolutely not. No.
From what I've heard. But anyways, we're going to get into this official visit preview. Nick, I know you know some of these names from being a casual observer of recruiting in today's age after working in the industry.
Can I just start with a question right off the top of the bat?
Let's go.
Is there a shot at Tyler Atkinson here? Because this is one of my favorite kids in the class. This kid is a freak.
I don't know if freak is the right word, but he's a very good player. I'd say Anthony Hill is a freak.
I consider him a freak. I love this kid.
All right. Well, Tyler Atkinson, number 2 linebacker in the country. Probably like the only guy ranked ahead of him is Xavier Griffin, who Texas had on last weekend, who's kind of an edge backer tweener at this point, still a very easy projectable NFL player. But Atkinson is he's the highest ranked, I'd say, true linebacker in my eyes. Like this is a kid who's a full-time inside linebacker, projects to Mike or whatever, really, as long as it's in the inside, and he's a skilled blitzer as well off the edge. But this is. If he went to Texas, it would be Anthony Hill's pretty much heir apparent as the Mike inside backer. So with him, super versatile. He started at Grayson since his freshman year. Grayson, that's where Nick Brooks went for his senior year of high school. And they're one of the prospect factories in the Atlanta area or state of Georgia. Georgia has long been the leader, or at least viewed as the team to beat in this one. This is a kid who is getting offers in his 8th grade year, and Georgia was one of those. The other ones in competition, Oregon, Clemson, Ohio State. Oregon and Clemson, I'd say, are probably ahead of Ohio State just because he didn't get up to Columbus on an OB this summer, and I mean the dead period starts after his Texas OB ends. But Nick, some interesting stuff here.
Throw it at me.
So, Hank actually has a source that likes Texas's chances. Not saying it's a done deal that we're confident in that, because that is one source, and there's a lot more to this, especially for the number 2 linebacker in the country. But I think Texas is in a better spot than most people think. So make some calls around. You go through his Instagram, you will see he has been in Austin pretty much this entire summer. And has left to take OVs elsewhere. Why is he in Austin? He's training at the Gym Collective. Why is he training there? Well, he's one of David Mulugeta's guys. He's a player that's repped by Athletes First. Athletes First, they have Derwin James, I guess Deshaun Watson. I'm trying to think. Other guys they have.
Micah Parsons.
Yeah, like they're the most probably loaded NFL
George
agents.
Pickens.
Yeah, so each year – David Mulugeta, who I'm actually told is a Del Valle alum, by the way. I don't think many people know that.
Why does that check out? Why does that not surprise me at all?
Yeah, there's this old AAU coach in Austin I used to do video work for who said they grew up together and whatever. They went to Del Valle, played on the team together. So that's what I have that from. But last summer he went to the players or Athletes First Elite Week is what they call it, where they spend a week in Austin. They go do like go-kart racing on the F1 track, and they're working out at Del Valle every day. And it's a bunch of NFL players. There's a few select college players there because Mulugeta also reps like big names like Anthony Hill and Cade Klubnik, some other names. And he also had some high schoolers out there that he's either planning to rep or is already repping. Julian Lewis has been there over the years. Atkinson was there last year. Chris Henry Jr. was there last year. But just go through Atkinson's Instagram. You will find he's been working out a collective several times last summer and several times this summer. So Texas, we had not heard anything on Atkinson in months from I guess sources on the staff, whatever you want to call it. And it kind of leads me to believe that we're kind of operating in silence here, trying to be sneaky. It would not surprise me at all if we ended up finding out he's taken multiple unofficial visits that went unreported because he's living in Austin. I don't think anyone really knew that until the day it broke. But we've been told he's trained with Anthony Hill a little bit at Collective. It makes sense. They're rep by the same agency. And I've also been told that Derek Johnson, former Texas linebacker, all-time leading tackler for the Kansas City Chiefs, has also been, training and working him out at the facility, the Collective facility. So, they appear to be in a better shot than I think pretty much anyone is giving them credit for. But overcoming Georgia is still going to be tough. He's been there like 24 times. He grew up going to games there. He grew up, visiting there. This is a kid who became the first 8th grader to get invited to the Navy All-American Bowl. Like Tyler Atkinson has been a known name in youth football circles in Georgia since he was like in grade school. So it's been a long time coming. It's a very similar thing to Justice Terry, how he was like this kind of not prima donna isn't the word, just like young superstar as a middle schooler that everyone knew that went viral in Georgia. And everyone thought Georgia was going to get him the longest until Texas kind of came out of nowhere on signing day and got him. Not saying something similar would have to happen where it would have to be a late signing day steal, but like that's kind of what Texas is working up against here. Georgia's been recruiting this kid since he was in middle school. So, with him being the number 2 backer in the country, Oregon, Clemson, Ohio State, they want him just as bad as well. So, Texas, you don't know if you don't shoot your shot. The last documented visit was, I believe, the Texas-Georgia game on October 19th. But again, I'm kind of assuming he's been back on at least one unofficial sense because he spent all this time in Austin. So pretty interesting story. Very, very, very curious to hear what happens this weekend. But super, super, super high floor player. Obviously, is a projected first-round draft pick as the number 20 overall prospect, but would be an awesome player and probably Like, I don't know if there's a linebacker in the entire 2026 class who's more ready to play in the SEC than Tyler Atkinson is. He can start day one. So it would be a humongous deal if they could get him, because linebacker is arguably the biggest position to need this cycle. So
yeah,
that's the latest on Tyler Atkinson.
Hell yeah, man.
Some other names real quick. Diabell, we already talked about him. Don't need to say much there. Richard Wesley, Nick, if you saw it, this is the kid who jumped into a pool with Dan Lanning and decommitted 2.5 weeks later.
Nice.
Yeah, our glorious king. He has Oregon, Ohio State, and Texas in the mix. He was at Oregon the June 6th through 8th weekend. After decommitting, he still took a visit there. He's at Texas this weekend. And then he has an Ohio State OV booked for August 30th whenever Texas goes to Columbus in week 1. So maybe Texas wins that game in Ohio State or at Ohio State and gets it done in the fall. But nonetheless, this is a recruitment that is going into the fall, if not all the way till signing day. Even if he commits on a visit, let's say to Texas this weekend, and does something shocking again, like, this thing is going all the way till signing day, as his commitment to Oregon showed you. Caden Prothro, really talented tight end that I love out of Bowden, Georgia.
I love that kid too.
Awesome player, 6'6", 210, very, 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 very lazy comp, but kind of that Kyle Pitts type of tight end. He tests like an outside receiver. Some schools like Florida are literally pitching him to play outside receiver. So is Georgia to some degree, where he'd be this tight end kind of outside receiver tweener. But Georgia's kind of like Atkinson. They've long been the team to beat here. I had heard when I went out to Under Armour Atlanta in February, I've actually seen Prothro at Under Armour Atlanta the last 2 Februaries in a row. But this February, talking to some people from the Peach State, I was told basically Georgia was going to do whatever it takes to land him, to the point where if he doesn't end up at Georgia, it's because he's taking less money. And since then, Mark Bowman, who Georgia thought they would eventually land, has not landed there. He went to USC. So Prothro becomes even more important for their class. And with that being said, like, it's very hard to not expect him to end up at Georgia. So we'll see. And as much as I love Nick Townsend, like, Prothro would be by far and away the best tight end prospect the staff has signed since they've been at Texas, and it wouldn't be close. Like, Prothro is just a different level of dude. And if Mark Bowman wasn't in the same cycle, Prothro would be getting a lot more buzz, a lot more hype, a lot more love, because he's deserving of it. This is a kid who caught 56 passes last year, Nick. Like, 28 of them were touchdowns.
Nice.
Yeah, is just dominant, plays at the small school level, plays in a district at the Manchester Justice Terry School, basketball, baseball, football, has won state in football 2 of the 3 years he's been on varsity. He has like 3,000 receiving yards going into year 4, and he also averages like 28 and 16 on the basketball court, and plays outfield for the baseball team, which went to like the semifinals for the Georgia State playoffs. So just an all-around athlete. One of those kids like Justice Terry, where it's just a freakish specimen coming out of a small town Georgia, small town Georgia town. So really love the player, but think it'll be very, very, very hard for Texas to get him. John Turntine out of North Crowley.
Are we down on John Turntine these days? Really quick, are we down on John Turntine these days?
What do you mean by that?
Like, because this time last year, he was the #1 prospect in the state. This is a surefire, like, oh, this is going to be a dude. I just kind of feel like at times last year there were doubts in John Turntine. He's obviously had a slip in the rankings as well.
Okay, this is what I want to. This is what I'll say. So he came up on the recruiting radar earlier than Felix Ojo did.
Right.
He was a more, projectable prospect to the NFL earlier than Felix Ojo was, if that makes sense. But I also do want to say, like, the way Texas fans look at Turntine or Ojo has kind of been all over the place. After Michael Fasusi went to OU in the summer, half the fucking Texas market, not me because I never once have believed this, reported, hey, it doesn't matter. They're in a great spot for John Turntine, and he's better than Michael Fasusi anyways. When I've never believed that, because I don't think he is. And with Turntine, he, had a great sophomore year, played that around 6'3.5", 300 pounds, showed up to Under Armour, tested well, measured well, and was above 300 pounds. And then his sophomore season, he's getting noticeably lighter and shows up to a junior day visit this January. He's 260 or 265. That's what he was at the A&M junior day in January. He's since put on weight. this offseason is back up to 285. That's something like everyone in the industry and everyone in the recruiting world is monitoring. While I do think he can play tackle in college and potentially even left tackle, he's going to play guard in the NFL if he makes it to the NFL, which is why we have him ranked as a guard prospect now when he was previously a tackle. So
gotcha.
That's what I have there. I think he's still a great player, a great prospect, a high floor prospect, and would be able to play earlier at guard than probably tackle in college. But, I mean, this is a kid who has very easy, projectable NFL traits and projectable in NFL game. But Ojo is just the higher ceiling. And I think there's an argument to be made. Turntine might have the higher floor. I personally don't think that, but I would listen to an argument. But Ojo is like if you went to a mad scientist and said, hey, show me what a 10-time all-pro offensive tackle looks like as a 16, 17-year-old, it would be a photo of Felix Ojo.
Yeah.
Like, he has the dream frame, the dream look, and checks every single box for an NFL first-round offensive tackle when it comes to testing data, measurements, what he's put on film so far. Like, mindset, this is a kid who's turning 17 either this month or either next month or the month after. Like, Ojo's still young for his grades. So I have kind of – at first, I was like, yeah, Turntine's the best alignment in the state. And then I finally got eyes on Ojo at Under Armour in 2024. Paid attention to him throughout the season. And, hey, you can go look on the Horns 24/7 board. I started saying, hey, Turntine is a really good prospect, but Felix Ojo at Lake Ridge, he's just as good of a prospect, if not better. And, like, y'all need to view him this way, even though he's ranked 100 spots lower than Turntine was. And now he's the number 5 player in the country and is ranked 48 spots higher than Turntine is.
Yeah.
And, I wasn't, like, trying to push that agenda. I was just trying to be like, hey, like, Ojo's a really good player, too. I think this is eventually going to balance out. So that's kind of my thoughts on it. I guess there's been some cold water poured on John Turntine, but I mean, Texas still really wants him. A&M really wants him. Michigan really wants him, and he's a great player still. So I guess that's what I'd say. Real quick, some other names on here, and I do see your question. We'll answer it here in a sec. James Johnson, super, super powerful D lineman out of South Florida. Was at, I think it was North or South Fort Myers High School, and then transferred into Miami Northwestern this spring. 6'2.5", 285, owns a better shot put, I guess PR at it's like 61 feet than anyone else Texas is currently recruiting in the entire 2026 cycle. Also has an 82-inch wingspan and a frame that can hold over 300 pounds. So he's ranked number 90 overall, number 13 D line, but he is not the 13th most coveted D lineman. It's a lot higher than that. He's a really high NIL market. Miami's kind of viewed as the favorite here. There's some that think they already got a deal going on with him. We'll see about that. But I do think out of all the names that Texas is bringing in for OVs on interior D line, he's probably the guy at the top of the board, or at least for me, in my opinion, he is. And based off what I've heard for some of the NIL numbers, I think he is for several other schools as well. Trenton Henderson is a 5-star edge prospect out of Pensacola that Texas has loved for a long time, but they're never able to get him on campus. He was scheduled in April for an unofficial, couldn't make it. And then out of nowhere, he showed up at Texas on a midweek unofficial last week. We started hearing he could cancel his USC June 20th through 22nd OV and swap it out for Texas. A few days later, that's exactly what happened, and now he's coming in this weekend. Second visit in a matter of 2 weeks. So he's pretty open. He's taken, I think this will be like a 7th or 8th OV. But LSU and Florida are kind of the ones to watch there. I'm pretty sure he has a Florida crystal ball already. And then Caden Finley, that one's Texas versus Notre Dame. It's been Texas versus Notre Dame for what feels like over a year. Texas had some confidence they'd be able to get him committed before official visits started, and then never really heard anything after that. And he showed up for an unofficial visit out of the blue in early June at Notre Dame, and then took his OV to Notre Dame this past weekend. Fighting Irish have a lot of confidence in this recruitment, probably more than they've ever had. But in talking with the guys that are Notre Dame 24/7 site, they have confirmed with multiple sources they have on staff in the building that he did not give a silent commitment. They kind of squeezed him into it. He considered it, but he did not give one. So that's crucial for Texas. Both teams have traded blows for, like I said, what feels like for over a year. Notre Dame is, if the recruitment ended today, that's probably where he's going. But, hey, he's not committing till the 4th of July, and the last visit before that is to Texas this weekend. So they're going to try to steal the momentum back. If they successfully do it, it'll be far from the first time they've done that. So there's that. Jermaine Bishop, closest thing to Travis Hunter you'll ever see. Awesome player, number 1 athlete in the country, 5-star, locked in with Texas, canceled his other OVs to Houston and USC. Only visit he's going to take, or only OV he's going to take, is to Texas this summer. And, yeah, nothing else much to say there. Kendall Gerville. Nick, you're going to love this one. Number 12 D-line prospect in the country, number 77 overall. You know what I was talking about, how these war daddy D linemen are just kind of like chasing the bag and they don't want to do interviews or want people to know where they're going.
Yeah.
This kid is set on record for months. Texas is my number 1 school.
Nice.
Like, he officially visited Florida. They interview him right after the OV ends. He's still on Florida's campus, and he's like, no, Texas is still number 1. Nice. And he did that after a Georgia OV2 on the Georgia campus with our Georgia 247 site. So he's either lying his ass off and he's getting a bag and trying to play the game, with respect to you, brother, or he's being, I guess, genuine. And, you know, maybe it'll be Texas. I don't know. I'm always like, when it seems this easy, it like my red flags go up almost, you know, but especially because, well, he has said Texas is his number 1. A lot of it's because he loves the city of Austin, that relationship with Kenny Baker. He's gone on record multiple times saying he's not committing until the fall and possibly signing day. So with the way Texas is recruiting a D-line, they want 4, maybe 5 guys if it's the right 5. He might have to move up that timeline because, like, they're only really going to be taking top 100 level prospects at that position this cycle. Yeah. So as good as he is, he could get maybe squeezed out. Not sure. Chase Calicut, Georgia, Michigan, Texas. Georgia's recruiting him at corner. Everyone else at safety. Georgia's super, super high in him. They're going to be super competitive with NIL. Huge thing for Georgia and their scouting department is explosion scores. It helps a lot with their board. And Chase Calicut recorded a better, or the best, I'd say, standing vertical rep on the entire Under Armour circuit in 2025, which is like 20-plus camps. He had the highest standing vertical out of anyone that attended, and there's thousands of kids that did that. And the Georgia offer came after Under Armour as well. So kind of, I guess, a peek inside to how these schools look at these kids sometimes. But I think it's more Texas versus Georgia than Texas versus Michigan. Not that he can't go to Michigan. I'm not discounting that. But Texas set up well. Mark Orphy, the corners coach, though Calicut is a safety, has kind of been his primary. Mark Orphy's a North Shore alum. I put in a Texas crystal ball the night that Texas hired Mark Orphy. And even before that, Calicut had gone on record with me saying that Texas was his leader. So they were the early leader. They have the connections here. They're the only in-state school, and they get him on campus last 5 days before he announces his commitment. So if they're going to close with someone this weekend, it's probably going to be Calicut. Chris Stewart, he's locked in with Texas. Don't got to worry about him. He's taking visits elsewhere, but going to shut things down formally sooner or later. And Calvin Thomas, that one is fascinating. I don't know. He's a top 5 of UNC, SMU, Michigan, Nebraska, and Texas.
That's all over the place.
Yeah, it is. This recruitment has been all over the place. I heavily assume he's the 5th linebacker or the 5th or 6th linebacker of the 6 linebackers on the board right now. No team really has confidence because this is a kid who has handled his recruitment a very unorthodox way. They have an agent. Everyone has to go through the agent or the dad. And they don't really do interviews. They don't pick up the phone. They keep everything in-house. It's very hard to get information. So do I think Texas is going to push for him? Not sure. Do I think Texas would take him? I assume so. They need 3 to 4 backers in the cycle. Of the 6 guys they're recruiting, 3 of them are the top 4 linebackers in the country. It's hard to get even 2 of those guys because they cost so much, and you have to think about the budget. We feel great about Kosi, so him and maybe one of Atkinson, Griffin, and Rouse. That's still only 2, and they need 3 or 4. And the only other names besides Thomas is Bo Jandro, whose twin brother's committed to OU. So could Calvin Thomas end up at Texas? I think so, but I don't know what to expect just because the way this recruitment has been handled has made it very, very hard to cover, and pretty much everyone in the entire industry has no idea what's going on here. So there's that. Kosa Paula, Texas versus Miami at this point. Baylor and Houston are in it. Those schools like him. He doesn't really like those schools. Penn State was also in it to some degree, and they would take him even though they have 3 linebackers. But I mean, Texas has been leading this race since they joined it. They were second ever offer. His godbrother's Brian Arakpo. His dad grew up helping Arakpo kind of, I guess, make it out of Houston and Houston Lamar. Miami's recruiting him as a full-time edge, which is interesting because he is a full-time edge in high school that's going to be spun up in college, kind of like how Brad Spence was at Arkansas. But at this point, even though Miami has a fair amount of buzz after the weekend, like I really think Texas, like something would have to go horribly wrong for him not to end up there. He'd be a great floor-setting take, and they really need backers this year, so it would be stupid if they mess that up somehow. Max Wright, Texas offensive tackle commit, not going anywhere. Several schools went out to Melissa to try to flip him. He told him, "You're wasting your time. I'm signing with Texas." Few schools also offered him this spring, and he has not posted them because he's locked in with Texas and doesn't care. Or so I've been told by the Melissa staff. Paris Melvin Jr., very interesting player. Primarily projects to the defensive backfield, but in high school has mostly been like this offensive weapon, running back, receiver. He had over 1,000 rushing yards last year. Also a really good return man. He has Texas, Houston, Baylor, Arizona, Ole Miss, and I believe one other school is like the schools in the mix. The ones that know are Houston, Baylor, and Texas. Houston and Baylor are apparently telling him he can be a full-time three-phase player like he is in high school. So that's interesting. He was at Houston this past weekend on an OV with Keyshawn Henderson, who he's like best friends with and is a 5-star QB committed to Houston. So the crystal balls are in favor of Houston. If the recruitment ended today, there's no doubt in my mind that's where he's going, and I think they are the leader. And with Texas, we've heard they're pitching him at defensive back and no other position. So we're not really expecting much out of this weekend. We do think he's probably behind some of the other names at corner or even at safety on the board. But, hey, he's a really good athlete, especially at the high school level. Texas just doing due diligence, checking around, and they also had him on campus about a week or two ago on an unofficial. So probably not going to be Texas, but, stay the course.
How about Houston having the sauce again? Willie Fritz bringing the sauce back to UH.
Yeah, it helps when you have the number 2 quarterback in the country. And, yeah, duh. Nick Robertson, another Texas line commit that's locked in. He told someone at our company in May he was going to take an OB to Houston, even though he was committed to Texas. I called that person yesterday, found out he never made it on that visit. So the only OB he's going to take this summer is to Texas. He's locked in. Don't got to worry about him. Loves the Longhorns, loves Flood, and was actually at Kelvin Banks' draft party, fun fact. And then last but not least, Keave Brown. Nick, if you don't know, this is UFC fighter Travis Brown's son.
We discussed stepmom. Will Ronda Rousey be on campus this weekend?
That's a good question. His stepmom is Ronda Rousey, though. I was reading into that relationship a little bit yesterday. I was just curious, and I don't know. I'm weird like that, I guess. But with Keave Brown, was a full-time edge rusher as a junior, played like this jumbo receiver, kind of tight end tweener role as a sophomore. Injuries happened. He got moved to edge due to injuries in the need of the position his junior year, played full-time edge as a junior, but has been moved back to tight end, has been going through all of spring ball at Centennial at tight end, and he picked up like all of his offers when coaches came out to see him as a tight end because 6'5", 220-pound functional athletes do not grow on trees, especially ones whose dad, was a professional fighter. So, but USC and Texas were kind of the schools here. Texas offered him pretty recently at the end of May, and then USC and him kind of went other ways or went different directions once they landed Mark Bowman. They were full at tight end, and that was that. He understood. Boise State had an OV, but once Texas booked him for this weekend, the Boise State OV was canceled. So his only OV of the summer, the only OV on the schedule, is to Texas. We very much think that's where he's end up. It's not hard to connect the dots here, but hey, another random celebrities, I guess, kid ending up with the Longhorns. So that is the preview for this weekend. I know we're running a little bit late, but I'm going to answer this real quick. Naaman Roberts said, Jordan, honestly, with the development of the city of Austin, it should be hard for kids to not fall in love with Texas, especially with us winning now. That is correct, but also there is a reason A&M has been able to win out more small town kids in the state of Texas than Texas has, kind of since the dawn of time. Example for KJ Edwards and a kid out of Carthage. we all have a very good idea of what happened. Or I don't have a good idea. I know what happened. It was a very impressive NIL number. They've been in a better spot than we probably had thought. And he committed to A&M, canceled A&M, or canceled the Texas visit. But College Station is 10 times more similar to Carthage than the city of Austin is. And it's not even close.
Yeah.
And it's the same thing. Like I remember Anthony Smith, he talked to me a lot about that when he was coming out of Jasper and he was leaning A&M over Texas. It's like, it's a lot more comfortable for me. This is where I'm from. And he's like, not that I can't go to Austin or be comfortable there, but like I live in fucking Jasper, you know, it's a lot different. So
Harry Bussey, Reuben Owens. I mean, there's a million examples. Even when Jimbo was having a lot of success in rural Louisiana, there was a lot of similar feelings from those guys. Like a Jacoby Matthews said similar things about A&M.
Yeah, and it's interesting because you look up and down the SEC, like pretty much every SEC school is in kind of a college town-esque vibe, like College Station.
Yeah.
Like Tuscaloosa, I know it's outside of Birmingham, but it isn't big. Neither is Auburn. You know, Oxford. I've never been to Starkville, can't speak on that. Never been to Gainesville, can't speak on that. But like, you know, there very few of these programs are in big cities. I guess LSU and Baton Rouge is one, but Baton Rouge and Austin are night and day, you know, different. So it is very interesting because, you know,
even like Norman with the Oklahoma City, you know, area. I guess you could compare it, but yeah, it would have to be Austin is probably the biggest city. Athens is too far from Atlanta to consider that, you know, part of Atlanta. But yeah, that's a fascinating one.
Yeah. We got to get out of here. Up next, Texas basketball assistant Chris Ogden sits down with the Third and Longhorn crew to discuss how Texas basketball's roster is coming together in Sean Miller's first year in Austin.
Nice.
Interesting. Had a lot of bangers lately on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app. Everyone
Maybe you should download it, guys. Download it and see all the bangers.
It'd be a good idea. Naaman Roberts, Patrick, Rob, CB, everyone who tuned in today. Appreciate you a ton. Jake Bayless, I guess he might have been absent today. Has he been in here? Ike? I don't know. Anyways, y'all have a great Friday. They fucked up. They let us get to Friday. We're going to have a grand old time at the horse track.
Yeah, right.
Grand Prairie tonight. Going to have a few drinks. It's been a kind of – when you become a punching bag for Texas recruiting fans who are upset that you only reported what the Texas staff and the sources around the kid were telling you, and then he doesn't go to Texas, you become the punching bag, and he gets taken out on you. So that beer's going to hit my hand, and it's going to feel very nice here in a few hours. So y'all have a great one. Have a great Friday. Everyone who tuned in, thanks. And Chip and Zay, they'll be back at 2 p.m. YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, wherever you get your live stream. And, hey, we'll see you on Monday. Y'all have a great weekend.